Yo, yo! What's up, what's up? I'm getting the stream all together. What's up, OB? What's going on, guys? I'm just getting the official live commentary put together. YRN. Yo, what up, what up? Nah, this is going to be just a live commentary. Dollar, what's up, Dollar? Is this the DAZN card? Yeah. We're going to do the DAZN card today. So, I threw a quick poll up for you guys. If you guys wanted to give me your guys' prediction. We're going to chat. I'm actually on the fence. I need you guys to help me get off the fence. Okay? Yeah, Daniel, it's only commentary. Look, one day. What up, Warlock? What's up, man? I'm telling you guys, one day, they will allow us to put the fights up, right? And then allow us to actually commentate with the shit, right? So, alright, cool. Well, let me just cut the music off. Let me get straight into it. What's up, what's up? What's up, everybody? It's Ron over here at FightHype. Wanted to start the live early. We're going to do the whole match room. Oh, I don't know if you guys even noticed. Yeah, I cleaned up the sides a little bit. Clean up the sides a little bit. My girl was on me a little bit. I was looking homeless for a couple months. So I still got the hair if I drop it, right? I got like the, I don't know what you call it, the man bun. But anyways, enough of that. I want to shout out everybody in here real quick. Let me see. Warlock, what's up? What's up? Lewis, where you watch the fight? It's going to be on DAZN. What up, Daniel? What's up? What's up? Yeah, commentary, unfortunately. Angry Casual Fan, what's up, man? What's up? Look, I got a lot of stuff in the works. I just kind of took these couple weeks off. Just boxing's been kind of like exciting and kind of dry, if it kind of makes sense. It's January, right? What up, Dallas? Hold on, let me get this DAZN stream up real quick. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything. All right, cool. I'm in queue. All right, perfect. Music off. Bow. Nino Brown 85. What's up? Zay Mos is gonna be on TV. So real quick, there was 3 fights that already happened. They did like a YouTube prelim, right? And so Zaquan Moses already fought Shakur Cousin, the one that beat Cormel in the amateurs. Already fought, got a first round stoppage. His opponent apparently had a bicep injury, so like they stopped it. Very odd, but. There was 2 other fights on there. Harley Medeiros, who was like an amateur standout, and this fighter from India that had like a really spectacular knockout. So, Looney Tunes, what's up? Yeah, Nelson does have power. Look, I'll tell you guys, I saw a little bit of Nelson spar Bud for the Majimov fight. Only like 2 rounds. Bomac didn't really want me to watch the rest, but I can definitely tell you I was very impressed. I'll get into that. I just want to shout out you guys. Steven's going to mash this boy. That's what Daniel says. Steven's definitely going to win. Where can you watch the fights? DAZN. Dallas says rooting for Nelson, but I think it's about to be a tall task. Nelson injury. Haven't watched since he had the Achilles injury. Yeah. The Ish. What's up, man? Bomac says, he says Bomac gets the upset. You know what's a really unique fact that a lot of people don't even know? That last year, that the whole entire B&B crew went undefeated. Like, it's so low-key. But every fighter, they had like 30-something fights last year. Every fighter they trained, from Keyshawn to Keon to Kelvin to Bud to Lester Martinez, all those guys, every Lolo, everyone. Avius Griffin, like, they all won. They literally went undefeated for the whole year. Hasn't been spoke on, right? I know Robert Garcia had a tremendous year, and I think he makes a great case for Trainer of the Year, right? All the new champions. But I think it was surprising that no one caught on to that. But does it still show the DAZN event has ended thing forever? No, so that's the prelim. Right now is going into the actual DAZN card. So this is where if you have like a DAZN subscription, which if you don't, it's cool. I'll be here to give you guys live commentary. Unfortunately, I won't be able to show it, but I'll be able to tell you about it, right? Autopilot, what's up? Pacheco by UD, dominant victory. I love what you're doing with your interviews stuff. Keep grinding, bro. I appreciate it. I got like a mixed bag of some sort of hate with it, only because I've been showing my face, which is weird. I've been doing interviews on the platform for almost like a decade now. It's just now I'm showing my face, but I have been looking homeless. All right, so I'm gonna clean it up. I'll get it right this year, right? So, but I appreciate it. Big Mac fighter's going to lose. You childish. You childish for that. But listen, this is what I want to say right before they start going in the card. And for everyone, just for you to know, there's more than just Diego Pacheco versus Steven Nelson. Andy Cruz is going to be on the card. The guy who beat Keyshawn Davis multiple times in the amateurs. Ernesto Mercado. He's a guy who's a standout amateur. He's fighting Jose Pedraza. And then there's obviously some sort of Eddie Hearn fighter, Leonardo Rubalcaba, who's going to face Tito Mercado's uncle. So, but pretty much what I want to say about the main event, and kind of need you guys to help me get off the fence, right? I need you guys to help me out. I might be biased, right? And I'm going to say it straight out. It's okay to be biased, right? I interview a lot of these guys. I see these guys. I cover them. It's natural to be biased, right? Steven Nelson is a very capable guy winning very, tough fights. Now he's entering like the top 10. He hasn't had the experience that like a Diego Pacheco does, the activity, and essentially Diego's been groomed to be in this position, while Steven Nelson, on the other hand, had a lot of injuries, inactivity, and so and even then it seems like he only gets to fight when Bud fights. If not, he doesn't really get an opportunity. So in my eyes, I think I always have a pick for my mind and my heart, and if my mind and my heart are synonymous, then it's a guarantee. Like, I don't even really debate it, right? But in my mind, it says Diego Pacheco because everything I said is valid. He's tall, he's young, he's fresh, he's more experienced in the ring, he's active. Like, this kid, and he has a great corner, right? Benavidez. They both have great corners, but on top of it, he also has a great corner of, Benavidez Sr. So, like, I want to say Diego Pacheco, right? But every once in a while, I get a little bit in my feelings. You know what I mean? I get to see certain things up close, and there's a reason why Steven Nelson's been Bud's sparring partners before he even won his first world title shot. He's been sparring Bud since then. So the amount of experience you got to work with someone like Terrence Crawford is incredibly like high level. Like high level. Like I said, Bud literally was using him even to the Madrimov fight. Like just recent. So Steven Nelson has a high IQ and a great corner by default, right? But he's older, doesn't have the experience in the ring professionally, so it leaves kind of some room of doubt. So do I go with my feelings, right? Like, everything sounds great for Steven Nelson. Great corner, trainer of the year previously, gets to work for Bud over a decade, high level pedigree, and he's powerful. Like, he's strong, right? He's very strong. So like naturally, I'm like, I feel like Steven Nelson's gonna do it. But then I go in my brain, right? I'll be like, but this is Diego Pacheco, the prospect who's been fighting former title challenge, like continuously over and over, doing everything you need to do to become the guy to be a mandatory challenger for a championship, right? Diego Pacheco has all the attributes and everything. So I'm torn with, do I go with my obvious brain pick or do I go with my feelings? Which is kind of biased. I got Tito in decision win. What up, Pugilism? What's up? Andy Cruz possibly getting upset because Saucedo looks strong on Pro Box versus Colbert. Nelson Pacheco going to be good. I got Tito. I think Tito actually get Pedraza out just because Pedraza's been out in a lot of wars. Andy Cruz. I don't know. I have a weird feeling that Andy Cruz is going to look really good tonight. I don't know why. Not taking away, Chris Colbert, but, Chris Colbert has taken a vicious knockout. It hasn't seemed like his performance has been consistent. I don't know. I need to think a little bit on that. But I think Andy Cruz is going to have a great performance. Moses on YouTube for free. Yeah, yep. Zaquan. But it was only one round, Damn, I missed the Moses fight. I don't know where the rest of them boys. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, you didn't really miss much on the Zaquan fight. Like, he only did one round. He actually caught, like, a mean shot in that round. But, it seemed like he was working his way to the victory anyways. Is Streamy's working for the fight? I don't know. I'm using the DAZN app, so I can't really tell. I know they're locking down on the streams. When you mean Olympic gold medal, what? You mean Olympic gold medalist from India? Yeah, I'll be just transparent. Like, I didn't really know too much about him, right? It's sometimes hard to translate amateurs into professionals. You know what I mean? So, yeah, granted, he's a gold medalist, but I was actually at the Robeisy Ramirez pro debut in Philly, and he lost his first fight. So, it's only so much, But I was impressed. He looked like he was supposed to do what he was supposed to do. He trains in Vegas, which is a perfect spot. I think he's like 24. So I'm not going to sit here in front like I know a lot about him. But he looked good. And I'll definitely be watching him. So asking, has it started yet? So there's going to be 3 fights before the main event. I'll be calling it. So it's going to be Tito Makado's uncle, Israel Makado, that's going to be facing Leonardo Rubalcaba, which is Eddie Hearn's prospect that he's building along. So don't really know too much about Tito's uncle. It's surprising, but his uncle is 11-1-1. So hey, bro, we love for the work for you do for real shop from Clearwater. I appreciate it. And I'm not perfect too. So if there's any criticism on my interviews, go ahead. You know what I mean? Bodywork, since you're having an identity crisis, bro, you need to fight your barber. Look, real quick, Bodywork, I can actually lay my hair down. Look, real quick. It's not gone, bro. I could still look like the shaggy. I'm still here. I still got the shag. So it's still here. It's just a matter of do I want to look like you got a haircut? Yeah. It's just a matter of all right, do I feel like wanting to look like Ozzy Osbourne and or do I want to look like Skrillex for the day? So and to be honest, my son has been pulling my hair a lot because he's 15 months. So, but whatever, we'll figure it out as a crew, man. If I look crazy, then but yeah, we're just waiting for the first fight to start. Israel Makado and Leonardo. So I'm going to get to the chat. And while we wait, going to be a tough year for Matt Crew. It's going to be a tough fight. Tough year. I think Keyshawn's going to have probably the standout year unless Bud actually can get it done. Canelo versus Crawford. Who you like, broski? It's the same thing. My brain's telling me Canelo. My brain's telling me Canelo. But, my heart, which is very filled with bias because I've been covering Terrence for years, and I have obviously a better relationship with him. I'm going to feel like Terrence. Plus, I got some really good stories I'll leak out later about what I've seen of Terrence. I've seen Terrence spar 168, top 10 168 pounders. I've seen him wrestle champions at 168, and he's strong as fuck. So I'll get to that, later on. I think the fight's a lot better than what people think, but we'll save that for another time. But my brain once again goes with Canelo, my heart goes for Crawford. So, and 9 times out of 10, my brain is more right than my heart. So just to give you guys an understanding, when I pick with my heart, that's what it is. When I pick with my brain, then you know what it is. So in this case, Pacheco is with my brain, Nelson's with my heart. Do I go with my heart in this case, which I'm normally wrong with my heart? So, Harley had the best prelim performance in my opinion. He was like a wrecking ball. Defensively, he had some athleticism, but he was definitely a power puncher. So he's trained by Yoel Judah, I saw, and Richardson Hitchens' trainer, Lenny. So that's to tell you a little bit about the corner. He's out in New York, so it makes sense why his corner is that. Pacheco ends Nelson with a body shot. It's fair. And last but not least, Tito KO's Pedraza. I agree. I think so. Saw your interviews. Great job. Yo, Attorney Bailey. What's up, man? Hey, that's one of my OGs in the chat. Appreciate you, man. So I'm going to be dipping between the chat and calling this fight. The first fight that's coming on. If you got a DAZN membership, do you still have to pay for pay-per-view fights that got? Yep, unfortunately you do. It's trash. Pedraza's about to get done dirty. Yeah, Pedraza's about to get fucked up, y'all. Eddie Hearn fighters always lose. There's always a prospect that does lose. So we'll see, man. He matches him tough. So Rubalcaba, right? I don't know if you guys know too much about him, right? I know that he's a 22-year-old American. He was born in Mexico, trains in the U.S. And right now, Tito Makado's uncle is like showing like grit. Shit. Rubalcaba is getting touched up by Tito Makado's uncle. Oh my God. Tito Makado's uncle is tearing Rubalcaba up. Mention of like prospect upsets. This looks like a prospect upset. Like Eddie Hearn fighters always lose. This is already on the trajectory of that. My Lord. You already see the speed difference between Machado, the punch selection. Two good body shots from Machado. Yo, if you guys know Rubalcaba, this might be the last time. So, oh shit! Yo! $50 super chat, Attorney Bailey, man. Yo, I appreciate it. Oh my lordy. That's serious love right there, man. Congrats, focus, study, fights, and interviews, prepare, dream. This goes to help. Concerning the fight, you exposed me to Nelson. I talked to him through you. Yo, I really appreciate that, Attorney Bailey. I really appreciate that. That's definitely going to the Keyshawn Davis funding when I go out there in New York. So, oh my God. Yo, Attorney Bailey, I'm so appreciated like that. And my reaction is equal to every time Machado catches Rubalcaba is the same reaction. Because just like Angry Casual Fan, Uncle Machado is a killer. He is cooking him. Yo, I ain't never seen Tito Machado's uncle. I swear I ain't never seen him. Oh shit! Rubalcaba drops Tito Machado's uncle. Oh shit! What the fuck? Oh my God! And just like that, which looks like it was just a dominant performance, Israel Machado got dropped and he got caught with a right hand, guys. The round that looked like, wow. Tito Machado's uncle is in trouble. Holy shit. And he's fighting back. He's fighting back. He is fighting back. That arguably could be one of the best rounds of the year already. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Just when I was saying Israel Machado was beating the shit out of Rubalcaba, he gets dropped. He gets dropped and almost dropped twice. Holy shit. Pedraza fights. Everyone respects Pedraza. Yeah, man. Pedraza's going through it. Machado did the undisputed ammunition. This is crazy. What a round. Crawford would beat Canelo so easy Canelo fans would say it's fixed. Yo, I'm not gonna lie. If Crawford beats Canelo, and it's not saying like, I'm like, oh, this is the greatest fight of all time. Just my ability to cover the fights, like the fights that I got to cover in my career. He might be the best fighter of my career covering if he beats Canelo. His heart means he chooses brothers. Otherwise, Floyd ditches FightHype. Nah, Leprechaun. It doesn't. That's not even how it works. Sometimes, like, I have to, like, check my feelings, you know, because my feelings sometimes can get in the way. And I'm honest about it. That's why I tell you guys, like, I like Nelson, but no power for Diego. I mean, yeah. Steven's a 38-year-old prospect. To be fair, that's a very fair comment. So, that is actually a very good, honest assessment. He is, like, an older prospect because he's never got an opportunity, you know, so... The main card starts now, Ghost. It's interesting because there is anybody that Pacheco fought that beats that beats Nelson. Um, it's not even about the resume. It's about like the consistency and the experience. You know what I mean? Like Nelson never really got the experience that Diego has and the activity, the polish. You know what I'm saying? So it's more like that. And then you talk about age, size, and reach on a professional level. You know what I mean? So plus Diego spars like David Benavidez and guys like that. He just sparred Carlos Adames in this camp too. So like he gets quality work too. So I'm not. You know what I mean? Like I'm not like just saying. Man, I'm sorry. Like I'm so making sure I don't miss this fight right here. I'm just saying like Pacheco has the trajectory. Everything's going perfect for him to beat a Steven Nelson. While Steven Nelson's in the position to be in the worst condition of age and timing. You know what I mean? This is his last hoorah. Diego has been kind of doing everything he needs to do to be ready to fight like a Steven Nelson. You know what I mean? These guys are in a phone booth fight. Now, Tito Mikado's uncle did get dropped, but he's still in this fight. It looks like he shook the cobwebs and he's ready to fight. He's throwing a lot of combination. So, don't be surprised. If he does get some moments in this fight. But there's a solid right hand from Rubalcaba, which I like. I like the patience from Rubalcaba. He's showing a really good right hand. Whether the first round, very patient, setting up his shot with the jab. And that right hand is dangerous, man. Israel Makata got to be careful. Bomac fighters usually get knocked out. Nah, they don't normally get knocked out. I mean, every fighter at the tail end of their career ends up going through, having their. So if that's what you mean. Diego in 10. Pacheco, 8th round knockout. Israel Mikado's Tito uncle. He's like 5 years older. Big family. Yeah. And I'm sorry that I keep referring to Israel Mikado as his uncle. It's just the easiest way to just kind of explain who he is. Rubalcaba is not busy enough. He's not. I agree. He's relying on timing and big shots and just being patient. So Israel Mikado can win based off activity, but if he gets caught with a lot of good solid right hands, then he'll lose the round. So it just depends on what you like. Bomac wasn't shit as a boxer. A lot of fighters weren't great as boxers. You know what I mean? Derek James was never able to accomplish anything, as a boxer. Bomac, Freddie Roach. But then you got some guys like Robert Garcia, who was a world champion. You know what I mean? And fought legitimate tough guys. So, to be honest, I like the idea of like a great fighter becoming, a great trainer, but that also doesn't translate as well. There's a lot of great fighters that try to do it, and they really haven't been able to accomplish what some of these trainers who didn't really accomplish much. You know what I mean? Like John David Jackson is a great example of a fighter who was good as a boxer and a trainer. But there's probably more trainers that weren't good boxers that ended up becoming better trainers. You know what I mean? So, and then there's a lot of fighters that really do try to do it, but they can't really teach the fighters to fight the way they're trying to teach them to fight the way like how they did, and it doesn't always work. You know what I mean? Like it's not them. Mayweather Sr. was a good boxer and a great coach. Yeah, and he got to fight like Sugar Ray Leonard. Obviously Roger Mayweather was a good boxer that turned into a good trainer. So I don't really like to just stick with, he has to be good. But I think if they fought before is good enough, in my opinion, because they can at least tell you their shortcomings, what they wish they could have did. You know what I mean? What it feels like to be a fighter. You know what I mean? Like they can relate. So Yeah, Mayweather's dad. Yeah, you know. I mean, I think Mayweather's dad was a pretty decent boxer. He just didn't accomplish, much. Oh, solid right hand from Mikado. Did it start yet? So we're on the first card yet. Pacheco whooping feet tonight. Yeah, man. I was originally picking Nelson, but like that's just my feelings. Maybe I just have to end with Pacheco and just go with my brain, right? And maybe just be like, more happy because I know Nelson personally. Like if he wins, right, and I just pick with my heart, and you just root for an individual that I potentially know. But to educate you guys, Pacheco is obviously the favorite. He's the one that should win the fight. So, that's probably who I should go with. Let me read a couple more. Y'all hating Iran because he looked like a gigolo. This is like a good fight right now. Phone booth. So the thing with this fight, Mikado's uncle, we're in the third round. As long as his activity stays like this, he can make this a competitive fight. And I'm curious if the young prospect can actually, I mean, essentially they're almost like both prospects. They both have almost the same amount of fights. If Mikado can keep the activity high, he can make this a competitive fight. But if he slows down and Rubalcaba lands solid right hands, this could be a very, very, very bad night for Tito's uncle. But I don't see him slowing down. His activity looks good. His shot selections is mixed. And I think Rubalcaba is going to be in a tough fight unless he's actually able to drop him again. Miami in the house. Yo, they got some fights coming down in Florida. Bias equals FightHype likes the bandwagon Floyd wannabes. How is Steve Nelson a Floyd wannabe? If you can't hurt Pacheco, it's over. I agree. That's the one thing that Steve Nelson has, like power. So if Diego Pacheco can handle his power, then it's really like not much to expect, And plus, I think Diego's going to use his reach. I think he's going to use his height. I think he's going to keep Steve Nelson at bay. But if they are in a phone booth fight, then I might have to favor Steven Nelson. You know what I mean? But if he doesn't give up his height, then it's a Diego Pacheco fight. And he should win it easily, pretty comfortably. So, I really don't know what to expect from Steve Nelson. He is a wild card in this situation. And maybe there's just an allure that the fact that like he's Terrence's sparring partner, right? So you sit there and you're like, he has to be like decent, right? So going for the favorite from RGBA on this one. It's a good fight. Yo, and Robert Garcia is like on a tear with all these fighters, man. So I would never essentially bet against him. Never bet on your heart, bet on your pocket. I agree. Bet on your pocket, go with Bud. I don't watch the zone. Dude that lost to that Indian kid should be boxed and get boxing revoked. It was his first fight, you know what I mean? Gotta get a nice little tune up, right? I don't watch the zone. So cold by stoppage. I got money on it. FML, let's get it. Canelo beats him in maybe 6, but more. Canelo and Bud, like I said, I'll get into that, but at the end of the day, like, there's so many variables to that fight. Like, does Bud try to box him like he did Victor Postal, right? And can he keep Canelo off him for multiple rounds? Four rounds. Rubalcaba and Tito Mikado's uncle still fighting it out in the middle of the ring. If Rubalcaba actually uses his jab, he can land that right hand very comfortably. If he pumps it, doubles it up. But if he just throws a single shot, throws some feints, and relies on a 1-2, I think Mikado can get out of the way of it. And then, throw like 3-4 punches and then move again. I think the activity, like Attorney Bailey said in the chat, is definitely giving Rubalcaba a lot of problems. On Cinco de Mayo in Vegas, I don't know, Canelo with all the money. I heard that the fight would be in September if they fought. Canelo would aim for Crawford's shoulders. I mean, why not? If you can't hit the target, then beat the shit out of the body, right? Robert Garcia was a good boxer and a good coach. Not was, is still. I agree, but I agree. He definitely. I think he gets slept on as a fighter, to be honest. He had great movement too, you know. I don't think people understood how well Robert Garcia was able to move side to side back in the day. I think he only lost twice too, and to be honest, his last fight, Ben Tacky, I think he was winning that fight for the most part. Buddy McGirt definitely had hands. He fought Pernell Whitaker a couple of times, and a former welterweight champ. Canelo's going to last 12 if Crawford don't knock him down even, bruh. Canelo's just effing tough, y'all. You will see, sit back on the front. It's a tough fight, man. That's a tough fight. Benavidez got him to knock down. It takes a lot of practice just to become a trainer, Miles says. It's a lot harder to teach things. It's a whole different aspect of the game. Yeah, it's patience. I agree. You know, and I also feel like fighters, like boxers that really weren't really good. I mean, boxers that weren't really good, that turned trainers, at some point in their career, they kind of stopped early. You know what I mean? Like, they stopped a little bit earlier, which gives them more time to focus on their next craft, which is, you know, training. Boxers who were really good in their career, they come back later, at the end of their career, and do they have the patience to want to take a young kid and actually want to go there? You know? They almost feel fulfilled as a fighter. Do they have that fulfillment of wanting to train somebody? While versus a boxer who was like never able to get to that goal, they still have a lot more in their heart for the sport. You know what I mean? And they can get fulfillment out of training someone. I don't know. I'm just speaking just ideas, but I think Bomac is a good trainer. Bomac's an overrated trainer. People call him the best coach. And on the champ, he has Crawford. I mean, he's definitely blessed to have a guy like Terrence Crawford. But, you know, just because you have someone that's that physically talented and that good, there's still things you have to change about him, you know? I know he has a silver medalist like Keyshawn Davis, which is another great guy, which allows you to kind of like work with great fighters already. So it's hard to dictate like what's considered like a good fighter. I mean, a good trainer. Right? Do they have to build him from the ground up? All right, so we're in the 5th round. Tito Mikado's uncle was still in a phone booth fight with Rubacava. I don't even know how this fight scored, to be honest. As long as Mikado keeps Rubacava in this phone booth fight, I think he can win this fight. But if he takes a step back and keeps it a long range fight, that's when he can get clipped like the first round. And he's starting to get busy on him. OG told me, let me get a job writing for FightHype. We don't do like writing like that, but hey man, if you want to cover some fights, man, let me know. Where you at? Maybe we can do some video gigs or roll up to a gym. Promise on my kid you will see it. Miles says, you have an eye for what they do, and well, bring that out of them. Not everybody's the same. They cannot fight the way you did. I agree. Like, I think Roy Jones gets a lot of criticism because, only Roy Jones can fight that way. So him teaching a fighter to kind of fight like the way he does is kind of somewhat detrimental. Oh, solid left hook from Israel Mikado. I don't know if Rubacava is going to win this fight. I don't know if he's going to win this fight, to be honest. Even though he got dropped in the first round, he came back and he's staying very, very busy. A little showboating, too. Next week, Morel versus Benavidez. That's going to be a great fight. And the co-main is going to be a good fight, too. Pacheco is going to get charged with elder abuse after the fight. You're terrible, man. I'm sorry, but Nelson's trash. Crawford camp full of journeymen. Yeah, I think I should pick Diego Pacheco, right? Let's just leave it at that. I'm picking Diego Pacheco and a solid left hook from Israel Mikado, guys. Yo, I see the Mikado family got some hands, man. This ain't looking good, man. To be honest, this just continues the Matchroom, the Matchroom narrative that he gets his prospects beat. Which, I get it. Eddie's like, that's what I want. Like, I want my fighters to be tested to find out quickly, do I have the ability to put them on big stage and invest them, you know? Rubalcaba is trained by Robert Garcia, so it's not like his trainer, his corner's trash. Robert is chewing Rubalcaba out. He's saying you ain't doing shit in the corner. You're waiting. Yeah, Israel Mikado's putting hands on him. Yo, David Morrell, what are you doing commentating on this Pacheco Nelson bout? Aren't you supposed to be fighting Benavidez next week? Also, since when did FightHype hire you? You're letting the Cubans down, my guy. First and foremost, okay, the Cubans are actually having a great run. All right, but no, that's funny. I think David Morrell has a great chance against David Benavidez. I feel like if he hurts Benavidez, he's gonna finish Benavidez, 1,000%. But if he can't and he tires and Benavidez comes strong in the late rounds, I think Benavidez tears him apart. But it should be exciting early on. 6th round, Tito Mikado's putting more hands, putting more pressure on Rubalcaba. Oh my God, he's putting paws on him. Did you know that Mayweather dad Floyd fought Sugar Ray Leonard? Yep, his dad did fight Sugar Ray Leonard. Roger Mayweather, Floyd uncle, and was a good fighter, known as the Mexican assassin, the original Black Mamba. So what's interesting is his dad fought Sugar Ray Leonard. His uncle fought Pernell Whitaker, and obviously Chavez, right? And then Jeff Mayweather actually fought Oscar De La Hoya. So De La Hoya actually fought uncle and nephew. So the Mayweathers is definitely a fighting family. They've all fought Hall of Famers and all trained a Hall of Famer. And Jeff Mayweather and Sr. should be considered Hall of Fame trainers because of training Floyd. He's too strong. It's going to be a great fight. What about your boy Caleb Plant and Tank Davis? I like the fact that players fight in different weight classes. You're talking about, does Tank Davis and Caleb Plant fight? But watching Tank Davis and Shakur, Tank versus Davis, or... Oh, yeah, I want to see all that, man. Oh, you're in the DMV? PG County, Maryland, DC specifically. Headbangers Gym. Roll up to the Headbangers Gym. Say, what up, Barry? Roll up to Baltimore. See Calvin and Kenny. Which, they've been... Barry, Calvin, and Kenny all been super great, cool coaches with me. So, shout out to them. 6th round, Tito Mercado outworking Rubalcaba. Guys, I think the Matchroom curse. What many people are going to go on Twitter and say, another prospect has lost on a Matchroom card. Yeah, it looks like it's going to happen. But how much did Crawford's natural talent and how much Bomax training? That's always been the case with fighters and trainers, right? It's like the Virgil Hunter. Is Virgil Hunter like the solid good trainer, or was it Andre Ward? Solid good left hook from Tito Mercado's uncle. Oh, man. Mercado was cooking Rubalcaba. Solid 1, 2, 3. The activity's too much, man. That Garcia Rolly, bro, kind of thinking Rolly might get him. Yo, that's another case of my feelings, man. Don't be surprised if Rolly lands a solid shot. He actually hurt Pitbull like 3 times in that fight, just so you guys know. Only thing Rolly's getting is another left. We'll see, man. What version of Ryan Garcia do we get? Saucedo KO's Andy. Yo, can you imagine? Can you imagine if Andy Cruz, who was talking all this shit, my son, gets knocked out in front of Shakur, Andy, that whole entire crew? You know how crazy that would be? Oh, my lordy. which I don't think is going to happen, but we'll see. Nelson upsets Pacheco. Free World 227. We are here to see. We are here to see. I was originally picking Steve Nelson, but I think I'm like being like reporter bias, which is a thing. Don't let no reporter tell you it's not a thing. It's possible to be biased because you just report on the guy. But at the end of the day, I think Diego Pacheco is the favorite. I should go with the favorite. De La Hoya behind Canelo versus Crawford behind Mayweather. No, I don't think it's as deep as that. I think Tank versus Rolly was that. I mean, Tank versus Ryan was that. Because I really want to say Mayweather was like at the starting point. You know what I mean? I mean, for the culture, you know. I think that would be Canelo's way of getting the kind of like I got, you know, the darling of that culture back after losing to Mayweather. Rolly's going to sleep. Damn, Rolly can punch. He can punch, man. Don't sleep on Rolly, man. Rolly's getting smashed. Rolly versus Tank was close, bruh. You know, Tank was calculated. And when he did selectively start to let his hands go, all it took was one. So, Tank is a great fighter, man. Tank's a great fighter. Tank's a great fighter. His resume doesn't speak that, but his athleticism and talent, you can tell that he has the attributes to be in great fights with his contemporaries. Barry Hunter is good. Spence needs him. That might be a good trainer, honestly, to think about it. Because I know that he used to spar a lot of Barry Hunter's fighters, Lamont Peterson, you know? So, and it's kind of like very similar styles to a certain degree. If you look at that fight, they were fighting a lot in that phone booth, body shot kind of fight. Diego Pacheco KO or DQ method of victory. I don't see that. I don't see a DQ, but streams. Yeah, I got the DAZN. Yo, Rubalcaba starting to pick it up a little bit more. We're in the 7th round of the first fight on the main card. Next fight will be Tito Macau versus Pedraza. Oh, a solid right hand from Rubalcaba. As long as Rubalcaba gets like some sort of mid-range distance, he can land some serious shots. But as long as Mercado smothers him, stays active, gets in his face, it's an easy fight for him. I can't say easy, but it's an easy fight to score. Solid left from Mercado. I'm in Florida. Where's a good gym in Tampa, Florida? I think Sweatbox, right? I think that's what's in Florida, Sweatbox. Oh, shit. They're deducting a point from Mercado for low blow. Did they warn him? Oh, he did get warned. Okay. Damn. So he gets dropped in the first round, and then he gets a point for a low blow. Does that keep Mercado in this fight? Because he was winning essentially a lot of these rounds, in my opinion. You know, it's all love round. What's up, my guy? Also, yeah, I saw Morrell had Hot Rod as his sparring partner for the Benavidez fight. So he's definitely taking it very seriously. I did not know that. So he got Hot Rod as a sparring partner? Very interesting. Man, Robert Garcia is tearing into Rubalcaba. Yeah. Robert understands. This is a fight that he can lose. Yeah, I have Mercado winning this fight. Yeah, you see Robert Garcia's in his ass, man. Pause, no Diddy. You know what I mean? Like he's tearing him up, bro. Even with those 2 points being dropped and the point deduction. De La Hoya is more behind Crawford than Mayweather is. Very true. That's what I'm saying. Yo, that's a bar. That needs to be a tweet. I'm pinning that, actually. Uh, oh shit, Mikado was, yo, Mikado about to win this fight, man. Where is that tweet? Delo, I gotta pin that. Hell yeah, that's hilarious. Yo, Tito Mikado came back to make sure he's winning this 8th round. Not Tito, Tito Mikado's uncle. Andy Cruz is a special fighter. We'll see. We'll see. Amateurs, yes. Professional, we still got some time. You know, I still got some questions. You know, he did kind of get hurt in his last fight. Or, what was it? Last fight? The fight he had on the Crawford card. So, which has the best squabbles? No, I don't think Andy would do the same mistake that Chris Colbert did, which Saucedo trading with him and taking on those unnecessary beatings. He's going to just box him pretty easy and stop him. I mean, we'll see, man. I think Andy should win very comfortably, but, you know, I still got questions as Andy Cruz as a professional, you know. 8th round, 1:24. Israel Mikado looks like he's going to win this fight. Hell no, don't get it twisted. Nelson's good, but started late. Pacheco's in his prime boxing his whole life, and it's a no-brainer. Common sense. I agree. I think the chat's convinced me Diego Pacheco, so I'm standing on it. Diego Pacheco wins this fight, but don't get me wrong. I might be rooting for Steven Nelson on the low. I love a good underdog story. Like when Devin Haney fought Ryan Garcia, I was picking Devin Haney all the way. But when Ryan Garcia was like, don't get me wrong, like the failed drug test and all that stuff, yeah. Oh shit! Mikado was starting to add up. Rubalcaba looks like he's kind of drunk. Oh shit! Oh shit! Did he hurt him? Rubalcaba's in his back. Oh shit! Oh shit! Can he drop him? 20 seconds left? Oh, man. He is hurt in Rubalcaba. Oh, he's hurt. Nah, Mikado won this fight. End of the 8th round. I got Mikado winning that fight. What was I saying here? I forgot. Don't get it twisted. His prime, his low life, his no brain. Yeah. Diego Pacheco. You know. What fight are they on? Leonardo Rubalcaba versus Israel Mikado. So there's 4 fights on the main. We just got done with that. So we got Tito Mikado versus Pedraza, which I expect to be kind of quick, to be honest. And then Andy Cruz versus Saucedo. And then the main event, Pacheco, Steven Nelson. So I think the card will move pretty fast tonight. I think we'll have an actually early night. Very quick and easy. So Ryan's going to sleep. Oh, no. I remember what I was saying. I love a good underdog story. Like, I was picking Devin to beat Ryan, right? And when Ryan was essentially beating Devin, and I know there's the field drug test. I don't want to get into all that. But I'm just talking about at the moment, I was actually extremely excited and, like, going crazy when Ryan was, like, destroying Devin at those rounds, right? And that's what we really watch boxing for. Like, we don't just watch boxing to be like, oh, I was right, mismatch, obvious matchmaking. No, we watch fights to see, like, upsets. And it looks like there was an upset tonight already. Let me see. Blah, blah, blah. Ryan's going to sleep. He's nothing without the juice. Yo, if Rolly sleeps, Ryan Garcia, that will be so hilarious because it destroys the whole entire, like, card, like the whole plans and everything. And I'm not saying like I'm hating, like, oh, you know, Devin doesn't get his get back. It's just always interesting to see things like that happen, and that's what I'm talking about. Like, I always find it more fun when there's always shakeups in the sport, you know, not just what goes accordingly to plan. Tank's IQ is a lot better than everyone thinks. Bars. I think Tank's IQ is extremely high. And his comfort on the big stage. You know what I mean? So But we gotta get Tank versus we gotta get Tank versus Shakur, man. I'm getting tired of this. Does Andy Cruz time to shine? Show the world why he's an A-class fighter. I mean, he's getting close to a world title shot opportunity soon too, so he'll be right there. We're watching from the U.S. All right, guys. Let's see if Mikado gets the dub on this. Okay. 7. Oh man, it's gonna be split. All right, Mikado. Oh no. Majority draw. Boo. That's a boo. That's a boo. Oh my god, that's a boo. The point deduction, man. Took the point away, man, for the low blow, man. Israel Mikado should have got that dub. That's definitely a robber. Mikado won that fight, man. Is that the Pacheco fight? Yeah, we're on the undercard, so we got 2 more fights before the main event. Mikado needs to win. He's been trolling too much. You have to have a DAZN subscription. Yeah, I do have one. Is Diego beating Jaime Mejia and Bolanga? We'll see tonight. This is a type of fight that will let me see where he's at, you know? I think he has the capabilities, but I'm still not, sold yet. Munguia is probably the one that has shown the most. I don't know, but he just got knocked out, right? I love Pedraza. The fight will be on DAZN, and I said Nelson and Pedraza. I meant to say Nelson and Pedraza. Okay. Rolly belongs in Cobra Kai, not boxing, one of the worst champions in modern era. Damn. Squid Ink Pasta, man. But aren't you entertained by my boy Rolly? This kid's not ready for big fights. Yeah, I agree. Pacheco beats them all besides Benavidez. I mean, I don't know if they even fight each other because the fact that Benavidez is at 175 now. Plus, they're both trained by Senior, so, and they are sparring partners. Yeah, Rolly can't box. We should have a reporter fight night. Yeah, you can't get me in that shit. Only because the fact is, like, I'm not about to be out there getting punched in the shit just cause. But I think it would be interesting. I'll watch it. All right, so 1 fight's down on the main card. We got 2 more to go. I expect the next one to go quick, and then we got Andy Cruz afterwards. And like that, De La Hoya, haha. We need De La Hoya behind Canelo because I seen it where Mayweather's going to be training Crawford. Facts, my boy. I just seen it on the video. I don't know if he'll be training him. You know what I mean? They might talk. I don't know. I'm curious. Someone's going to have to ask Bud that. But once again, Floyd can't fight for Bud, you know? Something about Bomac fighters. Is that you're saying like something about Bomac fighters can can do it? Or something about Bomac fighters that I don't know. Because Bomac does get a lot of slack. Bandwagon, bruh. Ha, I see you, bandwagon. I'm going with Nelson. Diego's a kid. He'll get there. That he can't. He went the distance. What recently couldn't fight. You know what's my one thing that made me question Diego Pacheco, right? Is that the Sean McCain fight. He showed a lot of holes in the Sean McCain fight that I did not like. Now he fought Selecki, which is clearly a better opponent on paper as a resume, right? But, Selecki has been a guy that started his career at 154. So move him to 168 later in his career, and Selecki has been, in some tough fights. Almost got stopped by Demetrius Andrade in the early round. So, but it's still an impressive win. So going from Sean McCallum, and then Selecki is a step up. I would say that on resume, and he looked great in that fight. But I'm still a little, cautious what I saw in Vegas at the Fontainebleau last time I saw him in person. But I think I still have to favor Pacheco. But Steve Nelson is the wild card that if something does happen, don't be surprised. I'm going with, sounds like a Chup grabber. The main event did not start yet. A police came in the ring. Maybe make sure my volume's on. Nelson, let me see. Nelson's definitely has a puncher's chance. I won't deny it, especially with Bowman in his corner. But I highly doubt Pacheco will let him walk on the inside. He will utilize his length and keep the pressure up. That's what he would have to do. If you don't see Pacheco get him at the end of his jab, then already know it's going to be a rough and tough fight. But if he kind of keeps the jab, keeps Steven out, frustrates him, makes Steven look a little bit slow and reach, then it should be an easy night. So, Devin Taylor made for Ryan, so the second fight go the same. You know, what's interesting is that they went 3-3 in the amateurs, and now you kind of see why, right? So, I just feel like style-wise, there's always going to be an issue for these guys. Is if Devin's boxing them, he's going to have his way. But if Ryan hits him and hurts him with a left hook, then Ryan's going to have his way. If Ryan hurts him, it's Ryan's fight. If Ryan can't hurt him or get a good solid punch on him, then it should be a Devin night, all right? But can Devin get away from it for 12 rounds? It's pretty tough. Ryan's really fast. Like, he's really, really fast. Shakur has a bruise under his left eye. Tough sparring, maybe. I've heard there was, like, these two young guys that haven't turned pro yet that Shakur has been sparring. I don't know their names, but I've heard really good things about them in Vegas. And I have to do a little research on their names. But I think it's like two Hispanic guys, either Mexican or Hispanic or something like that. And Shakur's been sparring them, and I've heard like they're solid. So I'll try to do my research on who Shakur's sparring and get some. And he's also been sparring this Puerto Rican fighter too. He's a top rank. Man, I'm forgetting all these names. Shakur was fighting this really top rank Puerto Rican. I think he fought on was it a Shushu Carrington undercard? Let me see. Let's see. Sagawa, was it in here? Yeah, I think he was sparring Rohan Polanco, right? Hold on, let me make sure I'm not just... No, he wasn't sparring Rohan Polanco. No, it wasn't Polanco. Polanco's actually good. Who was he sparring? Madison Square Garden. Oh, Falcon. Shakur has also been sparring Officio Falcon, which I think he's Puerto Rican. I mean, I know he's from New York, but is he like a New York Rican? Yeah, he's Puerto Rican. He's a New York born Puerto Rican descent. The sniper, yeah. So Shakur's been sparring the sniper also. So Shakur's been like getting some like good. We're obviously sparring like Raymond Ford. I'm sure Keyshawn and him sparred. So, and I've seen Shakur spar before. Shakur is like, this is just my experience, right? And it's not really like spilling sparring stories, but just kind of like Shakur definitely does long rounds. Like he does like the 4-minute rounds, 30 seconds. He doesn't actually like stand in between his corners. I mean, he doesn't sit in his corners. And I've seen him literally hover over his opponent. So, like, all right, bing, 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 round's over. Shakur would go to the corner, maybe get like a drink of water, get a little advice, and then he'll walk to his opponent's corner while they're sitting and kind of like pace over the chair, right? So let's say like the opponent's like sitting right here, and Shakur would literally just like walk in his corner and just kind of like, all right, hurry up, hurry up. All right, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, come on. And kind of put this like mental pressure on like, yeah, I'm not tired. Are you tired? Because you gotta spar the next round's coming, right? Like that's what I feel like he's doing. And I've never seen Shakur look tired. And when he's in the camp, like if he's not sparring, he's shadowboxing nonstop. And when he's not shadowboxing himself, or like looking in the mirror and things like that, he gets out the ring. His gym's full of like all these young, talented, like up and coming amateurs. Like that's when Zaquan wasn't even like pro when I was there. Zaquan was getting ready to fight Cormel, or not Cormel, but was like going through the nationals before he beat Cormel. And he would be sparring, shadowboxing all the kids. And if he's not, shadowboxing them, then he'll go hit the bag. Like it almost seems like every second he was doing something productive. And heard you at the press conference. You scared? What do you mean by that, Terry Bailey? Heard you at the press conference. You scared? Which press conference? I was at a press conference? That I was scared at? Was I scared at a press conference? But yeah, Shakur is just a gym rat. I gotta give him that. Nelson for Pacheco is going to look something like Pitbull versus Ryo in a way. It needs to look that way, to be fair. Pacheco needs to use his reach. So Tito Mercado. All right, I'm gonna run through the chat. Tito Mercado versus Pedraza. I expect this to be a stoppage. That's just my opinion. I think Mercado is gonna stop Pedraza. Upsets in boxing are rare. Typically, fighters supposed to win gets to win. I agree, and that's why I like upsets, man. Like, don't get me wrong, I love being right, but I love a good upset. I love a better upset, to be honest. So, while draw sound like Mercado was up, he was up. He was up. He was up. He was up. You can go on Twitter and everyone's gonna say like, look, that was not the right decision. Cards. Unanimous robbery. Yep. A draw was fine. Close fights aren't robberies. Did you feel that was a close fight, Mundo? I don't know. I didn't have a scorecard, so I could be just glancing the fight and just kind of giving just a piss poor, opinion. But it just seemed like Mercado was kind of winning a lot of the rounds besides the knockdown. I don't know. It was only an 8-round fight, so a knockdown and a point deduction. Yeah, I mean, that does tighten it up. So maybe you guys are right. Maybe you're right, Rolly's entertaining as fuck. I always tune in for a Rolly fight. Mexican boxing #1. What's up, man? You just changed your profile pic. Is that Rayo Venezuela? Let's go Pacheco. Who wins the reporter fight tournament? Who does win? I don't know. Derek Chisora is a reporter now, apparently. I'll probably go Chisora. Bowman's an elite trainer, so he would not waste his time training anyone he truly believes wouldn't be worth training. Yeah, I mean, like I said, last year they went undefeated. It's very downplayed because you only see like certain fights of the year, but he had like 30 something fights last year that he's trained, and they all won, including Terrence and Keyshawn. Yeah, 2 Mercados were fighting. So the uncle fought so pretty much the uncle was the B side fighting the prospect. Robert Garcia had a prospect signed Eddie Hearn, and Tito Mercado's uncle, who had a good, solid fundamental, looked like, was his test. Now, Ernesto Mercado, the one that had a great amateur background, the one that knocked out similar opponents that Shakur fought. Now he's fighting Pedraza, after Keyshawn fought him a couple fights ago. So we'll see, man. Pedraza got demolished by Keyshawn. I think he's done. Yeah. It's going to be bad, man. I always wonder how Beaumont performed as a coach being as big as he is. That doesn't matter. He has a great team, right, of people. And I think at the end of the day, like, there's been a lot of trainers that use their mind. Does that make sense? To kind of be, because there's a lot of older trainers that can't really physically put themselves on the line. So, he has a great team, He has, like, a lot of trainers to help him out, too. No, I'm not showing the fight. I'm sorry. Don't say Benavidez. All right. So I'm going to get to the chat after this round. I want to call this one specifically. So, Ernesto Mercado. I've been covering for a while. He's been kind of like the dark horse of the division. And, he's been trying to get his breakthrough. And now he signed a Matchroom, so now he's able to get fights with like Pedraza and hopefully maybe some other names in the division. But I think he's going to be able to get his name in the mix if he has a great performance tonight. All right, so Pedraza's going side to side, putting a lot of movement. Ooh. Mercado kind of feeling himself. He landed a solid jab. He kind of just and smirked at the crowd, a little showboat. Mercado's really strong, is what I've seen. Do you think Mercado should run it back? I think Mercado and Cabra, the previous fight, yeah, they should do a rematch. Mercado is a minus 750 to win this fight. God dang. Holy cow. Good body shot from Mercado. A lot of, like, lateral movement from Pedraza. He just has a high guard. He's trying to create a lot of angles. And Mercado just being patient, sticking that jab out. He has kind of like a shoulder roll stance. A lot of fluid movement from Pedraza. Ooh, a solid three-piece combination from the body into the left hook that caught Pedraza. A lot of movement from Pedraza, but not a lot of action. As of right now, you can see Pedraza is still trying to do a lot of offensive pressure with the movement, but he's not doing anything with it. It's just a lot of lateral movement, level changes, head movement. But Mercado's making the shots that matter. A jab to the body, a solid right to the left. Good body shot from Mercado. This is a 10-round fight, so I don't know what the game plan for Pedraza is. Just a lot of head movement. I don't know what the hell Pedraza was doing. Just bouncing around the ring. Bomac's not making match. He doesn't think he can win either. They've seen something Pacheco style to look to exploit. I haven't really watched the kid much, so we'll see tonight. Worm, like I said, there was a fight earlier in Pacheco's career that I was very questionable about. When he fought this guy named Sean McCallum, he was 15-0 at the time. Kind of has like a similar, statue like a Steven Nelson. Kind of come forward, strong, brolic. And, Pacheco did not look that good in that fight, to be honest. And, Sean had a win against Money Powell the fourth, which was a kid that had a lot of hype back in the day. And, he was a very long, lanky, athletic, hyped kid. He also beat Vaughn Alexander, a very strong, tough guy. So, Sean, is a very solid opponent and very tricky and crafty. and that gave Pacheco a lot of problems. So if Nelson's that and better, I expect Pacheco to have some sort of adversity unless he improves, because he looked amazing against the Selecki fight. So Pedraza's very jumpy, surprising tactic here. Game plan is the pressure and let him gas out. Well, do you think that's going to present like some sort of offensive pressure that's going to tire him out? Because Tito's not putting a lot of... solid jab from Pedraza. We'll see. We got between Shakur and Kid Austin. Man, if I say Shakur's name one more time, I think Kid Austin's dad might pop in the screen. Shakur, not even a question. Complete masterclass difference between the two. Unless Shakur hurts his hand in the fight, even then I still think a one-handed Shakur will beat Kid Austin. All right, we're in the second round. Pedraza's starting to put some shots in now a little bit and take some chances and put more pressure. Kind of like what you guys said. Maybe try to tire out the young prospect. But Tito is very strong, and his shots do matter. I mean, every shot is meaningful. Good body shot from Mikado. This is a big fight for Shakur. He needs to make a statement. A statement as in, get a stoppage. Because I think Shakur is either going to, what some people would say, stink it out. It's a boxing match. Or dominate, Now, Tito Mikado's talked a lot at this press conference since he wants Keyshawn, he wants Shakur, he wants all these guys. So, fighting a Pedraza who Keyshawn fought and destroyed and dominated in Vegas. Dominated Pedraza. Beat Pedraza so bad that people thought Pedraza was washed and old. So, if Pedraza looked any life in this fight, it's definitely going to get Mikado's stock to drop a little bit. I think Nick Ball will fight anyway. I think both those guys will fight. I don't think Nick Ball will beat anyway, though. I think it'll be a fun fight. Just playing, you asked the fighter questions the other day. Oh, at the I was a little apprehensive a little bit in my questioning, Bailey. I don't think you're wrong. I think I was very cautious when I asked Ryo and Gary Russell questions. The fighters tend to be, I don't want to say the word sensitive, but passionate. It's a better word. And so I don't want to offend, especially when it's like a month out before their fight. Or, yeah, almost a month out. My boy Kane Thomason Jr. about to get the KO at Knucklemania. Yo, I don't even have that up. I probably should. That's crazy that these guys, Eddie Alvarez and Jeremy Stevens, about to do a bare knuckle fight. Let me put that on the side. I can't believe bare knuckle is a thing. Pedraza about to school this boy. You got Pedraza winning this fight? How does Pedraza look? To be honest with you, Pedraza looks actually somewhat effective in this fight compared to the Keyshawn fight. His first round was like kind of questionable. Just a lot of bouncing around, and he took a lot of good solid combinations. The second fight, he started to put some shots together and started to kind of keep Mikado a little bit, on the distance and kind of a little bit on his back foot, and just kind of cautious. So as of right now, it doesn't look like the same dominant performance that Keyshawn put on, but every style is different. I think Pedraza will probably put some combinations together, and we'll see if Tito can get him out of there. Do you think Mikado should run him back? Yeah, the previous Mikado, yeah. Mikado made some disrespectful racist comments a few days ago against Bomac team. What was the racist comments he said? I just know that he wanted I didn't really hear the racist comments. I just heard he just kind of wanted to fight Keyshawn, Shakur, and all of them. I can't put the fight on, James, or we'll get a copyright. Yeah, Pedraza is a very jumping, surprising tactic here. Ooh, solid two-piece combination from Mikado. Pedraza looks like he has a lot of life in him right now. Nothing devastating from Pedraza. He's still putting a lot of pressure on Mikado, so maybe you guys are right about him trying to maybe tire Mikado out. Give him that late round experience because Mikado doesn't really go into the late rounds. He's known as like an early knockout artist. You know, I think he might have went the distance, a couple times? But even then, that distance is very short. Let's see. Ernesto Mikado went 16-0 with 15 knockouts. The furthest distance he went was, 10-10 against Zoleni Nagdalani, which, Devins fought, and Raymond Moitaia fought. He's not an easy guy to get out, so I don't knock him for that. Let me see. Outside of that, 6 rounds, 7 rounds. So maybe he saw something. Maybe Pedraza's team sees something that he maybe doesn't look as effective past like 3-4 rounds. Because that's usually what he usually does. He gets early knockouts. Very strong, very powerful. And right now we're getting ready to go in the 4th round. Nelson definitely fights on the front foot. Yeah, I expect Nelson to come at him. Definitely a dangerous fight, but I respect the kid for tanking it and not ducking the stars like the stars are. Very humble kid from what I've seen as well. Yeah, I think when it comes to Shakur and Kid Austin, I think it's for the fight fans, I think it's a very exciting fight. But when you really strip it down, you got a kid who's a silver medalist, 3-division world champion, compared to be capable of fighting guys like Lomachenko and Tank. Then you got a guy like Kid Austin who hasn't even fought a guy who was a former world champion. Had like a C+ performance based off his promoter. Got dropped. Looked a little frustrated. Defensively flawed. Wings wide shots. It's a very big ask for Kid Austin, to be honest. So I know Kid is no Muhammad Ali, but that's how old he was when he became world champion against Liston, who was in his 30s. I agree. The only difference is Ali was a gold medalist, right? Who was already proven to be an amateur standout and had the style to fight like a puncher like Sonny Liston. While in this case, Kid Austin isn't the technical fighter like Shakur is, and it's like the other way around. So, everything kind of is stacked against, Kid Austin. Usually I favor the skillful boxer in cases like this, but Shakur is the one. So Austin needs to be training how to cut the ring, man. It's going to be a very hard fight for Kid Austin. But I'm excited, man. Because, it's always good to have two no-names fight each other. But it definitely feels like a prospect, or at least just a turned contender, fighting a very solid defensive fighter. Pedraza right now, we're in the 4th round, is definitely making this an ugly fight for Mikado. Mikado doesn't look like he's... Nice solid jab right when I started talking about it. But the activity of Mikado is just what kind of just keeps this fight kind of stagnated. Pedraza is putting a lot of offensive pressure, making Mikado not look like a knockout artist, like a clean, flush shot. Everything Mikado's thrown is with, pinpoint accuracy. It's not one of those type of fights. It's ugly, a lot of clinching, a lot of head movement, a lot of just waiting, pacing. But Pedraza's not throwing punches. Like, Pedraza's literally just bouncing around the ring and making the fight ugly. That's it. While Mikado's throwing combinations, none of them are looking like a devastating... Oh, shit! Right when I said that, then Pedraza's down. Don't you... Oh, shit! Is that like a knot? Oh, Pedraza's drunk. Pedraza's drunk. Yeah, that's over. Very ugly 2-3 rounds, but he dropped Pedraza. And like I predicted, early fight, early round. You know, what, 4 rounds? The fourth round, Pedraza's out, man. Very patient Mikado. Throwing a lot of like combinations. Nothing looked like it was kind of like super flush. You know, just kind of like solid grazing shots. Maybe throwing a 3-punch combination, maybe landing 1 or 2 to the body. Nothing kind of like buzzing him. But you said back of the head shot? Let me see. Ooh. That kind of did look like the back of the head a little bit. And Shakur and Mikado was getting into it. Shakur is talking shit to Mikado. Mikado's talking shit to Shakur. Mikado is definitely like a solid. Is a solid, like a solid puncher, but let's see. I need to see if is that the back of the head. No, that was behind a little bit behind the head. All right. Well, he got the job done, as he should. You know, an older, aging Pedraza, active, moving around, but not active throwing his fist. Mikado gets the job done, and it's a good win. So, but at this case, Pedraza probably needs to start considering, you know, other options because now he's no longer to be able to compete with these prospects. The back of Pedraza's head swole. Was that not from that punch? I don't remember seeing a knot on the back of his head. Yeah, Pedraza got knocked out. Black for Pacheco. You wild for that, Jesus. Also, what I'm seeing is Pedraza is using that Wilfredo Gomez tactic. Being jerky, closing the gap, that high guard, but having that back foot ready to lean back. But he just never threw punches. He just made it ugly. Got this feeling Nelson will win. Nelson's been training around greatness, and there's a hunger I see. I think Steven has the technique, but it's just going to be hard to fight a guy that's tall, lanky. But we'll see, man. That Sean McCain fight had holes, man. That had holes for me. I feel that everyone who stepped in the ring with Tank has become either tougher, smarter, or the total opposite. I see what you mean. Like, Mario Barrios has gotten... I don't know. I just think Tank is just doesn't have the resume to match what I think he's capable of doing. Damn, Mikado talking greasy in the ring about Keyshawn Shakur. Also will land the lucky KO punch. Yo, if he lands a punch and knock of Shakur Stevenson, I will lose my shit because that is this year's version of Ryan Garcia versus Devin Haney. Yo, Mikado is talking spicy to Shakur. He said he'll widen the gap between his teeth. Mikado trying to be the next Ricardo Maori. And I like the trash talking though. It's a new face. Like I said, if he gets the win, especially by knockout, fans would start bringing him up, start talking about him. And that's what you kind of need. You need new faces if the other faces aren't going to be fighting each other, which it looks like they are now. But you kind of get what I'm saying? You kind of need some new faces to start to emerge and add some new storylines. Most guys who fought Tank went on actually become champs, which is pretty interesting in the case of Ryan Whoop Haney, but most guys become better for sure after fighting him. I mean, that's what you do. I mean, you fight better competition. You're either completely shot and ruined from that point or you're better, you know? Technically, when you think about it, Pedraza went on and did a lot of great things after the Tank fight and had competitive fight with Lomachenko. You know, Mario Barnes became a champion. Rolly became a champion. Pitbull became a champion. Yeah. You know, and we'll see what Frank Martin does. So, what was the, Alejandro, what was the racist march that he said? I'm curious. Macari just needs to light up a Marlboro Red. Do I need to go on Twitter to look this up? Tito Mercado. What did Tito Mercado say? Ernesto. Yeah, if you can kind of let me know what he said, I will definitely be enlightened. I'm sure Shakur is on Twitter now. He's at the fight right now. Chill. Oh, I was talking about Pacheco. Kid is taking okay, my bad. Kid is taking a huge risk too. This could legit ruin his career if he gets outclassed. His daddy might have a bit more. I mean, they're gonna get paid, so congrats, man. I know on Instagram they're talking about, you know, what it's like to get your first million. So, but you lose. I mean, look, does it ruin his career? No, because if you lose a score at a young age, you know, people expect you to lose. But how would I say this? If he gets demolished, stopped, beaten up, punished, that's a different story. So Tank is another level. He legit has everything. I agree, Tony Bailey. If he pulls off the upset, it would be all in his corner. Just hope we get a good, clean fight tonight. I think if Steven Nelson beats Pacheco, I think people need to start giving Bomac his credit tonight. Because I've seen some Bomac slander tonight. And if Steven Nelson loses, there's going to be some Bomac slander. I know it. So I saw that too. Does it mean... I saw that too. Does what it mean? Or did Pedraza had a weird bump on the back of his head? I don't know. You know what? While we're waiting, I'm going to go rewind and see if I can see if he had a bump on his head prior. He had that bump on his head prior. I seen him working out in the gym, Con. I just rewinded when he was in the dressing room. He had that bump on the back of his head already, so. Schofield would be punching air whole night trying to fight Shakur. He's definitely going to be punching a lot of air. Shakur will be on Twitter later. Y'all assholes. Attorney Billy says Mercado just called out Hitchinson. So did the European fighters earlier. The Puerto Rican kid that interviewed with FightHype. They just saw Hitchins' last fight. You know, when I think about it, what's the division? It's Tio, Rayo, Venezuela, Hitchins, and Puello. Who is the weakest 140 pounder? I don't know. I think you have to give Teal like the top dog, right, in the division. But Puello and Hitchins are both boxers. Rayo can box. He can punch. He definitely can punch too. I don't know. I don't really see anyone standing out except for Tio. But Tio is inconsistent, and his worst performances have been against boxers. So he's susceptible to fighting and losing to these guys. Rayo has power, but he's been stopped by De Los Santos, and he fought arguably like a 130-pounder pit bull. So the Gary Russell fight's going to be kind of what lets me know where he's at. Puello boxed Gary's head off. So, and, Paro beat Matias, and Hitchens boxed him to a victory. So I sent the link where Mikado made the racist remarks. Where's the... He said he sent the link. I don't see it. Where'd you send it? Like on Twitter? My Twitter or something? If you have Twitter, then send it there. Because I don't know if it's going to be able to allow you to send it here. Hold on. Let me put my... Here's my socials right here. So if you send it there, I'll watch it. Can you just summarize what he said? I'm Team Beaumont, but Nelson doesn't have the power to hang in there with Diego. Yeah, like I said, Diego is in the perfect setting to become a world champion contender because he's been fighting since he was young. He had all the consistency of just having a promoter backing him at all times, constant fights. Like, he's essentially groomed to be in this position. Steve Nelson had the opposite. He had to go through the gauntlet of life. He's like, how old is he now? Steve Nelson is 36. You know what I mean? So, but, let me see. The last opponent was 20-0. He fought Kem Kellick. We'll see, man. This is going to be interesting. I'm very intrigued. Gary Russell, Rayo's trash. Rolly's the weakest. Rayo isn't trash. He can box and he can fight. I don't think Rayo... I think the division's pretty close, to be honest. And remember, guys, Rayo was beating the shit out of Tio in sparring. I know it's sparring, but, I was just praising Tio because, he's done the most, even though he's inconsistent, has some questionable wins, some that, he probably should have lost. But Rayo was beating the shit out of him in sparring. So Rayo has a great chance also. So we'll see. Remember I told you that I thought Hitchens lacked heart? Those fighters saw the same in Hitchens' last fight, calling him out. Maybe. You might be right, I mean, everyone, maybe they do see Hitchens as the weakest one, You might be 100% right. But I think a lot of these guys could beat each other. I think they're pretty close. Nelson doesn't stand a chance. Man, it's gonna be one of those fights, man. I already see it, like, only because, like, it's weird, right? Angry Casual fan. When I say it's weird, it's like, because I've been covering Steven for so long, and I personally, like, have some sort of favoritism for him, right? And I'm openly gonna say I have some sort of favoritism. It's always weird when you rock with a fighter for a while, outside of just, you're a boxer, and it's like you kind of like, you've been around him for a while. I remember, like, they were celebrating his birthday when I went to Omaha. Like, I have, like, funny moments. So seeing him get sparked out, it's gonna be like, ugh. It's a nasty feeling. It's a nasty feeling versus, like, from a distance. Like, oh, okay, I watched this fight. I watched this fighter. I've seen this. I've seen that. It's just, Diego sparking him. It's gonna make me feel like, yeah, I'm gonna have to just turn the stream off kind of quick. You know what I mean? Because, I have a cool, a fair relationship with them. So, but outside of that, removing all that sentimental bullshit, Diego is the favorite for a reason. Young, long, lanky, consistent, more experience in the ring. He should win the fight. Pitbull will beat Tio. You know, I feel like Pitbull's style is the perfect style for Tio. And I feel like fighters that come to Tio, because Tio is really like a back foot counter puncher. So when you come to him, he actually performs somewhat better. If you're a boxer, he struggles. Sandor Martin, Jermaine Ortiz, he kind of blames that. So I think Tio would shine against Pitbull. And plus he's big, you know what I mean? You know, Pitbull's kind of small. Pause. Hopefully I ain't saying nothing, Jay. Please don't say it. Don't let me know. Just, if I said it, my bad. All right. Hitchens is a tough fight for anyone because he's disciplined. Tio has all the skills in the world, but his ego holds him back. Tio has the athleticism. Hitchens has, you know, the fundamentals. But they were both Olympians, so I can't say Tio doesn't have fundamentals either. I think Tio's a better boxer than a come-forward fighter. So I think Hitchens would have to box against Tio and have Tio chase him for him to win the fight. But if Tio is disciplined and, you know, doesn't make it a kind of fight where, you know, he has to chase him and he's just standing right there picking shots, you know, Tio does launch. You know, that's his athleticism. You know, leaping shots. I think Hitchens could be a stylistic matchup nightmare for Tio if Tio continues to fight the way he has. Leave it to Mo. Right now, we are just waiting for Andy Cruz. So we're just on idle time right now. Yeah, Andy Cruz is next. They're just doing all their DAZN promotion stuff. So we're waiting for Andy Cruz to come in the ring. And after Andy Cruz, we got the main event. So Tio will embarrass Pitbull. Yeah, I got Tio beating Pitbull. Pitbull versus Tio. Tio's not beating Pitbull. Tio beats the brakes off Pitbull. Who got a stream? And Crawford got on the mic immediately and told him to say it to his face. Was this at the press conference? Well, or was this at the weigh-in? I didn't watch the weigh-in. Crawford got on the mic and immediately told him to say it to his face. What? Crawford. Tito. It was during the press conference between him and Pedraza. Bone Magazine were right. They were listening to it, and when Crawford stood up after remarks and told him to say it to his face. Let me see. I don't see it. I'll have to go back and watch the press conference. Pitbull cannot box. He's lunging puncher with 0 adjustments. Short with short arms. Easy night for anyone that could box. Yeah, I think Tio beats him. When Inoue beat Lamont Roach, I don't know about that. Lamont Roach is a 135 pounder. What up, Glavs? I don't know why you coming in here hating. He don't work here no more, so. Yo, is there yeah. Damn, he needs to hurry up. Cruz fight gonna be the best fight. Everyone think Cruz got it easy, but Gomez got power. Yeah, I mean, I thought DAZN and Matchroom was all about moving these cards fast, so. You know, that Pedraza fight happened like 20 minutes ago, it feels like. It was during the press conference. I'm gonna have to look up the press conference because I was watching it. I know there was a whole bunch of yelling and screaming, but I didn't hear specifically Mikado saying anything that was racist. But if he did, that's how you lose fans, man. Anytime you throw some race and shit. Tyson was short and had the same style as Pitbull. Uses that style fit fighter. Yeah, but can I say Pitbull could fight like a prime Mike Tyson? Like, I don't think so. Look it up. It's here in the tube. Tito Mercado goes off Team Crawford. Okay, I'll look it up right now while we wait. Because we're waiting for Andy Cruz to get in the ring, man. Okay, so they're doing tail of the tape right now. So they're about to come up. So, let me see. Tito Mercado. All right. All right, I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna look for this, Alejandro, especially with the Tia. Okay, about African Americans. I think Crawford's fed up. I'm gonna look this up. I think I see the video, but you have to tell me specifically what I'm looking for, man. All right. Anyways. Pitbull doesn't feint his way in like Tyson did. He just lunges and hopes for an opening. Alejandro, we don't stress that because we know it sells a fight. All things are set on the gloves put on. Yeah, at the end of the day, you can talk your way into a fight with some sort of... But that doesn't work at the end of the day. All right, so we got the Andy Cruz fight. About time. 40 minutes later, Andy Cruz is in the ring. They just got in the ring. Keep it. Pitbull stops Loma. Damn, you tripping now, angry casual fan. Pitbull does not stop Loma. I don't see that. Tito's holding the microphone on the video. I have the video up. I just have to listen to it. You're saying that Tito said something racist. Like, was it like a racist slur or was it said in like Spanish? Like, because I don't know Spanish. So that's what I'm saying. Like, if you can just type what he said and I'll take your word. Because I watched the same press conference. All right, man. Let's see what Andy Cruz has been working on, man. Andy Cruz has been talking a lot of stuff. Bro, stop pulling that race card. Yeah, I didn't hear anything in the press conference, so. The thing is, like, I feel like if he did say something, if Mikado did say something, like, wild in that press conference, listen carefully. I don't know what I'm listening for, Alejandro. Like, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, if you just tell me what he said, it was because I feel like Twitter would have picked it up, right? If he said something racist, wouldn't Twitter pick up, especially if he's on the microphone saying it? Like, is it that subtle? I don't know. I'm not really worried too much. Pac-Man's coming out of the retirement to fight Danny. I hope not. Listen carefully. You sleeping on Pitbull? I got Cruz. I think Loma doesn't get credit, man, because I feel like he's fighting dudes that are like so much bigger than him, right? Like Loma's literally fighting welterweights. Like Tio and Devin are gonna be fighting at welterweight. Think about that. And he started his career at what? 126? Come on. I think Loma should be the favorite against Pitbull. But it'll be a great fight. I would love to see it. I think Pitbull just will have problem with Loma's footwork. But we'll see. You know? Oh, we won't see. I mean, I would love to see that fight. So, but then again, Pitbull's loss came to what? Gervonta, a one-armed Gervonta, and a long, lanky Rayo Venezuela, right? So there's no knock on Pitbull. So, all right. So for everyone right now, you can hear in the background, I got the Andy Cruz fight loaded up. They just announced both guys. So what do you guys got? Everyone got Andy Cruz on this? Andy Cruz? I saw a couple people said it was going to be an upset. I expect Andy Cruz to box. One-armed Gervonta. I was at the fight. I'm not saying it was an excuse. At the end of the day, if Tank lost, he lost, right? But I do feel like Tank did get injured in that fight. You don't think Tank didn't get injured in that? Andy Cruz for the win. I thought it was a close fight. I thought Pitbull and Tank was a close fight. All right. First round. Andy Cruz. Saucedo. All right. So Andy Cruz is light on his foot right now, on his back foot a little bit. Ooh, solid jab. Double jab from Andy Cruz. Andy Cruz looks very slippery right now. Looks very sharp. His jab looks on point. His timing looks good. His speed looks good. You can already see that there's going to be a difference of skill and speed when it comes to Saucedo. Saucedo should definitely make sure that he's getting out jabbed too. Saucedo ate a good jab. Now it's 10 rounds, all right? I feel like, Andy Cruz is going to put some offense, It's not going to be a 10-round boxing exhibition, right? Cruz is too slick. Oh, solid sneaky left hook from Andy Cruz. Oh, a good strong power jab from Andy Cruz. Some good power shots from Andy Cruz. Already marking up Saucedo's face is already red on the right side. I actually don't think this might go the distance the way that Andy Cruz is piecing him up. He has a really strong jab. Very defensively responsible, very slick. His footwork's good, side to side. Saucedo has not been able to get any success. He looks very sluggish. He looks like who did Canelo fight? Saucedo right now, the way he's fighting reminds me of Alfredo Angulo. This looks like if Lara and Angulo were in the ring right now. Yeah, this reminds me of Lara versus Angulo right now. Not Angulo in his prime. Let's just say that. Yeah, Saucedo hasn't landed anything decent. This looks like a prime Lara versus an out of prime Angulo. Pitbull was entertaining to watch for sure. Oh, for sure. Cruz is gonna dominate. If go distance, Cruz, but any other way, Gomez. You want Cruz ain't knocking out Gomez. Cruz gonna piece him up. Andy, I own Keyshawn Cruz. Look, don't get me wrong about the, he beat Keyshawn 4 times. And I'm not saying this as like a dig, because he did beat Keyshawn. I just wish there was another way to promote Andy Cruz outside of I beat Keyshawn 4 times. Because let's say Keyshawn was ass, right? Then how do you promote this guy? So it's really like off the success of Keyshawn does in professional, it's like I own Keyshawn. It's like an Israel and the Potent story, but I wish there was one more story on top of it, which is fair. I get it. It's funny. I understand the concept. But if Keyshawn wasn't doing well in the pros, then how do you promote this guy? It's just very interesting to see that his promotion is built off of Keyshawn's professional success. Not hating though. The dude did beat Keyshawn multiple times. I'm just very curious how Eddie would have promoted him out of that. All right, we're in the second round. Kind of the same thing. Saucedo's trying to pick it up a little bit more. Still getting outboxed, getting outclassed. You could just see the accuracy difference, the jab difference, the speed difference, the footwork. Saucedo just looks slow and eats another jab. What you're seeing is just a guy who's just like flat-footed. Solid hooks, but they're not landing. And then you see a guy who's just lateral movement, going side to side. Slippery. I think he even just switched stance right there momentarily. Couple good jabs, gets out of the corner. They trade jabs right there. Saucedo might need to just make this an ugly fight. But how do you make it an ugly fight with a Cuban fighter that has great footwork, solid jab, good upper body, and a solid left hook? And he's kind of not afraid to throw an solid pull counter right there from Cruz. Tank Milk and Amazon with these trash ass fights. I mean, we're gonna see what the Lamont Roach fight is. Even Shakur mentioned that it's gonna be a lot better fight than people give. But because we're at a time where a lot of fighters with marquee names are facing each other, it'd be nice that Tank can get one of these fights this year. But remember, Tank and Ryan did fight each other, so maybe this year Tank gets one of these other names. He said he's going to call someone out after the fight, so we'll see. Yeah, hardest fight of Tank's career to date, believe. Pitbull was his hardest fight. 25 seconds in the second round. Andy Cruz is just cruising his way through the second round with these jabs. Cruz eats a body shot from Saucedo. Saucedo just looks slow. And is that like purely off of Andy Cruz boxing him, making him look slow? Or is it a combination of both? Saucedo probably doesn't have the footwork in general. Saucedo by KO. It ain't looking like it. Mikado was robbed. Tank beats everybody. Easy work for Cruz. Tank beats the rape charge. Lara. Saucedo only landed 5 punches tie around. Yeah, this looks bad. Keyshawn's father's putting in the work. These guys are crazy. Cruz just not a power puncher. Great boxer, though. He's trying to sit down in his punches. And they weren't even clean. Keyshawn is trash. I wouldn't say Keyshawn's trash. Ah, shit. Give me a sec. My camera. I gotta get this fan for my camera this week. I'm ordering it tonight. I got like this fancy Sony camera. It just overheats a little bit. What's crazy is we didn't even see Keyshawn fight anyone incredible, but we know Cruz is from beating Keyshawn. I mean, you beat him 4 times and you're the gold medalist, so all facts. Tell him, Ron. All right, we're in the 3rd round right now. I see you level 2, Mo. You said I need a new barber. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I definitely need to make sure I get a barber. I just got my size trimmed up. What I think of Omar, Chavez, and Rodriguez? I'll have to do some research on that, honestly. Saucedo is actually putting a little bit more pressure on Andy Cruz in the 3rd round. Ooh, solid left hook from Saucedo landed on Cruz. Oh, and a right hook from Saucedo. These hooks are starting to catch Cruz. Andy Cruz definitely seems like the more craftier fighter, the more slick, well put together fighter, but Saucedo got some heavy hands. You see Saucedo going to the body now. This is Saucedo's best round so far. If he lands some of these body shots on Cruz, a solid left hook landed on Cruz. Cruz looks like he's, I wouldn't say slowing down, but he's starting to eat some body shots in here. Ooh, ooh. These guys exchange punches. Oh, and a solid left from Cruz. Right after Saucedo threw some solid body shots, Saucedo's starting to take some chances. These body shots seem to be very effective. I'm surprised Cruz is not moving around. He's throwing some jabs. Man, Saucedo's starting to land some serious shots. Good body shot from Cruz. Cruz is looking like he's going to have to actually start exchanging in these little fights in the middle of the ring. I don't know why he stopped moving. His lateral movement was giving Saucedo a lot of problems, making him look really slow. Cruz looks like he's breathing out his mouth a little bit. Is he already kind of tired? Good 1-2 from Cruz, but Saucedo goes to the body. Good overhand right from Cruz. Good jab from Cruz. Good left hook from Cruz. Good round for both. Jeez. Bro got a haircut finally. Look, I can listen. I already knew this was gonna be part of the conversation. This damn haircut shit, right? I'm gonna figure it out. Alright? I could still do the Ozzy Osbourne shit. Alright? Hold on. Alright, I can do this. Alright, my hair is a little wet. But I could still look the same. I gotta like comb it out a little bit, but I could still look the same. The whole thing though was my hair was getting heavy and my sideburns was getting like, I think my girl was saying that was like broccoli on the side. And it's like I just recently just moved to a new location. So you know what that feeling is, guys, right? I'm gonna keep it real. I'll tell you guys while we're in between rounds. You know when you have like a solid barber, right? That gets your shit all together. You're good. But when you move, then you gotta find a barber. Then you're like, fuck, man. Well, today was the day, man, to get some of the sides trimmed up. So I'm still probably gonna be on the hunt a little bit. But yeah, you need a new barber, gang. I got you free cuts when you live whenever you need. I appreciate it. Yo, Level. Hit me up on Twitter, man. If you're going to be my connects, I got to go to New York for the Tank fight. So, if you my connect, bro, let me know. Hit me up right there, man. I'm always remember that, man. A man that hooks a man with a good barber. Yeah, Andy styling on him. He got that Ernie Sesame Street special. Y'all haters, bro. I hate y'all. I respect it though. I could take a good joke, man. I could take a good joke. Hey, you got me weak, bro. All right. Anyways, let me get in this fourth round real quick before I get in the chat. These are some good rounds that are starting to pick up now from Saucedo. You know, Andy Cruz is definitely doing a lot of athletic boxing, you know, pull counter, but he needs to definitely use some of that lateral movement. Sitting right in front of Saucedo is not probably the best way to do it. I know that you want to get some defiant rounds, some dominant punches, but just boxing, bro. You have the pedigree. You know, you have a better jab. You have better lateral movement. That's what he's doing right now in this round. Starting to move a little bit. But I'm concerned about Cruz's like stamina, low key. He looks a little bit more tired. Good solid lead uppercut from Andy Cruz. Ooh, solid right from Cruz. Maybe Cruz wants to make a statement knowing that, you know, Shakur and everyone's around, so he's definitely the more accurate, solid, precise sharper shooter, you know, sharpshooter. You know, it's not even a matter of who's the more skilled fighter and who's having a lot more success. Cruz for sure. But he's starting to bring in the Saucedo. But he has to be careful. Oh shit! Did Saucedo get hurt from one of these hooks? Oh shit! A lead uppercut from Saucedo catches Cruz. That's what I'm saying. Like, don't get too crazy. You're the more athletic, the more dominant, skillful fighter, but don't get caught in these exchanges. Don't get caught in these dumb exchanges. Because right when he got overconfident, bam, a lead uppercut that caught Cruz. And a good body shot from Saucedo. Cruz is dominating the fight. Good right hand from Cruz. But you start to see these like professional like mistakes he does where he's trying to get him out like forcefully. Just take your time, bro. Take your time. Just take your time, man. Just take your time. You have the better footwork. You got the better jab, the better placement. Don't get caught up into these little firefights because when you get these good combinations going, just pace yourself, man. You know, he did buckle him, but right when he started to get over eager, man, he got caught with some good shots. I think that's the deal. What do haircuts go for in New York? 50? Probably like 40. Somewhere right now, Keyshawn's watching the fight. He's 21-1. The body shots, the Cubans don't like body shots. This is the pros. Cruz is not on Keyshawn's level right now. Keyshawn will beat him easy. I think I would favor Keyshawn right now. Damn, Gene Simmons. One of the trainers of the year, Robert Garcia's fighters fight tonight as well against the legend Julio Cesar Chavez. Oh, word? Nah, I didn't. I got an article up. Zanford Boxing. I'll peep that. I'm not gonna lie, Alejandro, and I need to brush up on my Mexican like prospects, like solid up and coming from Mexico, bred from Mexico kind of fights. I usually hear about them when they do like a significant thing and then cross over to America. So when you say deep waters, you're talking about Diddy's pool. No, it's like deep ocean. if you in New York, I got you, bro. Cause you FightHype, I got you. Yo, my guy, look, like I said, hit me up on social. We'll stay in touch, man. I'll link up with you, man. I gotta go to the Tank fight, so. So we're in the fifth round, and I like the development that Andy Cruz is going. You know, you see that he's trying to sit down in his punching. He's developing a more pro style, but you can see that when he does exchange and he does get into these little firefights, he does make some sort of defensive mistakes. He needs to work on, you know, not getting caught with the body shots, you know. And it's not taking credit away from Saucedo, you know. But he's eating some hooks, man. Like, Andy Cruz is eating some body shots. He's eating some hooks. And I'm being more critical on Cruz. I'm being more critical on Cruz than Saucedo because he's the gold medalist. He's the guy that's calling out Keyshawn. Oh, solid right hand from Andy Cruz. You know, and so he wants to make a mark and fight the Shakurs and Keyshawns and Tinks. So that's how I'm watching the fight. "48 seconds in the 5th round. Andy Cruz is starting to use his legs a little bit more, but you know, the more the fight goes, the more punches I see Andy Cruz take. Good back uppercut from Andy Cruz. Ooh, shit. Saucedo is starting to catch Andy Cruz with some serious shots, guys. This is some serious damage that Andy Cruz is taking. Good body shot from Saucedo. There was a moment Andy Cruz took a good hook and shook his head no, and we already know what that means in boxing. You shake your head. A jumping lead hook. This is a tough fight from Andy Cruz. Nelson Diego, yeah, they entered the building. I think Cruz stopped Saucedo in round 8. I don't know, man. Put a ball on your head? Yeah. Hey, look, I could take some jokes, man. I appreciate y'all just being here rocking with me, man. I'm not a sensitive type. Cruz lighting him up now. It's pockets. Cruz will have his moments, but you wonder why, like, he's sitting there when he has the better footwork. He has the better footwork. He has the better jab, you know. But he eats some hooks in this round, man. Nelson's gonna make this ugly, rough fight before getting hurt. It seems like it. It seems like he might get some momentum, and then Cruz might out of nowhere get him. But I don't know. You know, I don't know. It seems like every time you feel like Cruz is gonna get him, you know, Saucedo comes right back. Nelson's gonna take him to the deep waters, but won't drown him. So you're saying it goes the distance. What round is it? We're in the 6th round right now. And just kind of summarizing what I see going up to the 6th round, Cruz seems like he has the better arsenal shots, the better jabs. But when he wants to get in the middle of the ring and kind of like show Saucedo, I can hang with you, that's when he starts getting caught. Andy Cruz got some blood in his mouth now. Oh, he's starting to take some punishment. Andy Cruz is starting to take some left hook to the body, left hook to the top. Andy Cruz is in a fight. I don't know why he's taking so much risk. Like, Andy Cruz could just box. Don't get me wrong. I was kind of like, I hope this is not one of those type of boring, you know, 10-round fights that we just have to go and sit through. More volume too? All right, let me get the volume up. But I just don't understand that when he had that early kind of skill difference, able to box and move, why didn't he just use that? Like, these have to be calculated risks. These can't just be risks because you're just throwing them out. Like, Andy Cruz seems like he's just throwing risks out there just because. Like, they don't seem calculated. It seems like he's just fighting in pockets because he feels like it. But he's taking a lot of body shots. You know, I get it that, you know, he has an amateur pedigree, but this is the pros, man. You can't take these type of punishment, you know. Good shot from Andy Cruz, right hand. And don't get me wrong, I don't think Andy Cruz is losing the fight, but I'm just grading this like, do you take this type of fight? You know, Saucedo? Or am I discrediting Saucedo too much? I mean, Saucedo has a hell of a chin, though. Saucedo is like eating some shots from Andy Cruz. Good Cruz putting hands on him. Got to stay calm. Can't rush the KO. It shall come. It just felt like Andy was trying to rush for a knockout early. Just be patient, man. Yeah, so Cold has a motor. Bro, out of all the lives, I searched your channel as the best, not knowing what all the shuck jive. Hey, I appreciate it. I mean, look, I'll be honest. Like, when I'm biased, I'll tell you guys I'm biased. Like, if I'm like, yo, I have like a cool relationship with this fighter, so my opinion might be biased, I would just tell you that. There's no point of hiding it, right? And it's not like my biased opinion is going to completely engulf my opinion. Like, if I could be cool with a fighter, but I'm like, yo, this is a terrible fight. He's going to lose. I'm going to say that. But I also say, like, if I give this fighter the benefit of the doubt, it might come from some sort of, like, biased opinion. You know what I mean? So, and I don't really think, like, we have to bring race. We don't have to do all that type of stuff. Like, you know, it's there. It's obvious. It's boxing, right? So, we're all, you know, it's a man sport, right? So, we're not going to cry about it. But, you know, we're going to have our distaste for certain stuff. And then I think also at the same time, I think we can also have like opinions about two things and say like it both can happen. Like, yes, Ryan failed the drug test, and yes, the possibility is there. But I also feel like Devin had a bad game plan, right? And I think Devin fought in a way where if he boxed, he could have won the Ryan fight. Or had a better chance of winning. Because he fought him, I thought it was a terrible game plan. But Ryan also failed the drug test. So I think I could say those two things fairly. But that's just my own thing, you know? But Saucedo is starting to like put some legitimate, honest pressure, like straightforward, like I'm coming to get you, Cruz, in the 7th round, and it makes me question like what type of decision making goes through Andy Cruz's mind, because I think Andy Cruz showed me he has a chin, right? Tonight, he's took some serious hooks, so he's not paper mache chin, but I think that right now, Andy Cruz doesn't have the definitive one-punch power that he might have thought that he could probably bring into this fight. And so, in this case, he's starting to put himself in positions now where he has to fight his way out versus just boxing. A very clean, simple fight. And maybe a lot of that type of punching selection he did might have tired him out a little bit because he looks a little bit more tired in the 7th round. You know, he looks like he's taking risks that he doesn't need to. Maybe because he has to. Oh, and a solid right shot. Damn, Saucedo has a chin, though, man. These guys are just exchanging right now. This is a good fight. I can't even take credit away from Cruz or Saucedo. But right now, Saucedo looks kind of buzzed, and Andy Cruz is not jumping on it. This is a perfect opportunity. This is the opportunity where you're supposed to jump. But Saucedo... Oh, shit! Saucedo definitely landed some good shots right there. I think Cruz just slipped. Andy Cruz is looking like he's picking the better shots, but man, Saucedo is definitely throwing some serious heat to the body. This fight is very competitive at this point. There is no washing going on. Andy Cruz is in a legitimate tough fight. A lot of athleticism versus a lot of grit. Good solid overhand from Andy Cruz. Sal's been walking him down. It's like Andy Cruz is getting effective shots on him, but even if he is buzzed, Saucedo is just walking to him, which is crazy because he has eaten some good shots from Andy Cruz that hurt him. Saucedo trains with Benavidez camp, so he's coming packing punches. Yeah, I think these fights are showing Benavidez is, you know, got some good game plan, you know, solid guys. Trying to sit down and trade with a puncher isn't smart game. Yeah, it's a terrible game plan, Mr. Grandy. Is Bozy Ennis in his corner? Yeah, Bozy is. Two elite corners, definitely. Bomax at the salad bar. Bosey's not a good corner, man. Bosey's been getting a lot of criticism, over time. So I wonder what the game plan is in this, because you got an Olympic gold medalist Cuban fighter who doesn't seem like he's using his feet, but relying more on mid-range athleticism, timing, and counter-punching. Pull counters. Just use your legs, man. Use your legs, use your jab. Don't sit there and try to bang. Don't try to fight. The opportunity will come. Pick your shots and take calculated risks. And they say Keyshawn's daddy DNA test comes back tonight. I still got Keyshawn beating Cruz. I still got Keyshawn beating Cruz in the pros. Because Saucedo's weaving a lot. I don't know. I feel like Saucedo's kind of coming on a straight line, low-key. Like, I don't see a lot of head movement from Saucedo. I see great body punching from Saucedo. Saucedo's taking shots from Benavidez. He's made him increase his chin and body resistance. I mean, anyone that gets through a Benavidez sparring session is going to be tough as hell. But good counterpunch from Andy Cruz. Andy Cruz seems to do what I wanted. Stay on his back foot. Use slick defensive techniques. Jab. Pick your shots. Make them miss and make them pay. Andy Cruz is looking a lot better in the 8th round. He's having a lot of success. He's using that footwork that I wanted. Measuring the jab, keeping his distance, using that footwork, man. If Saucedo was like a lot more like come forward, a lot more rugged, a lot more just aggressive. Some showboating from Andy Cruz now. He's starting to feel it a little bit. This is a better round for Andy Cruz. He's starting to separate himself. Low blow. If Andy Cruz was fighting like a rough and tough guy that was just purely just relentless, like a pit bull, like the chat was talking about, like a pit bull constantly, then I think this fight would be, solid right hand from Andy Cruz. God, I don't know, man. This dude Saucedo is tough as shit. I'm not going to say Andy Cruz ain't got power. I'm just going to say Saucedo has a chin. Bosey advice, get him out of there. Chill. I'm also watching Top Rank ESPN. I got to watch that. Omar is a true warrior fighting out of Mexico. Damn, I got to put that card on. If you guys are saying that's a Eternal, Sean left. I got to go buy some food before the main event. I can't stop watching. This is a good fight, bro. The corners are top tier, so expected unexpected. My boy here said that he was going to provide all the snacks to the chat. Bosey Vice knocked this guy out. Bosey overhyped, and we'll see when Boots fights Daniel. His Boots will win, but we will see the holes. Yeah, I mean, look, I understand the need to want to transition to the pros and show that you have power and show that you have the ability to transition that what people say a boring Cuban style to an exciting offensive style like a David Morrell. But you just can't take these type of these punishing shots so early. And I'm not saying that Andy Cruz is getting punished, but it's why? When you can make this fight so easy, So, it's just the dog and Saucedo that's making it difficult for Cruz. Look what happened when Keyshawn last fight. It's just the dog Saucedo that is making it difficult for Cruz. I mean, it could be. I mean, he has a hell of a chin, but even then you can see in the mid rounds, Andy Cruz was just trying to fight him, Just be intelligent, you know? Just be intelligent. That was a good right hand from Saucedo. While I'm back and they killed my streams, I refuse to pay for the zone because the service is junk in my area. We're in the 9th round, 2 minutes left. But Keyshawn's ducking him. Keyshawn's not ducking him. Keyshawn's going in a position of a world title. Would you fight Andy Cruz or would you fight for a world title? Fight for a world title. You know? Then afterwards, we start to see what happens later on. But this Cruz tonight loses to Keyshawn, to be real. I agree. I mean, it's not even just tonight. I just feel like Keyshawn had a head start in the pros, you know? And I know Keyshawn went to the pros and went back to the Olympics and lost to Andy Cruz, but that's just the amateurs, man. That's like a couple rounds, point system. Pros is different, man. And I don't want to sound cliche, but I think Andy Cruz is a phenomenal talent. I think he's just a little behind Keyshawn, and you can just see like these are his developmental fights. Keyshawn has more fights than Andy Cruz, so and that's how I want to leave it at, you know? Like you just see Andy Cruz developing while Keyshawn is, you know, almost kind of developed in who he is as a professional. Ooh, solid right hand from Andy Cruz. Andy Cruz is starting to like separate himself again this round. Another good right hand. This dude Saucedo's a dog. Cruz keeps playing with this guy. It could be dangerous for him. I'm still not impressed with Andy. I don't even think he's like playing with him. I literally think he's literally trying. If he can get him out, he would get him out. He can't get him out. The guy's tough. I think he also, as an amateur fighter, 9 times out of 10, you're fighting for points. Professional, you're fighting to hurt somebody, right? Oh, my camera just went out for a second again. Let my camera rest for like 30 seconds. I think he's still trying to figure out like that transition of if he hurts a fighter, he can't, you know, when to jump in and when not. And it seems like awkwardly he jumped in at times where he didn't need to, and when he needs to jump in, he just didn't, you know? He kind of like admires his work a little bit too much. Cruz is quick. Cruz got no power. This is definitely going the distance. Yeah, it is going the distance. I can't say he doesn't have power. I think I want to say Saucedo is... I think Saucedo's just tough, you know? But I don't think Cruz understands how to follow up. Because, like, Saucedo's been buckled a lot in this fight. Saucedo obviously has a chin, and he should invest in the body and stop headhunting. He is headhunting a lot. Shakur. I'm not watching the fight. Based on what you see, would Saucedo eat all Keyshawn's shots like he's eating Andy's? No, I don't think so. I think Keyshawn would get him out. Because I think how Keyshawn sets his punches up, they're more devastating and more they're better set up. You know? I think how Andy Cruz is setting up his shots, they're very flashy, quick, athletic, pull counter. Whoop whoop. I think Keyshawn digs a little bit harder. You know, he doesn't like use momentum, if that kind of makes sense. He's like Andy Cruz looks like is a whip. He's like whipping shots. And for Saucedo, he's tough. Keyshawn, I think he'll step into the shots. And I think that's where I think if Keyshawn was hitting Saucedo flush, he's going to like punch through him. I think Cruz is like whipping his shots. And plus, I think Keyshawn's a better finisher. I think he'll follow up better when he hurts his opponent. But once again, Andy Cruz only has a couple fights professional, you know, and Keyshawn is a little bit more ahead. So comparing them right now, even though I know they fought in amateurs, that's just the amateurs. You know what I mean? That's just the amateurs at the end of the day. And Tony Tarver and Roy Jones had an amateur rivalry, I believe, back in the day. And, you know, it doesn't translate until they fight each other in the professional. So Andy Cruz is going to sell more than the world title, though. I don't think casuals care about that shit. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, this is no debate. Andy Cruz is clearly winning a fight, and he's definitely dominating. I think there was a couple moments in the fight where it was very competitive, but Andy Cruz is completely outclassed Saucedo. He's definitely ducking Andy Cruz. I think if they fight, I think they should fight when it makes sense. I mean, don't get me wrong. As a fight fan, you want to see him fight now, but there's a business plan played out. And so, I think Keyshawn is going the route of a world title first. I'll fight a world title and not get my ass kicked again. I mean, look, even if there is like a legitimate conscious threat, like, hey, this guy's good, it's going to be competitive. 10th round, 32 seconds. Andy Cruz is landing solid shots. Just can't get Saucedo out of there. Just a tough guy. I think it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to fight this guy at this point in your career, especially if you have Andy Cruz is landing some serious shots on Saucedo. Saucedo's hurt. Saucedo's clinching. 10 seconds. This is officially the time Andy Cruz can get Saucedo out. Can Cruz drop him? And it's over. Finally, Andy Cruz looks like he's about to get Saucedo out of there, and he's saved by the bell. I like Andy Cruz. I just see I don't see a consistency in his flow. I see pockets of greatness, and then like there's this weird moment where he kind of waits. I don't know. He looked good because his opponent was tough. But I think it's a fight where you can still criticize, if that makes sense. Keyshawn sent Andy Cruz a contract, or they said they weren't ready. That's what Keyshawn said. They sent the contract, but, it's a he say, she say. Cruz is obviously going to say, no, we didn't. If I did, I would totally take it right away. So Keyshawn beats Andy easily, in my opinion. I want to see the amateur fights because I'm trying to figure out how he beat him 4 times. Because it's amateurs, like if you go back and watch Earl Spence in the Olympics when he lost, the guy clearly outpointed him, right? Like he had like a three round fight. But in that fight, Spence was visibly hurting him. So if the fight went 12, Spence would have stopped him. You get what I'm saying? But because it was a 3-round fight, he kind of was like landing a lot of amateur pity pat points. I'm not saying pity pat, but you know what I'm saying? He was able to squeak out. And I'm not saying that's the case with Keyshawn and Cruz. Keyshawn is a completely different fighter than he was back then. And so is Andy. But I think Keyshawn is just evolving more as a professional. And Andy just started compared to Keyshawn. And he's like a year or 2 behind. So, right? People act like Cruz KO'd Keyshawn or something. Yeah, it's a completely different field, And I see the holes that Cruz has, And it's okay. He'll learn from it. He fought a tough guy tonight. Cruz is trying to find his reach. Cruz was like that. This fight wouldn't have went 5 rounds. So I won only 1 round. Yeah, let me hear the score.
Your winner by unanimous decision. He's still undefeated.
No debate. No controversy. Andy Cruz clearly won the fight. But like I said, we're watching this in the eyes of, is he ready for Keyshawn? Is he ready for Tank? Is he ready for Shakur? Is he ready for those? And I know Keyshawn has a tough task ahead of him too. But I feel like the consistency that Keyshawn has been performing looks more polished. When you see a punch come and you can brace for it, it's not going to knock you out. I agree. Yeah, this fight's over. Unless you hit a guy in the liver, temple, or in the back of the head. The problem see with Cruz is his inconsistency. I agree. He really is good spells and sequences, but for some strange reason, he lays off and allows his opponent to regain momentum and confidence. It's like almost he fights in spurts. Like he kind of like is a sprinter and not like a marathon runner. Stinky legs. Yeah, school of skills. That's something that Canelo does good. Roll with the punches. He has a great chin, but it also helps. Plus, Bomac scouting Cruz again. They seen him on the Crawford Majimov too. Bomac will have a plan for Keyshawn to fight him. Yeah, he dominated the fight, but there was points where you just kind of had a question like, why are you taking these type of risks? Why aren't you going at him when you do have him hurt? And why are you taking these type of body shots consistently and standing right in front of him? I thought he was going to go down, but he held. Yeah. In 2 or 3 fights, we'll see improvement. Yeah. And we'll also see improvement in Keyshawn. You know what I mean? At a certain point, they're going to have to meet each other. You know, they're going to have to fight each other. And at that point, regardless if Cruz is behind the curveball or not, I think at a certain point, he's going to have enough time where he's developed his style and he's going to have to fight Keyshawn. And Keyshawn's going to have to get that get back. You know what I mean? He's going to have to. Bomax, Scott and Cheeseburger. Y'all are terrible. Andy Cruz was looking smooth as butter that 10th round, though. It was like the 7th or I think maybe like the 8th round. He started to separate himself. 8, 9, and yeah. So it was my criticism when Cruz was in the middle rounds. You know what I mean? We will see Shakur in the ring, I'm sure. Bomax, one of the best trainers today. You hate won't stop your success. Yo, if Steven Nelson wins tonight, Keyshawn is Shakur's nut holder. You guys are terrible. Benavidez Morel next week. Dang, I'm excited. Yeah, I'll be doing a live chat for that. I was considering going out to it, but I got some other fights I'm gonna head out to. That's why they tell you to keep your gloves up so you don't get hit clean on the temple. You get hit clean there, you're going to wobble. Cruz has no killer instinct. He's still tapping gloves as the fight starts. All right, cool. So we got done with the co-main. Now we're getting ready for the main event. Hopefully Matchroom gets this going. Been kind of waiting for a while. Did you see my dog Kane get the knockout? No, I was tuned in on here. I do have the bare knuckle up, but hold on. Let me rewind this. Kane Thomason. Kane Thomason Jr. I have to find. I got the bare knuckle shit up, but dude, that bare knuckle shit is brutal, bro. That shit is brutal. That is such a brutal sport. But I'll Twitter it. It just happened. Oh shit. Oh shit! Right here, Sullivan and Thomason Jr. Okay. Oh! Yeah, that was nasty. That was nasty. Holy shit. This place is packed. This is at the Wells Fargo Arena, right? Damn, this bitch is packed. Oh my god. That was a nasty knockout. Oh my god. Crazy KO, right? Whoa, I just saw. Yeah, I just rewinded that shit. Holy shit. It's sold out? Yo, that bitch is packed. That shit is packed. What the fuck? I agree. They need to make the best fights this year. I believe Turkey can make it. I mean, about time, man. Just need someone with some money to get these guys together, man. Ever since the Saudis get involved, we had great matches. We had good matches. We haven't had the great matches yet. Let's slow down, right? Let's slow down, right? Usyk Fury, I felt like was gonna happen, or at least better be Bivol. Like one of these fights would have happened regardless. All right. So let's like really wind down. Daniel Dubois, AJ. I get it. Frank Warren, Matchroom. That would have probably still eventually happened. The great fights will happen this year. There were good fights. I'm not hating on Turkey. It's no hate. It's just I'm just trying to make sure I hold a certain. I don't want to just start saying like great matches, good matches, good matches. I feel like that would have probably happened. Turkey want to see good fights. All his cards have been fights we want to see. They've been good fights. They haven't been the fights we want to see yet. This year, it seems like he's putting some the fights. So this year, if it happens, then I'm gonna roll out the red carpet, take my hat off. You did your thing. Who's fighting on ESPN? ESPN is Omar Chavez and Misra Rodriguez's card. So, all right. So everyone's coming in. We watched the undercard. Now we're waiting for the main event. So they got a whole bunch of commercials on DAZN, which I hate. Like, why do I have commercials on my app? I know No Ducky, No Excuses talks with Saudi involved now. I know Turkey rich as fuck, but eventually ain't going to continue paying these fighters the same. They better get... Yep, it happens all the time. That money eventually will dry up. He trains at your gym sometimes, Mike. Yo, what? You're a fighter? Or you're a trainer, Mike? Oh, Mike. Burner, you're funny. Yo, that was nasty. That was a nasty knockout. Thanks for letting me know, man. That was actually the best thing I saw all night. I grew up with Kimbo, Big D, Day Day, yeah. I never got to meet Kimbo. I met Day Day at a Tank fight. He just bought the Ring magazine. He ain't running out of dough soon. It's not about running out of dough soon. It's just eventually you just stop wanting to pay these dudes top level. I mean top dollar. You know, just top rank. That dude got KO'd. Let's go, Pacheco. You're not quite ready to hold Turkey's hand. Hell no. I ain't ready to hold no man's hand. But yeah, I mean, look, Turkey's doing his thing. I'm not hating on Turkey. You know what I mean? I just feel like once the fights that I am like glamoring over, like, oh, what? Oh my God. Oh my God, I can't believe it. I haven't had that feeling. You know, I felt Bivol and Better Be had to happen. Usyk Fury had to happen. And I'm glad they did. I'm not knocking it. It's just I've always felt those fights were going to happen. You know what I mean? If I see Tank and Shakur in the ring, I'm going to lose my shit. You know, I see Devin and Teal finally get in the ring. You know, I'm gonna be like, finally. You know, Benavidez versus Canelo. You kind of get what I'm saying? Like, when I start seeing some shit that I never thought I would see, because I don't think those fights will get made. I don't. And if they get made, I'll shut the fuck up. You know? Devin and Teal is a fight that's probably the most realistic out of the three. But even then, it's like, if Devin doesn't get through Ryan, then, you know, the fight doesn't really have its, you know, Canelo Benavidez, Tank and Shakur. Yeah, I'm going to lose my shit. Who you got between Pacheco and Nelson? You know, UMG highlights. I'm very biased for the B&B, you know, because, you know, I've been around them, been covering for a while. So, like, I definitely say, like, I have a feeling Nelson can do it. But if I have to go with my brain, if I had to go with a betting, you know, I'm a safe pick kind of guy, right? Unless I tell you, like, hey, I have a weird feeling. I'm just going to go with my feeling, which never works. I like to go with the safe bet, which is Diego Pacheco. He's younger. He has more experience in the ring. He has the reach. He has the length. He's groomed for this situation. Nelson essentially, like, you know, a 36-year-old Someone said it earlier, like kind of like a prospect. But the thing about Nelson is he has a great corner. He's been sparring Bud before. Like, he was Bud's lead sparring partner before he even fought for a title for Ricky Burns. And he's been sparring all the up to Majimov. Like, I'm telling you right now, Steve Nelson is sparring Bud for every fight, for every camp, for a reason. And it's not just because they're boys, right? You know, I've seen Bud and Nelson spar a couple, just for a little bit before the Majimov fight. And I can tell it was like, you know, we value what Nelson brings to the table. And, you know, he gets a lot of high level work. So I wouldn't be surprised if Nelson pulled it off. And that's why I think a lot of people have actually came to this fight with a lot of like interest. You know, Nelson is a 36-year-old guy who's unproven, inactive, injuries. You know, so that's like the safe bet to go against him because of those things. But I just imagine if those faculties weren't there. I think a lot of people would actually just pick Steve Nelson very comfortably. But because we're not in that situation, I think we have to value what it is. Diego is younger, taller, consistent, more experienced, professionally, in favor of winning this fight. So I think I'm going to favor Pacheco. But I have a feeling, maybe it's a rooting interest, that Nelson will make an interesting fight. And I would not be surprised if Nelson does something. And a lot had to come with the Diego Pacheco fight he had with Sean McCalman. And he didn't really look that good in that fight. And Sean is a guy who is technically more proven than Nelson by resume, but he has the same kind of statue, strong, you know, physically powerful, comes forward, and Pacheco kind of struggled with that. Yeah, he fought Selecki afterwards. Selecki is, on paper, the best opponent, and is technically a step up. And Pacheco looked amazing in that fight. So you have to say that he improved from that fight, and he got better. Confidence is coming in the fight, like, you know, like I'm that guy, you know. So Steve Nelson has a lot to prove, and I know there's probably a little doubt. He's very confident, but a little doubt because he knows what's on the line, you know. And Diego has been constantly been putting consistent performances together, so his confidence is coming. It'd be very hard for me to think that Steve Nelson isn't coming here with a little bit of nerves. You know what I mean? So, and we'll see how that plays out in the ring. I think Diego will be a little bit more comfortable with the reach. If he does use his jab and keep him at bay, should be easy. Should be comfortable. But if Steve Nelson gets in his face and they kind of have to fight in a phone booth, then I'm going to favor Nelson all day. That's where Nelson, I think, would shine. Because I've covered Nelson before in person. And it's just been a while since he's been able to have consistent performances. He's had like 2 fights in 2 years thanks to Bud. You know what I mean? So, now some fighters just got exposed like Jared Anderson. Them Saudi cars got oil money. Boxing's a tax writer for them. That's fair. American fighters don't do good overseas. Mostly not. I co-own a gym. Word? What's your gym, Mike? We need to get some FightHype people in there, man. I won't even call. Yeah, I don't know about that. I can't do that. Maybe that's why I'll probably never go and cover a fight in Saudi. Tank versus Shakur won't ever happen. Tank stay ducking. That's why I don't like Turkey. Yeah, I mean, look, there's a few ways to kind of work around that. You know, Shakur could have probably went the direction of maybe fighting, you know, doing a 1-fight deal, but I don't know. I don't know what the true, you know, it's always going to be he say, she say stuff, so. Hearn's about to speak. Bro got the David Benavidez haircut. Yeah, I had to change it up a little bit, man. I bet Nelson caused the odds. I bet with Nelson because the odds. That's fair. Them good odds, man, right? I think it's a winnable fight for Steve Nelson. But I would favor Diego. Diego is good and strong, but slow, and he does get touched. I agree. He just started wrapping hands. Yo, I'm actually like really excited for this fight. You know, it's not even like a big fight night, but you know, watched it for Najee Lopez. Known him since he was kids, beating up grown men in the gym. Fought in pro boxer yesterday. Yo, I've been seeing Najee Lopez's name all over Twitter. I was tired. I was supposed to go watch it. Because there's Lamont Roach's brother was on the card, and then there's this other guy on there that I was supposed to interview, but I fell asleep. As terrible as that sounds, my son needed some help going to sleep, and I ended up falling asleep, and I didn't wake up in time to do the interview. So that was my bad. I owe it to him. Hopefully he won the fight. Let me just look up the results of the card. I was trying not to, and I was trying to watch it blind. Najee Lopez, I've been hearing about him. I've been seeing a lot of good performances. Let's see. So what was the results? The BoxRec not update this? Ben Johnson was the guy on the card that I was supposed to interview. So, okay, so I don't have the results up here. So all I know is Najee Lopez. I'm going to go watch that card tonight because I do. Tri-Cities Training Center, D3 Boxing MMA. Where should I reach out to y'all? Shoot me. Here's my social, Instagram and Twitter. I don't really post on there, but hit me up there, Mike. I'll put my socials up one more time. It's just FightHype. Hold on, is it popping up? Hold on. Here we go. It's just FightHype Ron G. Just hit me up through there. And maybe we can do some stuff and get some people some coverage. Know his family. The kid is special. Look at his background. I mean, look. I've seen some highlights of him. I don't know if it was his last fight. But I think I did watch his last fight. Not the one the other day, but he looks like very... I think Pro Box has said this is like their darling. Like Najee Lopez has been talked about heavily on Pro Box. So I think that's the guy that they've been really pumping up. So very athletic, powerful, lengthy. I think this is the guy who I'm thinking about, right? And I think so. So Puerto Rican. The Vargas bros need to step it up already. They like 15, 20 fights already. I think Emiliano is going to be the one that's going to break out for them. So, Amando and Junior. Junior's the oldest, so they're going to have a different path, you know. But I think Amando's kind of at a prospect level. He was fighting Ryan Garcia's brother, Sean Garcia. And there's no shade at Armando, but I don't think Sean's that great. So, and they kind of went at it back and forth. So, I think Emiliano is the one, if anyone's going to make it out of the three. Just because he's the youngest and he has the most amateur background experience. So, all right. So, here we go. Steve Nelson. He's coming out to Jay-Z on to the next one. I think so. Oh, no, it's just a highlight video. All right, so we got the ring walk. Okay, finally. El General has the most talent out of all three. Who's El General? Okay, so... All right, let's see. All right, my bad. I was muted. All right. Steven Nelson's in the ring. All right, Diego Pacheco's getting ready to get in the ring. The closer this fight gets, the more I feel like, man, maybe I should just go with my feeling, man. Maybe I should go with my feeling. Young guy then bit off more than he can chew. This is one of those classic cases. If Diego, and I know Steven Nelson doesn't have like the resume on stuff, this is one of those classic cases that if Diego makes this fight look easy, I give Diego Pacheco props. A lot of people might look at Steven Nelson and be like, look, it's 36. No. I think this is a really good, slept on, credible win. Good timing, too. You know what I mean? Steve Nelson, not as active, 36. But this is also one of those fights where, you know, if he's not as seasoned, you know, there's a high chance, you know what I mean? Steve Nelson, trust me, he has a lot of experience, you know, not on a professional level, but he has that reach, he has that length. How many fights does Diego Pacheco? Looks like Mario and Luigi. How many fights does Scores. I think it's just the right time test for Diego. Nelson will push him to his limits. I think Diego wins, but no, I do see like it's like the perfect. Like I feel like if the Steve Nelson fight happened 3 fights ago, Steve Nelson all the way. But this might be, you know what I mean? Like this might be the time. You know what I mean? This might be the time, you know what I mean? That Pacheco might, you know, this is the fight he needs to get him over the hump to see if he's ready to fight those other type of guys. Because Nelson came out looking like YMCA. I didn't even see what his outfit was. If Diego wins easy, mad respect. I agree. I won't even be like, yo, Steven Nelson's old and this and that. No, like this is like a low-key a seasoned veteran, an undefeated seasoned veteran who just never really got an opportunity until he was 36. You know, you don't spar Terrence Crawford for like 10 years and just be like ass. You know what I mean? Now, is he Terrence Crawford? No, it's not Terrence Crawford. You know what I mean? But he's well equipped with the corner of Terrence Crawford. He has the advice of Terrence Crawford, and he's been in the ring. He's probably did over this sick as this sounds, probably over 200 rounds with Terrence Crawford. So when you really think about it, like it's a credible opponent. You know what I mean? For a prospect contender to get to the next level. You know, there's going to be tricks and crafty things that he's going to present that Pacheco's probably never seen before. But can Nelson get off the game? You know, can he get the game plan to officially, you know, effectively work to win? You know what I mean? So Diego's going to KO. Hey, this is the fight. This is the fight, man. We're here to watch, man. What's with the gold chain? I don't know, the floss. I envy your job, bro. You're a great reporter. You know, you're boxing, bro. I appreciate it. I mean, look, I'm also like a habitual fence sitter, so don't take everything I'm saying. I'm being politically safe. You know what I mean? But I'm like weighing out the options on both. You know what I mean? Because I do think this is a well put together match where if Pacheco loses, it just puts the onus on Eddie again, saying your matchmakers suck. You got your guy beat. You shouldn't put him in a fight with a guy like this. But if Pacheco looks good and handles that, you know, the stuff, the trickery, some of the stuff that Steven Nelson and B&B brings, then it's good matchmaking because now Pacheco takes that and goes on to fights, you know, more credible guys like Munguia and Berlanga and things like that. And he will have, you know, the experience how to fight another specific type of style. This is a style I don't know if Pacheco has really fought too much professionally, and when he has, he didn't really look special. So having this type of kind of fighter more, you know, going on is going to help you. Like they're saying, fight Canelo. Well, fuck, you can't just fight guys that just come forward and certain stuff. Like you need to have some slick movement. You need to have some sort of, you know, trickery. And I think Steven has some trickery. We'll find out. Maybe, you know, or maybe not. Maybe Diego just punches his lights out. So, I either or, I'm happy that this fight's made. It's a good fight for a up and coming contender, and it's good for Steven to finally get an opportunity. Man, Nelson does have the power for Diego. Yeah, he's strong as shit, but I could also see Diego like outworking Nelson. You know, the younger fighter, 36, and today ain't as old as these guys. Don't be fighting nobody till their 30s, at least most guys. The other thing to look into is Steve Nelson is still like, he's like a fresh 36. He's never really took punishment. So like, he's not like a 36-year-old that went through war and now he's in like his, gatekeeper status. You know what I mean? He's just, you know, a guy who's finally able to kind of fight, you know, at a higher level. But we'll see. Keep your mind out of the gutter when you express yourself. Bomac, hollering watch. Yeah, bias is free is a way to be. It is what it is. We must call it for what it truly is. Bomac knows something. I mean, look. They went undefeated last year for a reason, so. They went undefeated last year for a reason, so. You know. And honestly, if Steven pulls this off, and even though I'm edging to Pacheco, like, that's great. You should always fight guys that might maybe give the edge to the other guys so that when you win, the victory is that much sweeter. All right, so first minute, you know, high pace. Steve Nelson is putting on Diego. A lot of feinting. Not a lot of action, a lot of feinting. You know, they're measuring each other out. Steven's trying to get some of the distance of the tall, lankier guy. Does a jab out of reach. Diego does a jab out of reach. These guys haven't got their distance together. I know Diego is respecting the potential power that Steven Nelson may have. You know, I'm curious on the later rounds, you know, to see how these guys in their gas tank, you know. Steve Nelson is all right. Still filling each other out. Minute 45. It's a fill out round. A lot of feinting. A lot of measuring. A lot of respect is given. A lot of movement from Steven. You know, while Diego's just light on his toes, light movement. A little grazing jab. Touches Pacheco. Nothing damaging. Just kind of a measuring jab. Steven just seems so out of reach because he's so much smaller. Double jab from Nelson. Nothing's connecting. These guys are just still trying to measure each other out. Nelson's definitely putting a lot of activity though. All right, Steven trying to do a counter. Barely misses Pacheco. Pacheco still can't get in reach with that jab. Nelson tries to go to the body. Not a lot of action going on, but you probably have to give Nelson this round so far because he's putting effort. He's being more active. He's putting pressure. He's definitely controlling the ring. You know, Pacheco has to put a little bit something together, or put a little bit more, you know, get a little more respect. Because if not, Nelson is, even though nothing's landing, he's controlling a bit more. Pacheco lands a good right hand. and a jab. Not a lot. Pacheco, I think, snuck in a left hook. We're in the first round, Jason. Do we give that round to Nelson because he was very active with the movement and putting pressure, even though there wasn't a lot? Pacheco did land, a couple shots at the very, very end, so there was not a lot. Do we give Pacheco the credit of that last 5 seconds or so? Nelson's putting pressure already. I don't think Nelson can win, but I'm rooting for him. Street fighter. Nelson's trying to control the center of the ring. Damn. Not a lot went down in that. And I'm trying not to be Nelson won the first close round. I'll give that to Steve. All right, second round. Two minutes and 44 seconds. Steve Nelson still putting together a little game plan and putting some pressure. Good jab to the body. We're starting to get some shots to connect now. Nelson landed a good jab to the body again. Another jab to the body. Nelson's starting to invest to the body with these jabs. Good jab from Pacheco. All right, Pacheco's putting some pressure. Nelson's going on his back foot a little bit now. Pacheco's trying to get some respect. Nelson's on his back foot. Pacheco throws a good jab but misses. This range is so much for Steve has to get in. Ooh, good inside. They exchange. Ooh, good jab from Pacheco right there. Ooh, good jab from Nelson right there. As long as Pacheco puts a little bit more offense and not just watch too long, he can make these very close fights go into his favor. But he can't wait too much because Nelson's gonna try. He's gonna make efforts, and if nothing really does happen to connect, you're gonna have to maybe favor Nelson for attempting. But ooh, good 1-2. Attempt from Pacheco. I don't know if the right hand landed. Nelson tries to do the double jab, goes right to the body. That range and height is going to be a difficult process for Nelson to get in, but Nelson's going to the body. He's getting a lot of success. Pacheco's being patient through a jab. Nelson's being creative. Good jab from Pacheco. Ooh, good overhand right from Pacheco. Nelson tries to get the get back last few seconds. Pacheco needs to work off his jab and set everything behind. More lands. Nelson will increase the pressure. Nelson working that body. Pacheco's doing his thing. What do you think of Bomac trying to get Nelson to set up? Nelson cornering him. I don't want to say it sounds cheesy, but it's a tall task, right? It's a tall task. You got a guy who's significantly taller. The big thing is you have to try to get him to not use his reach and his height. Pacheco's very patient. He's on his back foot. He's not giving up his height. He's not reaching. There's a technique where you can kind of get a taller man to reach in without them really realizing, but Pacheco is very patient right now, and he's very respectful of Nelson. He's not taking him lightly. He's pulling a good shot and getting out of it. You know what I mean? Going to the body, and Nelson will go to the top. Looks like the plan. The body is going to be a lot easier for him to reach than the head. You know what I mean? That height difference is tough. So, when you fight a taller guy and you get in the inside, if you can't get the head, then definitely go to the body. The setup with the level change is good. I think Nelson won the second round too. It was close. I could see that round going either or. So I can see Nelson up 2 or 1-1. Yeah, it was a close round. I think Nelson looked good in the early, and then Pacheco started getting some good shots. He definitely landed a good right hand at the end of that second. We're 2 minutes and 15 seconds. A lot of respect again. Just patience. A lot of pressure from Nelson again. Nelson's definitely going to make it an ugly fight. Check the pinpointers that Andre Ward just recently gave Benavidez applies to these styles. I didn't realize Pacheco was so high in the ranking, especially at 23. Be surprised on what they do with the winner of the fight. 2-0 Pacheco. Both close rounds. I could see that too. Not a lot happened in that first round, so and depending on what you liked in the second round. Not a lot is going on in the third round either. They're still trying to measure each other up. Nelson's on his back foot. Pacheco's being a little more aggressive. Lands a good jab on Nelson, and they clinch. $50 seconds. Pacheco being very patient. Nelson's trying. That height and reach is Pacheco got to be careful not to give up his height when he's in mid-range, because he kind of like ducks down a little bit, and then that's the perfect height for Nelson to be able to get a good shot on him. Always use that height. Pacheco tries to do a check left hook. Good jab from Pacheco. Ooh, good sneaky little back uppercut from Pacheco. And it seems like Pacheco might have snuck this third round out. I'm going to give this round to Pacheco. All right, Pacheco pulling back straight up. Subject to an overhand right. He's doing a little bit of side movement, but he has enough reach. I think that he can probably see what Nelson has. Pacheco going to get him with an uppercut? He tried a little bit on that last exchange you saw right there. How do independent media get involved in these events? Just cover some boxing, reach out to some guys on social media, and maybe you can build a little platform. Start trying to reach out to smaller events. Start covering some stuff in some gyms, and then throw as many attempts in one time. Maybe they'll let you in, and then build some relationships and then continue from there. So Nelson got 2 rounds. I can see Nelson having potentially 2 rounds. Has Pacheco chin been tested ever? I haven't seen anything devastating, but I haven't been in your chat for a while, but this fight could break out in a slugfest. It can, or it can be a very boring fight, What up, Eric, man? It's been a minute. This fight is more important than people realize. This fight right here is going to change one of these dudes' life if they win and get a big fight. I agree. Nelson got 0 rounds. 2-1 Pacheco. I could see both those opinions. Nelson's putting a lot more pressure in the 4th round. Pacheco missed his lead check hook. I feel like Nelson's gonna take a lot more chances. I feel like he's gonna put a little bit more into making these offensive attempts on Pacheco, and it looks like he's having some success already in the 4th round. You know? Pacheco's trying to measure that jab. And Nelson is definitely creating a lot of moves, a lot of head movement. Pacheco needs to double up on that jab. That single jab stuff is not going to work. Nelson's going. Someone said a level change to the body and go to the top, and that's what Nelson did. Nelson's having a lot more success. Pacheco just being patient and waiting, but you don't want to wait too much now. You know, Pacheco seems still very slow. You know, he hasn't really picked up the arsenal. Nelson's putting a lot of things together. Nothing crazy, but he for sure is putting a lot of effort. You can see a lot of different looks. Ooh, a good step back right from Pacheco lands on Nelson. Good jab from Nelson. Oh, Nelson seems like he's cut on his left eye right now. I don't know if that's from a punch. But Nelson's cut, guys. Nelson's cut. 4th round. You know, this might bring some energy in Pacheco. You know, when you see some blood, man, you know, it makes you want to take some chance. Nelson's on his back foot a little bit now. Pacheco's putting some pressure. Some of that blood might got some confidence going now. It's definitely a Nelson round, but blood is coming from Nelson's eye. Pacheco tries to go with a lead left hook. Doesn't set it up, though. He just swings the left, and Nelson got out the way. All right. I'm going to give that one to... What is it? I'm going to give that one to Nelson. All right. Bobby Green. The Bobby Green fight? Let's go Nelson. Nelson needs to get inside with some food body shots. Somebody said Jason Tatum versus Bobby Green. I didn't understand. I saw Chicano Jason Tatum. Oh, that's wild, bro. That's wild. You just called Steve Nelson Bobby Green. Pacheco's not doing shit, just sitting back, whack. He is being patient, though. You know, Nelson got trained very well. Short Pacheco is a slow starter. My boy Ryan, what up? What up, Y? Hey, I might have to go out to Atlantic City, you know what I'm saying? You know, I might. My boy Ryan G got his Roman Reigns phase on the side. I like your stream better. I appreciate it. 2-2 even fight. I got it 2-2 also. Bro, scared to open the ribs up. And yeah, he's leaking. So I got 2-2. You know, not a lot of happened in the early rounds, but you know, Pacheco's definitely patient. So, and it's a 12-round fight, so nothing wrong with being a slow starter. I prefer slow starters, you know what I mean? As long as you deliver, you know, the plan in the later rounds and dominate. But we're in the 5th round. Good job from Pacheco. You know, a lot of head movement still from Nelson. Chris Mannix has a 3-1 for Nelson. Yeah, commentators have a 3-1. Nelson's putting a lot of pressure on Pacheco. Good job from Pacheco. Pacheco's patient. That's what's dangerous about him. He needs to start picking it up, though. I think that was a left hook that Pacheco just threw. Pacheco's definitely trying to land that left hook. Nelson on his back foot. The eye's starting to bleed again. They're going to step it up in a 6. Pacheco's putting a little bit more pressure now. That blood is definitely going to build some confidence. Left jab did it. When he lands that jab, it's strong. Pacheco tries to go with a back right, barely misses. Another 1-2, misses again from Pacheco. Steven Nelson smiling. Steven eats a jab. Ooh, Pacheco tries to go with a wide uppercut from the back. Nelson needs to set up a double left hook downstairs, then upstairs. I think he's been trying to go from like a level change, going from the body and top. But I agree, that level change is very sneaky, and I think you can catch Pacheco. Is Pacheco bleeding? Or is that from Nelson? 5th round, 20 seconds. Very close round. I feel like Pacheco's dictating the pace a little bit better this round. Definitely a Pacheco round. Not a lot happened, but you get a momentum shift going on. Pac trying to go for knockouts. He's trying to make Nelson weak. It's a 12-round fight, and Nelson has a cut. And all that movement that Nelson has to do, it's going to get really hard for him to keep up in the later rounds when Pacheco is just casually conserving his energy, not moving as much. Can you hear what Benavidez is advising Pacheco? I can turn it up. I can listen. Nelson's about to get mad about the cut. I mean, it happens. He got the cut from a punch. It's fair. Nelson's cut. He is. Thank you. Eye is really bothering him. It is. You know, you see a momentum shift where Pacheco's kind of like, even though he's not doing much, he's like building confidence, while Nelson's kind of not taking as many chances because of it. You know, so very technical fight is what I would say. And I would definitely say Pacheco's 3-2. School of Skills, I got that. I got Pacheco up 1 round. Yep. So we're all aligned. I got Pacheco up by 1. You know, and the early rounds, you know, it's so close. If you want to change them, you know, it's interchangeable. Not a lot happened. You know, I think the second round, depending on what you like. All right, 6th round. Steve's taking some chances now. He's coming out. Someone said earlier in the chat, the 6th round of the fight is going to break out. I think that was TW Surf 1. Good back right hand from Nelson. Pacheco needs to make sure he doesn't give up his height chasing Nelson, because it's very easy when you step forward to lose some of that height. These guys haven't still got each other's distance, you know. These guys are still measuring. You know, Pacheco's tall. And, you know, Nelson's giving a lot of movement, giving Pacheco problems. Pacheco's picking up the jab a little bit more now. Minute and 40 seconds. Some jabs. Missed by Pacheco. Pacheco's now giving up his height again. He's going a little bit low. He has to be careful when he level changes, because he does not want to give up his height. Come on, Nels. What if this doesn't work and he's going to lose to Pacheco's and need to turn it up? I mean, you know, there's not a lot that's going on in these rounds. You know, they're very close. You know, it's a matter of a difference of a couple punches. Nelson landed a good shot. Pacheco tried to counter when Nelson, I think that uppercut landed, so I'm going to give it. So they kind of traded. "49 seconds. Not a lot of action, lot of feints, lot of movement. Very technical. Double jab from Nelson, second jab landed. Pacheco is doing a lot of posturing. Needs to set up some shots with some double jabs, you know? Not just a 1-2. Pacheco's starting to put some combinations together. Good double jab right there and a right. Perfect. Like I called. You double up on the jab, you can get a shot in. And that's exactly what Pacheco did. I'm going to give that round to Pacheco. See, when Pacheco in that last sequence, when he doubled up, it not only the fact that it gives him an opportunity to land a jab if the first one missed, but the second jab disrupted his rhythm, and then he was able to follow up. Plus, it's a different look because he's been doing 1-2s all night. Now he throws in a 3, 1-2-3. Steven wasn't really prepared for that. So, in that sense, that sequence worked perfectly. And it was a beautiful 1-1-2. So, what if it doesn't work? I need the KO TKO from Pacheco. I don't know. Nelson's giving him a lot of difficulty. He's going to have to land some solid shots in the later round. So, but Nelson's going to have to get inside. It's hard, Pacheco's starting to throw some heat when he steps in. Double tap. He's starting to put things together. 4-2 Pacheco. I will also have Pacheco winning as well for my parlay. So right now I do have, what was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I have 4-2 Pacheco on my card as well. Yeah, 4-2 Pacheco, but I could see 3-3. What's crazy? I can see it even more in favor of Pacheco, depending on the second round. But either or, Pacheco is up on my card. And if it's 3-3, potentially, it's definitely the momentum of Pacheco. He's picked it up in these last 2 rounds. The comfort level is starting to come together. He's starting to take a little bit more chances. I think good jab from Steve Nelson right there. You're starting to see Nelson having difficulties getting inside more now. And Pacheco is starting to be able to get his range a little bit better while keeping Nelson at bay. Nelson on his back foot and eats a right hand, a right, left, a combination, catches. Pacheco's starting to throw some serious combinations on Pacheco. Nelson's starting to put some pressure on, trying to get back. Pacheco's starting to land some serious shots on Nelson. Nelson needs to be careful when he walks in. He needs to set up and not just try to get a get back. Good double jab from Nelson. Nelson needs to kind of make this a rough and tough fight and not make it, a boxing match. This mid-range favors Pacheco. Kind of push him up on the ropes, which he's trying to do right now. A minute left in the 7th round after Pacheco landed some good shots. Nelson is rhythmically kind of in the rhythm of what Pacheco's able to catch. Pacheco catches on a step back uppercut, catching Nelson just lunging in, and he tries it again. Nelson needs to be careful not to walk into these shots, He's starting to kind of being a little bit more desperate in his attempts. A jumping lead left hook lands from Nelson, but I'm sensing Nelson, with all the movement, starting to get a little more tired. He eats an uppercut again. And a left hook from Pacheco lands on Nelson. Nelson's starting to take a lot of punishment from these shots. 7th round, he's starting to eat some serious shots. Sweeping uppercut from Pacheco barely misses. He's starting to put 1-2. He needs to be careful. These step back uppercuts from Pacheco are landing very comfortably. He's timing Nelson coming in. He's starting to get some confidence. He's smiling. He's feeling good. And all this movement that Nelson is doing is ineffective. Nelson's breathing hard in the corner. I think this is where it starts to fall apart a little bit right here. I'm going to give that round again to Pacheco. And valid effort from Nelson, but it just seems like every attempt that Nelson is starting to put, Pacheco is starting to have an answer for. Sorry about my camera just going in and out. I got this fan that I ordered. I got this nice Sony camera you can see. See how I can just... But as expensive and nice these cameras are, they need fans. So finally he's putting combinations together. The fight was getting boring. It's a 12-round fight. Pacheco's showing that, hey, let me tame it a little bit. And then, Pacheco don't like fighting inside. He doesn't even need to fight inside. He has good range in this fight. So that step back uppercut's beautiful. Pacheco is getting his rhythm and cruising victory. As tall and long as he is, he shouldn't be fighting inside anyways, unless 14. I agree. And Nelson's throwing unnecessary hooks because that's what is going to expose him. Nelson needs to throw with bad intentions. I think he just needs to smother Pacheco a little bit more, you know? Not really defensively go in, you know? Not just swing going in or jump in. Have Pacheco smother and then fight in the breaks. He's timing Nelson coming in. Sounds like Raya versus Pitbull. 5-2 Pacheco. Nelson has to get his physical fight. I got Pacheco 5-2. The beginning of the end of Nelson now. Old man Nelson's huffing and puffing in the corner. I mean, he's taking some serious shots. So that would definitely tire anybody out. Young or old. I'm going to say 36 is old. Old in boxing. Pacheco's talking shit now. Oh, shit. While Nelson tried to jab, Pacheco threw a vicious left hook on Nelson. You're starting to see the big punches start to come in now. Flint, Michigan, bring your own water. Nelson ain't that old. He's not old. It's just these shots are... You know, these shots, like I said, will affect anyone. You know, Pacheco's landing some vicious shots. Multiple step back uppercuts, a pull back right, and another right. Starting to put some damaging shots on Nelson. It's starting to get a little concerned for Nelson. Nelson doesn't have an answer. Nelson, get in there. These are hard. These are hard shots. Pacheco's getting his timing solid. Right, left landing from Pacheco. A step back lead left hook from Pacheco. A right hook from Pacheco. These are all landing. Every shot I'm naming is landing. And Nelson's hesitant. He's hesitant, you know, and I don't blame him. But jab lands on Nelson. Nelson can't even get in range. The shorter man is having problems getting the get back. And you kind of wonder what the game plan is at this point, you know? You know, you got a young, tall, powerful, in prime, strong kid building confidence while you got a cut over your eyes. You're getting a little tired from the punches. Another solid right lands on Nelson. This is the most dominant round of the fight. Nelson's taking a lot of punishment. Another Pacheco round. At this point, do we need to start scoring? Do we need to keep scoring? You know what I mean? Only simply because the fact that Pacheco is in full control. You know? And you start to feel that Nelson's going to have something dramatic that's going to have to happen. If not, you know, Pacheco is going to continue to dominate by timing, by reach, and just being probably not as tired, you know? You know, Pacheco looks just as fresh as he did in the first round. You know, he doesn't have a cut. You know, he's starting to put these shots together. You know, and at this point I know Nelson has to feel a little deflated knowing that these shots are landing very clean and flush. So he has to now not only just figure out a game plan, but he also have to dig with confidence that, hey, can I do this? Can I win this fight? Can I beat this young, tall, strong kid in a house which is probably full of Pacheco fans? Now Pacheco needs to go to the body. It's over. Nelson would need a KO to win. Make him clinch. I don't think either of these dudes can hang in the top competition in division, though. Pacheco is in his groove. Nelson can take body hits. Pacheco knows that Nelson's not throwing hard punches. Nelson's looking like he's trying to make it to the final bell. Oh my gosh, come on, Nels. 6-2 Pacheco. Nelson needs a KO. Right, Attorney Bailey. I'm not impressed with Pacheco. Let's see what he does with the top guys. If he keeps going on, Bomac's going to have to save his fighter. Nelson's not going to get past the ninth. Win the ninth round, 2 minutes, 20 seconds. You're starting to feel that Pacheco is in full control, and it's only going to get more and more dominant for him the later the fight goes, unless Nelson gets something dramatic. You know, the bleeding seems like it has stopped momentarily for Nelson right now. But Nelson looks a little bit slower than he did in the first round. The movement, you know, was still there, and you know, the different looks, but good 3 jabs attempts. Nelson landed 1 out of it. But a minute and 30, Pacheco lands a jab on Nelson. Another jab, steps back. You start to feel that Nelson needs to start being extremely physical and start taking some extreme calculated chances, because Pacheco is in full control of the range. A solid left from Pacheco lands on Nelson. These are solid shots from Pacheco landing on Nelson. And even the steam on Nelson's punches don't feel like they have power behind them. At least power to disrupt Pacheco and get him to be concerned about what's coming. Pacheco's taking more chances. Another jab beats Nelson to the punch. Pacheco on his back foot, keeping good distance, making sure that he has proper range to get his shots in and get out of the range of Nelson. Nelson has never really been able to establish distance in this fight. He's had good moments to the body early on and pushing tempo, but Pacheco is just boxing his way comfortably. And he's just patient. He's comfortable, and he's just watching Nelson, looking to make a mistake. You know, Nelson's still actively moving, creating a lot of different looks. But there's really no power, no roughhousing, just being completely outboxed. I told you all, Pacheco by KO. I also said the uppercut was going to do it. That step back uppercut, boom, is nice, man. And it's kind of preventing Nelson from just like lunging in, you know? And the left hook, and the jab, and the right hook. I mean, Pacheco has been using a lot of great shots, and Nelson is just kind of like been hesitant, you know? Nelson's going to win, but let's be honest. Nelson better win. I know it's not over, but I thought Nelson would be tougher. Like, as in, he will go in and make it more rough and tough. Yeah, he's been boxing, and you know, that's a hard reach to get by, you know? Nelson's too far away. He's slowly punishing Nelson for the disrespect. Sparring session for Pacheco. Nelson's cooked, Kentucky Fried Chicken cooked. Do you think Pacheco might do anything different to convince the unpredictable judges this fight is his? Nah. Popeyes. 2 thunder left hooks. If Pacheco gets the win, he's definitely going to have to step his competition, get world-class respect he wants. This is a great fight for him to continue to progress, you know? But like I said earlier, if he's able to establish distance and box, the fight's going to be very comfortable for him. Nelson's not pressing the fight. He's not. Pacheco's fighting a janitor. Nelson looks 48. Nelson's going to win, let's be honest. It's over with. Just end live. I was wrong. He made it to the 10th. Knocked the full out already. Pacheco. Nelson don't look. Damn near 48. It's just, what you're seeing right now in the 10th round up to this point is the younger, fresher, more experienced fighter is having his way, you know? He's calm. He's not tired. He's establishing his distance well. And a good right hurts Nelson. Nelson looks hurt. He's taking lefts. He's taking rights. Nelson looks a little hurt. He's trying to retrieve. The corner might need to stop this. He eats a serious right hand. I don't know if that buckled Nelson right there or that's just a level change that he was just trying to do. But Nelson needs to fight. Pacheco is just boxing his way comfortably. He's using his range. He's using his distance. I mean, Nelson is tough, but it's starting to get bad. It's starting to get bad. These hooks are very vicious from the distance that Pacheco is throwing. They're long, winding hooks. Oh my God! And a solid right landed flush on Nelson. Oh my God! And a left hook from Pacheco. These are serious shots. Oh my God! And sweat is flying off of Nelson's head. Nelson has a hell of a chin. These punches are almost arm punches from Nelson. Nothing's landing. He's starting to get beat pretty bad. Nelson needs to just smother. He needs to get on his Sean Porter shit if he can, but it might be too late. He might be tired. He's took a lot of punishment. Good left hand from Nelson. But Pacheco you need to punch Pacheco a lot more than that one solid shot, because Pacheco is still fresh. He's still strong. And that range is so hard, man. Nelson's starting to walk Pacheco down a little bit now. Hate to say Nelson looks discouraged in the corner. He has to convince himself every time he goes in the corner that I can win this fight, while trying to figure out how to win the fight, And, man, these overhand rights from Pacheco's are, Jesus, 87, 84. I'm not even scoring no more, to be honest. It's just very lopsided at this point. Nelson's gassed out, bone dry, ain't got no gas in it. Pacheco might be ready after this. Belonga, Munguia, Andre, Plant are all beatable. Pacheco letting them things go. He's been calling out Belanga. They were saying Nelson was going to be too much for Pacheco. Now he looks old. I don't even think he looks old. I think Pacheco has been punishing him. And when you get punched with these type of shots, you're going to get tired. So I'm giving Pacheco the credit. And I think he's doing everything he needs to do to make people say, oh, Nelson looks old. You know what I mean? I think Pacheco did what he was supposed to do. He was patient, used his reach, used his jab, set up shots, and catch Nelson jumping in, which was the step back uppercut. And he's doing everything right to make this fight easy and comfortable, Pacheco is boxing very well. He's having a great boxing night, and Nelson is not desperately fighting. Oh, and a solid overhand right Nelson landed on Pacheco. Pacheco will have to fight Davis for me to really see a great fight. 11th round, 1 minute 56 seconds. Double jab from Pacheco. Nelson seems like he has a little bit more life in this round. Maybe he knows that if he doesn't have something dramatic happen, he's going to go home as the loser. And I would hate for this to be one of those fights where Nelson lets it all go now and doesn't really pick it up a little bit earlier, where there was potential momentum that he was building up. Nelson is starting to now fight and starting to make it a rough fight, which unfortunately, is a fight that we kind of wish we got to see a little bit earlier. We're in the 11th round right now, Richard. Starting to be an ugly fight. Nelson's eyes bleeding again. Pacheco is starting to clinch up. Nelson, smart move. Nelson's starting to be more desperate and starting to take a lot more risks and start throwing a lot more. Oh, and a solid jump back uppercut from. Oh, and another one from Pacheco. Nelson fires back with a jumping lead left hook. Nelson's starting to make this really ugly jump back uppercut to the body from Pacheco. Well placed shot. Beautiful shot. Pacheco looks up at the clock. Jumping left hook from Nelson. Nelson throws a solid left. These guys exchange. Nelson's making this an ugly fight. They clinch, and he's starting to punch in the clinch. This is kind of what we kind of wanted a little bit early. You know what I'm saying? I mean, what can I give Nelson that round? Can I give Nelson just because he put a lot of we're going in the 12th round, G-Wash. I'm just giving Nelson just the effort. Like, Pacheco was dominating the fight. Pacheco was winning the fight. I'm just giving Nelson that round just a courtesy. You know what I mean? Maybe not Canelo, but the other guys. Body shot hurt Pacheco. Pacheco will win by devastating KO. We're going in the 12th round now. We're going in the 12th round, so it might not be a knockout. Nelson needs to retire after this and just start training fighters on with Beaumont, because I don't see Nelson reaching world pound for pound. Nelson wins. Let's be honest. Yeah, we're in the 12th round, KO. Wow, uppercut. Nelson should have done that early. I agree. This is what Nelson should have. I agree. For everyone that's saying in the chat, this is what he should have did. I agree. This is how he should have did it. He gave Pacheco a lot of distance, a lot of room, a lot of confidence. You know, maybe when he got the cut early on an eye, maybe it discouraged him a little bit, made him hesitant. Do you think we underestimated Pacheco or overestimated Nelson, or maybe a bit of both? No, I'm gonna give Pacheco his props. You know what I mean? He boxed comfortably. You know, he used a lot of solid weapons to neutralize. And remember, the cut was created by a punch from Pacheco, so it's not like a headbutt. That was a cut from Pacheco. Oh, some headbutts starting to come in from Nelson. A little roughhouse, a little dirty. This is what Nelson needed to do. Make it dirty. Rough and tough. Kind of wish this happened earlier. Yep, Pacheco proving himself is not even close. Pacheco winning, but he whacked for real. I mean, he's starting to get roughhoused right here. Oh, the left hook from Steve Nelson lands on Pacheco. Oh my God, he's starting to land on Pacheco. Oh my God, he is starting to land on Pacheco. Pacheco's face doesn't show anything of like hurt, but oh my God. Nelson is putting on a fight in the 12th round. Oh, the solid right landed on Pacheco from Nelson. Oh my God, where was this? Pacheco's fighting an inside. He's struggling a little bit. Oh my God, Nelson is starting to put things together. Where was this? Pacheco's looking at the clock. A minute left. Oh my God, 52 seconds. Pacheco's looking at the clock again. You need to look at your opponent. Stop looking at the clock. You almost got caught with a punch. Check left hook from Pacheco lands on Steve Nelson. Man, Nelson is tough as fuck. Pacheco's looking at the clock again. Just fight, bro. You got eat. He just ate a left hook. Just fight to the bell. What are you doing? You keep looking at the clock. 10 seconds left. Fight's over. I gave Nelson that too. But let's keep it real. 1, 2, 4 to 8. Waited too long. Great effort in the last 2 rounds. Something that he can't be upset about for trying. But maybe that's all he had. You know, maybe he emptied it out. If he emptied out earlier, maybe he would have been gassed. But Pacheco was hurt. Pacheco was hurt in that 12th round. he fought Pacheco in that 12th round. I want Pacheco to fight Caleb Plant because Plant will make his life miserable. He waited too long. Crawford put steel plates in Nelson's gloves. Y'all crazy. They're throwing crazy punches at each other. 9-3 Pacheco. Yeah, I got I just gave the 11 round just the Nelson. I don't even know if that was a fair score. I just threw it in there, but yeah, I got 8. I did 8-4. I gave it 8-4 Pacheco. Good night, everyone. Nelson gonna win. Fought like a sparring match. That was an exciting fight at the end. Steve Nelson has a great chin. I gotta give credit to Steve Nelson, you know. Fought hard till the end. Wish he did a little bit earlier, you know, would have made things interesting. I give props to Pacheco for boxing, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna sit here and downplay either guy. It's not. I think Pacheco looked better than he did in his previous fights. To be honest, if Pacheco fought Nelson maybe a couple fights ago, might be looking at a different story. I think Pacheco showed better poise, better boxing. Still needs more development. You know what I mean? Still needs more development. But looked solid, controlled, made some mistakes, especially at the end. You know, needs to know how to control a guy that's coming at him like that, especially at the end of the fight, you know, knowing that he's not at his peak, not at his best. You know, you should be able to control a guy like that. And, you know, there's still some homework. You know what I mean? There's still homework. He's still young. But if you want to get to this world level, you know what I mean? There's tough guys out there. And to be honest, I know I don't want to bring Crawford's name in here and stuff like that, but Crawford is a 154-pounder right now, but it makes you wonder if Terrence and Pacheco fought, who do you guys like? You know? Do you favor Crawford beating Pacheco?
DeLuca and David Sutherland all scored this bout identically. 117, 111 for your winner by
117, 111. So 3 rounds. They gave Nelson 3 rounds. Solid scorecards. The right man won. But there's some homework. You know, definitely won the fight. No controversy. Very solid. Good boxing from Pacheco. But, you know, might need a couple more fights before you start fighting the elite guys, you know. Because it's going to be real tough fighting guys like a Caleb Plant or, you know, Canelo. But for his development, I think it was solid. Kid is good. Definitely Pacheco fight. He's going to be a problem. Only 23. Yep. Very young. Kid was cool under pressure, conditioned well. You know, this was a good developmental fight. Nelson's going to 10-2 easy Pacheco. Pacheco should be ashamed letting that old man do him like that. Pacheco needs a few more fights before he takes on a big name. I agree. If Nelson can hurt Pacheco, dare a fight. Imagine what Caleb. Yeah, there's going to be a couple more developmental fights. He boxed comfortable, but what's going to get you to a championship pedigree is to make less of those mistakes. And there's some mistakes tonight, you know, kind of letting him dictate too much a little too early, and letting him kind of get the way at the end. But for the most part, in the middle, you know, he started doing his thing. I scored 8-4, but it felt like type 10-2 type 5. I agree. Berlanga Plant. No one held Pacheco's ready for Plant speed. Yeah. Plant's a whole nother beast. Plant's fast as hell, man. And he's going to be relentless. And he got dog. You drop him, he going to fight you. He going to fight you. 2 times Nelson speed. Yeah. Pacheco going to have to wait on it. Biggest thing about the fight is Pacheco's ears. Yeah, they're a little red. Shit, Pacheco is good. He didn't really fight hard tonight. Watch and see. He got a lot of worm. He's still young. He got a lot of time. So I hate seeing young guys get thrown too soon, but you also don't want them to marinate too long. So give him a couple more years, maybe a year or two. Step up his competition even more, and I think I think he'll learn more. Nelson was sponsored by Hair Club for Men. This was a good test. It was. Nelson's crafty. Gave him a lot to think about. He handled it very well. It's just the consistency. When you're like a solid champion fighter, you can be consistent, in these type of fights. There was some moments where he felt inconsistent, and you saw it in the last 2 rounds. Damn nice cut. Just got here. Appreciate it, man. I mean, I got some people that kind of cooked me a little bit, but, it's better than the mop, some people said. Good experience, not ready for Caleb. I agree. Thank you for having the best stream. I love how you tell us in details. I appreciate it, Brittany. I'll be doing this next week. So, for the Morrell fight. You guys are tripping. Besides Canelo, all the other guys at 160 are very beatable. I think they're all beatable. I mean, we just saw Munguia just got beat. We just saw Trevor McCumbee hurt Caleb Plant. Edgar Berlanga hasn't really fought the toughest competition. And Billy didn't, I know he got injured against, I'm listening to Nelson's post interview right now. He's saying the cut did bother him, but he lost the first 2 rounds and dominated the fight easily. Yeah, he was pretty much in control after a certain while. He's not ready for big names yet. 2-3 more fights. Another victory for Benavidez camp. You got winning Morrell, Benavidez. I think Morrell's going to shock the world. I feel I'm picking Benavidez as cliche as it sounds based off experience, but if Morrell does hurt Benavidez, he's finishing him. And I think Morrell has all the attributes to beat Benavidez. It's just the question is it too soon? You know what I mean? And if he gasses out later on, then forget it. Benavidez is going to cook him. So I think Benavidez has a great gas tank. His last fight, he didn't show it, but he claimed he had an injury. I can probably agree that Benavidez did have an injury because they had a media day workout that just randomly canceled for whatever reason. And usually when a fighter cancels a media workout, something went on. It's kind of a sign. If it's a cut they don't want to be seen or a hand injury. So, and that's what happened. So I believe it. Pacheco's going to have to test his arm against Boo Boo and Plant. And if I was Hearn, I would make those 2 fights immediately since he's the number 1 ranked for one. Yeah, those are tough fights, man. Especially Plant. Plant will be a really hard fight. I want to see him against... Yeah, Shiraz got to fight Munguia again. I'm out. Thanks for narrating fight. Always, man. Appreciate TW Surf. You're very welcome. I'll tune in. Yeah, next week. David Benavidez, David Morrell. I'll be doing the whole card. Stephen Fulton, Brandon Figueroa. Oh, man. I can't wait. If Morrell don't hurt him early or get him off to a great start, Benavidez would take over Morrell. And I agree. And it's really, honestly, like a 51-49 fight, for what many people call it. So, but I gotta favor Benavidez. I think it'd be insulting to Benavidez after all the people he's fought to think like, he hasn't grown from him, and let alone, just gotten better. Morrell is not going to win. It's too soon. Plus, Benavidez is going to kill him if he goes to later rounds. Plus, Morrell hooks are too wide when Benavidez comes straight down the middle. I think also Benavidez' defense is underrated to many people. Yeah, he's coming forward, so he's going to get hit. But he's very, responsible. And you'll see it. You'll see it in that fight. And he's very twitchy, I know his foot's kind of slow. Kind of like how people say Canelo's flat-footed, but upper body movement's quick. And he has fast hands, great counter. He picks his shots. He's going to get punched going forward, but I think Benavidez is going to look really impressive unless he gets hurt. Benavidez ran out of gas in the Ronald Gravel fight, though, didn't he? Could the heavier weight get him out of gas? I mean, that fight was so long ago, and I'm not saying like it's not a possibility because we saw him kind of look not so great at the end of the Alexander Gashek fight. But I do feel like the injury, like I said, may have potentially been the reason. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. Either or, though, Benavidez, who fought Caleb Plant, he didn't look tired. He fought a guy that was moving around, giving him a lot of looks. Personally, I know a lot of people disagree with my take on this, but when I was at the Caleb Plant versus Benavidez fight, I thought Plant won 5. I thought he won 5 straight, and then I thought Benavidez won 7. One of them was for sure a 10-8 round, could have stopped the fight, but he was still going. He did not get tired. He still was going. Think about that Caleb Plant fight, how much energy he had to have. And Plant was fucking like taking so much. He was a dog in that fight. Benavidez couldn't even put Plant down. So at the end of the day, Benavidez definitely shown an improvement in his gas tank in later fights against better competition, in my opinion. So, but these two guys have moved up in weight. Benavidez did, like I said, removing the hand injury, right? I'm going to be now critical instead of giving him the benefit of doubt now, right? He did kind of look a little bit more gassed in the later rounds. Not look like the monster in the later rounds. And Morrell kind of looked kind of spotty in that hot rod fight. So moving up in weight's not easy. They both know it. They both told me in interviews. I spoke to both guys, so they both recognize that their 175 debut wasn't spectacular, but they're both motivated. They both have, a chip on their shoulder. They both don't like each other, so that's enough motivation. So, no, his offense is his defense. Don't think his defense good. No. Go watch. Go watch how he. What I mean by his defense is a lot better. Is underrated. Is that he's going to get punched. But watch how he still picks his shots. You can't just like be winging through random shots while getting like he's still showing like you'll see. I mean, look, his defense isn't Floyd Mayweather. It's not Shakur Stevenson. That's what we're talking about. I agree. It's not that. But that's why I say it's a little underrated. There's some sneaky stuff he does where he catch and shoot off of his offense. I mean, off his high guard. And I get, like, this offense is his defense, but really, he's picking shots. He's kind of walking guys down a little bit. His high guard is still positioning himself. So I think his defense has gotten better, more poised, while on fire. I got Benavidez. After Morrell's last 2 fights, he's not ready for Benavidez, in my opinion, but we shall see. Coach Barry, what's up? I used to train with professionals and spar for 2 years. Morrell versus Benavidez is like Canelo versus Mayweather, taking a fight way too early in their young career. It's levels of boxing, and just like you always hear. It's a little too soon. I think his athleticism is going to give Benavidez issues early on. However, if he does hurt Benavidez, he's going to get him out. But does he? Is the question. And the experience always is going to show. And even tonight, right? Even though Steven Nelson has had a bazillion, million, trillion rounds with Terrence Crawford, I still picked Pacheco by the end of today, even though I was in my feels earlier with Nelson. Like, maybe I feel like Nelson. I still went with the guy who I felt had more experience, and that was Diego Pacheco. And what you saw tonight was experience. Diego was able to take control in the middle rounds, use his height, his range, and box Steven Nelson, and that experience showed. So I'm always going to look at the guy who has more experience, and 9 times out of 10 favor him. Benavidez has the experience at the higher level, and we'll see if Morrell is able to do something freaky. What up, Eric? What I saw in Morrell's game in his last fight, Benavidez is going to use his experience to bring out Morrell's weakness. I agree. Benavidez is always willing to learn and showcase his IQ. I favor him on the Morrell fight. I agree. Everyone's saying the same thing. Experience and IQ. Who has more power between the two? Never been punched by either or. I think they're both powerful. So, I think it's who sets up the better shots. I think Benavidez is going to be able to be more in position to get more damage off consistently. But we'll see, man. Morrell's tricky, man. He's crafty. So, I wouldn't be surprised if Morrell, if he hurt Benavidez, was able to do something freaky. So, but if not, I got Benavidez. What do you think about OI? Totally fine if you don't know what that. Boy, that's a nut. Yo, fun fact. I don't know if you know. He beat Morrell in the amateurs. He's one of the few guys to actually beat Morrell in the amateurs. So I know about OI. Yeah. OI. He's another beast. Another beast from Cuba. So yeah. So we'll see. We'll see if can Pacheco beat OI? That's a tough one right there. See, so that's what we need to talk about. Next one's going forward and was not throwing punches. I had this 60-40 for Pacheco, and Billy's the second best at 168 in my opinion. I'm assuming you're saying Canelo's number 1 and Billy's number 2. Belanga Pacheco, yeah, that could be a Mexican versus Puerto Rican fight. Would Pacheco be ready for Plant if they fought next? No. I think Plant is too seasoned, too experienced. He's a great boxer outside, and if you find a way to outbox him, you're gonna have to fight him. That guy has dog in him. You know the meme where they show like a person's X-ray and they got dogs in them? Caleb Plant got dog in him. So, and I'm not taking anything away from Boo Boo, but man, Plant showed a different level when he fought David Benavidez than Boo Boo did. You know what I mean? Like, Plant was styling on David Benavidez for 5 rounds straight. Styling on him. Then the monster came over, and then, But it motivates my interest and want to watch rivals that don't like each other, like Barrera Morales or Leonard versus Duran or Ali Frazier rivalry. Yeah, I think next week, I'm telling you, these guys do not like each other. I have 2 interviews with each one of those guys, and they are expressing furiously how they do not like each other. And now it's elevated even more. So if Benavidez does get taken out by Morrell, what's the scenario for C? If Morrell does take out Benavidez, I think what's going to happen is that it's going to be like a step back uppercut. It's going to be like a step back uppercut, and then Morrell's going to turn Benavidez. And it's going to be kind of like one of those type of things. And it's going to be like kind of a punishing takeout. It's not going to be like a one shot. It's going to be like a consecutive amount of shots. And it might take 2 rounds of hurting David Benavidez to really... like David Benavidez is one of those guys, like if you hurt in 1 round, you have to hurt him another round. And it has to be accumulated. I don't think a one solid shot is going to do it. I think Morrell's going to have to put on, if Morrell does it, it's going to be like spectacular. Like not like, oh, one shot, whoa, where did that come from? No, it's going to be a spectacular, solid performance. But it's going to be something where it starts with him hurting them first. So fuck it. I got 69 of you guys in here. Do you want me to just watch the bare knuckle? I'll stay on here and watch the bare knuckle fight. I'll watch the Jeremy Stevens and Eddie Alvarez fight while I talk with you guys about some more. It's a chill night. It's not a big night. It's not a crazy fight night. You know what I mean? I know it's Bud's guy and Andy Cruz on it, but it's a low key hardcore boxing night. So I'll do the bare knuckle. I'll keep the bare knuckle and then I'll call it a night. Cause let's do it. I'm with it. I'll chat with you guys a little bit more. I don't think Belanga takes Pacheco fight yet. There's no need to. Belanga's like the money man now. You know what I mean? Like he beat Canelo. I mean, not beat Canelo. He beat the odds by going 12 with Canelo. You know what I mean? So he's the man. So my Hard Rock parlay bet is Andy Cruz, Pacheco, Inoue, Benavidez. Oh shit! How much do you get paid out on this? Abdullah Mason, Clarissa Shields, Gonzalez, Ramos, Keyshawn Davis, Stevenson. That's a safe parlay, coach. That's a safe parlay. I don't really see too much danger. You know what I mean? Maybe. Yeah, I don't really see too much danger. That Ramos fight should be safe. You know, so. And Billy should fight Boo Boo, Andre Munguia. Yeah, we'll see. Damn, bro. Bare Knuckle looks packed. This is like a movie, bro. They're playing the Rocky music. Yo, Bare Knuckle had a come up, man. They've been on a grind for a minute, so props to them. I remember I covered my first Bare Knuckle press conference was Paula Malignaggi and Artem out in New York. Such a weird time. And Paulie lost that shit. He was supposed to win that for us, brother. But I know he hurt his hand in the fight. About Pacheco over Plant? Interesting. Well, if you do win that bet, Worm, I'll give you props, man. 1,000 bet to win 1,500. It's like a pretty safe parlay. It's a lot of money, though. You know what I mean? Just to be throwing at boxing. OI has Nectar 160. I see him beating everybody unless Benavidez and Morel move back down. I mean, like I said, he already beat Morel, man, the amateurs. But they'll never fight. Apparently, I found out that they're cool, and so, like, they're homies now. So, they're on that Shakur Keyshawn. So, Andre would probably give Pacheco a hard time for 6'8", but eventually get stopped by Pacheco. I don't know about I mean, Andre did move up in weight, all right? So, but Pacheco didn't get Nelson out tonight, so. But maybe he'll grow from it. Bare Knuckle has grown a lot. Respect to them. Jimbo Slice. I like the name, man. Is that the Majin Buu? Are you watching Dragon Ball Daima? I'm trying to catch up. I know there's some new Majins. Does Canelo become 2-time undisputed by taking IBF skull? He technically would be 2-time. Yeah, you watching it? Yeah, I got Bare Knuckle on now, so. That step at uppercut when the turn makes sense. It seems Morel's agility, his feet is a risk for Benavidez. You know what I mean? You saw a little bit of Pacheco doing the step back, right? It's not done a lot, and Morel has those type of attributes. You know, his footwork's kind of good, and he's slippery and sneaky. He has power. So, personally, you know, I got Benavidez, but once again, if Morel hurts him and he puts shit together, don't be surprised. Don't be surprised. You know what I mean? You know, because Benavidez is fighting essentially his equal, a guy that's relatively big for 168, what people think, power puncher, and to be honest, Morel has, you know, fought pretty good guys early in his career. Lennox Allen was a good fight. That let me know he was good. So, Bare Knuckle has blood and KOs. Yeah. What I like about Bare Knuckle is, like, you get into the meat of, like, the blood and guts, like, right away. It's not really this fill out process. So, oh, Omar Chavez and Rodriguez. Let me get that fight on too. Shit. I'm gonna dual stream. Cause the Bare Knuckle shit probably not gonna last that long. Eddie Alvarez and Jeremy Stevens fought back in the day, I think, or was that Jose Aldo that knocked out Jeremy Stevens? I can't remember. Dude, my MMA knowledge is so, like, mid right now. All right, so I got the ESPN Chavez Rodriguez on the side. I got the Bare Knuckle right here, and we just finished the Nelson Pacheco. Belenga had a whole parade for his loss to Canelo. Hey, he did it. He got the Canelo fight, and he made it a distance. Pacheco and Munguia is another war. Okay. Bare Knuckle. All right, hold on. Ooh, this ain't gonna last, man. These two guys were actually known as, like, kind of strikers, in my opinion, in MMA. You know, Eddie Alvarez has been in great fights with fuck? Justin Gaethje. Man, what's my man that knocked out Conor McGregor? All right. Bare knuckle was brutal, man. So this is my thing about what I understand, and I totally forgot. I gotta look up who also fought Eddie Alvarez. But the thing that I was told when I went and talked to some bare knuckle fighters is that they actually have they have to practice with their distance without the gloves, because with the gloves it's a whole nother distance. Oh shit! Eddie Alvarez landed a solid right. They have to practice their distance because it's a little bit off, because, you know, the padding of the gloves is no longer there. So they actually have to get a little bit closer. And it's interesting. Dustin Poirier, thank you, Unknown. Thank you. I'm rusty on my... You see, I haven't been doing my MMA talk for me. Those are solid striking battles in the octagon. So, and Jeremy Stevens has that equalizer, that knockout punch. You know, he knocked out that bald dude with all the tattoos. Man, I'm so rusty with UFC. 18 seconds left. It's crazy to see how much like better bare knuckle is when you actually have seasoned strikers in here. Like, they're not just running at each other and just, they're setting stuff up. They're filling each other out a little bit. I saw Fred Angulo fight on bare knuckle, and I said, I would never watch that ish again. Dudes are just slugging. No, there's some solid, like, you know, I mean, these guys, they're past their prime MMA, but they know how to set up shots. Money on Boots didn't really look that great, but I still got to go with Boots, and that, I think Boots would do it. Yes, sir, DBZ, man. So I got the Omar Chavez and Rodriguez. They haven't officially started boxing yet. They're doing a ring announcement yet. I remember watching late Johnny Tapia, who fought another rival, Albuquerque, New Mexico, both hometown rivals. They didn't like each other. I can't remember who Johnny Tapia fought, but they fought like 2 times. Thanks. Do you think Marlon Benavidez can beat Beterbiev? That's a tough task. Coach Barry, $10 super chat. My guy, man. I appreciate it. My parlay Nuggets, Thunder, Kings, Inoue, Pacheco won already. Rest of the same parlay. Adesanya just fight. Benavidez, Alejandro. Oh, shit. Jeremy Stevens just clipped him. Pitbull, Clarissa Abdullah, Keyshawn Davis, Stevenson, 1,000. Yeah, that's a good... That's going to pay out. I think everything's going to hit. I would be shocked if... The only one that might... Oh, these guys are starting to slug it out now. I don't know who Adesanya is fighting, so I can't really say. I know he's fighting like an up and coming guy in Dubai. So, but yo, I appreciate it, Coach, man. All that stuff. I'm gonna be going out to Keyshawn Davis' fight coming up, and then Tank. So that's all gonna go to my travel. So I appreciate it. Second round, Barron. Oh, Jeremy Stevens is starting to clip Eddie Alvarez. So the rules I know in bare knuckle is that you can actually, like Muay Thai, clinch and hold the back of the head, and you can actually. So boxing rules essentially, and then you can clinch by holding the back, and you can uppercut in between. Who won the main event? Pacheco. About like a 9-3, 8-4. So, Omar Chavez and Rodriguez, huh? What is I gotta pull up the box rec. I hate saying the fact that I don't really know. But I appreciate that, Coach Barry, man. That means a lot. What the fuck happened to your hair, bro? Crawford Loaded Gloves. What's up, man? You should have gone with a taper on the sides. I mean, look, I can still pull my hair down, and I'll still look. Crawford loaded gloves. I could still. It was tied up, so that's why it's kind of frizzy like this. But I could literally just go back to the same. So yeah, I could do the same. So. All right. So Chavez Rodriguez fight's going on. I gotta pull up their box rec low key. Let's fucking do it. Omar Chavez box rec. Why do I feel like I know these guys? These aren't new guys, right? Oh, shit! Jeremy Stevens just drops Eddie Alvarez. Oh, he's drunk. Yeah, Eddie Alvarez looks like he ain't gonna make it. Oh, this is like old. These are old heads. Oh, Rodriguez is the up and coming kid, huh? Got it. Your hair look fine, bro. Motherfuckers sus wear about. It's all good. Peel out. That's my guy, Crawford. That's my guy. He just. Thank you. Hopefully it was me that you acknowledged. It would make my night. Yeah. No. I used to be so into MMA, bro. It's just they kind of had a low right now. So would you be able to stream the fight? Nah, Bobo. I can't stream the main event's over, and now we're just chilling with the bare knuckle, and then Chavez versus Rodriguez. If Steven Nelson is supposed to be example of Crawford fighting big guys, Canelo is gonna put him down face first. Nah, I've seen Bud spar 168 guys. It's just, but at the same time, that's Canelo and that's Crawford. That's like two totally different guys, and so it's not Pacheco and Steve Nelson. So the challenge is even more for both. You know what I mean? But either or, I mean. Man, Eddie Alvarez might not make it, man. He went down again. He's bleeding out his mouth. Oh, Eddie's going to quit. He's not going to make it. Oh, shit. Eddie says, all right. Holy shit. Eddie ain't going to make it, man. He's taking some punishment. Adesanya Imrov is... And I also have Magomedov to beat Page and other parlays. Oh, yeah. I definitely would pick Magomedov to beat... that's MVP, right? We're talking about? Who posting for videos for FightHype now? They got Shakur doing pushes. It's always been the same person. Always been the same person. It's been Ben Thompson. Shakur loses bet. Yeah. Juan Palomo, hey, I've heard that. Pacheco, let's go. Yeah, Pacheco definitely won. Yeah, Jeremy Stevens just won. Yeah, he's taunting the crowd. Yeah, Jeremy Stevens definitely won. Good fight. Who won? So I'm gonna pin it so when people come in. Let's see. Diego Pacheco beats Steven Nelson by UD. So I'm gonna pin this just so that when people come in, it's there we go. Yeah, that shit was brutal. All right. I'm gonna cut that off. I got Chavez versus Rodriguez on now. These are real fights, boxing these smaller gloves. You see how difficult it is in these weight classes, 160 and up? Oh, for sure, man. Crawford got a tall task, man. I saw an anyway fight yesterday and was mad underwhelming. He was fighting like the 50th ranked guy in BoxRec, 11th in like the WBO. Last minute replacement. What can you do? It was supposed to be Sam Goodman. Those left hooks and uppercuts Sneeko was landing would put Crawford out. Man, this is tough, man. Crawford's fighting Canelo. That ain't easy. Austin Trout's dominating bare knuckle from what I last heard in Trout, but Trout gave Canelo and both Trout's problems to beat the great Miguel Cotto. Yeah. Once Austin Trout came in, I was like, man, who the fuck's gonna beat him? Boxing these smaller gloves. Yeah, but then there'll be a lot more fighters out. You know, their hands would be broken. You know what I mean? Anywhere Nakatani. I got Anywhere, but that's a good fight. Did he beat the Butter Biscuits out him? Why you say Butter Biscuits? I would say he pretty much dominated. Rodriguez is putting yeah, Rodriguez looks like he's gonna beat Chavez. Yeah, Rodriguez looks like he's gonna beat Chavez. Yeah, this looks like an easy fight for Rodriguez. I'm gonna have to let my camera chill out for a second because it seems like it's hot. My fan's coming, so I'll keep my camera cool. But yeah, Diego Pacheco won that shit pretty convincing and pretty easy. Is Canelo versus Crawford official? Because my Mexican TV, they say Canelo wants 100 million. I don't know because like nothing's official. You know what I mean? And when I mean official, is like I don't see any official posters and press conferences. I just hear people speculating. I know Terrence spoke on a little bit on a boxing scene article he did with Lance Pugmire. So to be honest, I don't know. I don't know. And I'm not going to sit here and speculate until I get official word. You know, I know Bernie said it's official September 13, but, you know, last time I found out that it's like things always change, so. Yeah, Rodriguez looks like he's dominating in this Chavez fight. Canelo's getting at least $200 million for that fight. Man, they're gonna spend a lot of money. If this was like a real like business move, they would probably lose their money. Cause like, what is Crawford getting paid? What's Canelo getting paid? Would they be able to make that money back? That's a lot of money. I know, I'm just joking, bro. I know, I'm just. What 160 pounder did you see Crawford spar? I kind of want to save that. I kind of want to save those stories because I might make some content with them. Crawford loaded gloves. I mean, it's nothing crazy, but I do have some stories, but I'll give you like a small little brief story. I was at the top ranked gym and pretty much it was around the time where like being all of them were there, and you know, Terrence just kind of like came in on a chill day, and there was a highly ranked 168 pounder, let's just say, highly ranked. I think Ring Magazine might have him like that. Ring Magazine's like it's like a top 10 Ring Magazine fighter in the division, and he was in jeans, and he just went and changed and just sparred him. And I don't know if it was the plan for him to see it, but Terrence came up and kind of chuckled at me afterwards, like, you know, you saw what So, I'll go into more details into it later, but I've seen Terrence wrestle and fight and spar once. He can bang one. Like, here's the thing. Terrence can fight at 168. That I know for a fact. He can hang at 168. For sure. He could beat 168ers. Trust me. The question is, can he beat Canelo at 168? That's the question. So, take it from me, who actually seen him spar. You can say if I'm a little biased, like, oh, but he can beat 168s. Trust me. He can definitely beat 168s. Like, good 168s. Can he beat the best 168 pounder currently, right now? Outside of David moving up. Find out, I'll say this, like, the person that he was sparring wasn't Canelo Alvarez. So, Canelo is really, really good. So, it's a whole nother beast. So, we'll see, I think it'll be interesting. Nothing's official until I see it on the IGs. Yep. Yeah, anyway, fight was for sure a win for him. The spread was terrible because there was no chance. Yeah. Anyway, he's going to lose all his fans he has in America. He needs to fight a big name soon. Either move up or fight Bam. I don't think he really focused on American fans. So, I'm not going to give out names right now. Crawford loaded gloves. I'll give out names maybe. I gotta save some of my, this is content worthy stuff. You know what I mean? I can't. But, it was good. That's what I say. I was impressed with Terrence, for sure. I was like, oh, shit. You're like a little kid in a candy store. I was like, am I supposed to be saying this? Nah. But it was cool. It was a cool experience to say that I was able to witness that. So. But yeah, I'm not giving no names. But I'll just take my word. He can bang at 168. Trust me. Canelo has so many options. He's literally the king. Anyway, beats Bam. It would be a fun fight. Yeah, I think Bam still needs to be. He needs more seasoning. Are you going to Ryan Garcia fight? If it's in New York, I'm thinking about it. Ryan and Rolly, I'm thinking about it. Are you half black and half Asian? Me too. Yeah, I'm half black and Korean. Joseph. Fourth round in this Omar, Chavez, and Rodriguez fight. I'm really not in it. I know someone asked me I'm trying to find the significance. Canelo can fight in Billy Skull, Pacheco, and still make $50 million. Yeah, that's a fact. He can fight anybody. Nah, he wouldn't even beat Janabek or older Lara. You talking about Bud? Janabek is a tough fight. But see now, like you're saying like the top guys at 160. He would beat some guys at 160 and 168. Could he beat Lara, an older Lara? I think he could beat an older Lara. Janabek, just because he's big and athletic, and that's a tough fight. That's a very tough fight. I would definitely say that's a tough fight too. It's because it's awkward and he can punch. I can say I witnessed history at Madison Square Garden in 1986. I stood ringside watching Hector Camacho Sr. become an overnight shadow of himself in a controversial decision versus Edwin Rosario. Oof. Is Bud broke? Is he paid? No, he's not broke. Janabek will blow Lara out the water at this point in Lara's career. Janabek is probably the best guy at 160 right now. But he hasn't really fought nobody. So, like, I'm going off of his athleticism. You know what I mean? Janabek and Lara will be really interesting. But I think just Lara might be a little too old. He's going to have to fight Janabek. His legs isn't the same. Anyone needs to fight either Keyshawn or Gervonta. I just think that the size difference is so apparent between those guys. You know? I don't know if those fights will ever happen. I think Inoue fighting Nakatani is a good fight. Yeah, I think Inoue fighting Bam, when Bam's more seasoned, would be good. How do you set up your chat? Do you use Zoom or Skype? I use a little bit of some other programs. I forgot what it's called. I use it on my browser. Janabek versus Bud would be good. That'd be a good fight. Be a tricky fight. Anything Bud does, fighting a solid puncher like a Bakram, the dude that knocked out Tim Zoom, like a Bakram, any fight at 116, any fight at 160 is all tough fights. That's when you start to see, oh shit, Chavez landing a good shot. That's when you start to see Bud become more of the natural boxing mover, I would assume, because those guys are big and you can't just bang it out with everybody. You know what I mean? Her said Bud stepped out of the ring with him after 2 rounds. You know, a lot of people who have sparred Bud, I've heard Bud has done necessarily has done like 2 rounds with people. I mean, he's done 2 rounds with people, and it really all depends. Like I've heard Bud was looking at sparring partners before, and it wasn't like what he was needing or looking for. I don't know about the Herd thing. I would have to see that interview. I think I might have seen it, but I probably have to see it again to analyze. But it just depends, you know what I mean? It depends. Like Herd's not really a 154 pounder, you know. And was this Herd in his prime? Maybe Herd was like a fucking problem at that time, you know. And Bud is a different fighter now, you know what I mean? Fighters do evolve, you know what I mean? And I do believe that maybe at certain times some fighters might be maybe a little bit too much for a certain fighter, and if they sparred again, you know, things change. You know, you hear sparring stories all the time where, you know, one guy got the best of him, and then years later the guy got the best of the other guy. So, Bud better find a different sparring partner because Nelson's not it. Easy money for Canelo. I think if Bud went to spar Canelo, I think he would have to bring in really tough guys. And he spars other 168ers. I already seen him spar other 168ers. So 168 Adames at 168 is best. Rodriguez should fight Junto. That's a tough fight. But yeah. Pacheco, Andy, Tito passed the test with flying colors. Did a real deal. Tito did what he was supposed to do. Knocked out an older Pedraza. Some people said it was back of the head. Andy Cruz, tough fight. But I would say, you know, did what he needed to do. And Pacheco. So yeah, you know what? I don't even know. They did what they were supposed to do tonight. So Pacheco looked terrible. He isn't good. He definitely has a lot. I think out of the 3, Pacheco has the most room to improve. And then I would say Andy. But based off the task on hand, did Pacheco have the toughest test? Nah, maybe Andy had the toughest test tonight. So why didn't Bud ever go to Hollywood? Is he really that boring? Why didn't Bud ever go Hollywood? Is he really that boring? No, he's just like a regular chill dude. To be honest, Bud has been kind of the same guy since I met him. Nothing's ever changed, you know? What's unique though is I was able to build a better relationship covering Terrence in the more Hollywood stage that you would think. So I can only imagine, you know. But maybe he's a little bit more happy and he's more at peace now. So I don't know, you know. Can't really say I'm like this with Bud or nothing, so I can't really speak. But I've never had an issue with him. You know, he's always been cool. I seen him in Norfolk and we chatted. Super chill, man. And like, to be honest, if you're like just a normal fan, like a person, it's like, oh, you saw Terrence Crawford and went out, super cool. I promise you, he'll be super cool with you. He likes talking to his fans. These two fights are going to Clash of Titans, Figueroa and Fulton rematch, and Beterbiev and Bivol rematch. Those are two great fights. I think Figueroa is going to pull out the Fulton rematch, and then Bivol Beterbiev rematch. It's going to be a tough one. I think whoever established their half better. If Bivol gets a good first half, I think he wins. If he doesn't, then Beterbiev does. Every superstar boxer goes Hollywood, all of them. Well, I never met Bud before the World Championship. So, like, my level of, like, when fighters go Hollywood is when they get their belt. Like, I've covered a couple fighters, but after they got their belt, they've kind of changed a little bit towards me. So that's kind of my testament. So I met Bud after a world champion. So he's been consistent. So that's my... When a fighter kind of becomes a champion or get a lot of attention, you know. But usually when they, like, get a championship belt, it's kind of where I see some of that Hollywoodness come. The Chino fight already. I pinned it. Pacheco beat Steven Nelson by UD. Crawford showed how good he could move around the ring against Majorov, who is another hard puncher, so it would be similar against Janabek. I just think Janabek's more seasoned as a pro, and he's a bigger puncher. You know what I mean? So I think that would be a tougher fight. Like, Janabek's pretty big. Were they in headgear and going 16 ounce? I don't know the glove size, but they definitely had headgear. Yeah, they had headgear. Headgear and, on the sparring. Real talk, Bud seems boring to me. He needs to be like Floyd. You know what's interesting, Jose? And we've talked before on camera and stuff, and Bud is like a completely different person off camera. And rightfully so, because, like, he feels like the people who's around me or know me gets to see this side. You know, it doesn't necessarily... I know that's not what people want to hear as paying fans, but he's a completely different person. Like, in person, he's funny. Like, he's super funny, super, like, you know. But he's down to earth, to be honest, I think. I think he's down to earth. I think he's chill, funny, competitive. It's like... I don't know. I think he's cool. You know, I've actually brought my dad to meet Bud and had him, like, at the gym and stuff. Like, he was super cool. Bomac, all those guys were super cool to me when I brought my dad. You know, they were super cool to my dad. So I'm always gonna be. That's what I'm saying. Like, tonight, like, I was, like, rooting for B&B just because because, like, I have like more of a closer relationship, and I'm always going to be in depth for, like, how cool they were with my dad. So, Bud stops Canelo. That'd be crazy. Why don't you think Morel Benavidez beat Beterbiev? I have to see. It's too soon, Peel. Like, I have to see them fight each other before I even have an opinion. They just entered the division, right? So, like, they both look like kind of shit to a certain degree at 175. So if I'm basing on that, I don't think that's fair. So I know what Beterbiev can do, and he's fighting Bivol, and I know Bivol sparred David and all that stuff, but that's sparring, I have to see David fight David, and then how they look will give me a better case on how they would probably do against Arthur. That's just so. We'll find out next week, Pill out. So give me next week, and I'll have a better. Is it true Crawford linked up with Mayweather for the Canelo fight? I don't know. No, they didn't link up for the Canelo fight. All right, and I can't disprove or prove that, but I'm just Shakur was sparring at the Top Rank Gym, which is in Vegas. Terrence is in Vegas to support Steve Nelson. Obviously, he supports Shakur, so he shows up to show love to Shakur and help him out. And Floyd lives in Vegas, so Floyd rolled up, probably wanted to see some Shakur, and that was just timing. Maybe. That's my only assumption. But did they talk about Canelo? I'm sure they maybe. But do I know? No. So, Even if he did good against a 68-pounder in full gear, I don't think that's going to translate in 10-ounce gloves, no gear. No. 168 is a whole nother beast. Look, I'm not ignorant. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm saying, like, he can hang at 168, and I think he can beat some guys at 168. But when you're going to Canelo, it's a whole nother beast. And so, like, at the end of the day, like, there's some really good guys at 168. Caleb Plant. I mean, I've seen him wrestle some of these guys at that division too, like jokingly, and he's fucking strong, bro. Like, I kind of walked out of the gym one time like holy shit, that dude is fucking strong. So I don't know. At the end of the day, if they do fight, we'll find out. And I'm sure he'll get better sparring partners, you know. Canelo vs. Crawford fight will probably only do 700K pay-per-view buys. I'm not paying for it. I think I will honestly, I think I might go to that fight. You know, I think if it's in Vegas, if it's in Saudi Arabia, then no. If Bud acts like Floyd, y'all would hate him more. I saw Bud in a basketball game and took a photo out with him. He's down-to-earth guy. He's not like some of those arrogant fighters to cross paths with in my father's distant past. That's what I was saying. Like, he's super cool. You know, like, if you catch him on some chill shit, then, yeah, you know, like, he's an ordinary guy. And if you get a glimpse to kind of be around him, kind of jokingly, you'll probably chuckle and get a couple good laughs. I rewatched Majimov fight and Spence fight the other day, and the comfort level is night and day. Then I rewatched Canelo versus Belonga, Charlo, Sanders, and I don't see Canelo win at all. Before I thought maybe there's a 10% chance and he outboxed him off the back foot, but I don't see it anymore. It's a tough fight, you know. I feel like that's a fight, once again, that I go with my head and my feeling. You know, normally when I do fight breakdowns, Loaded Gloves, I always do a heart and my feeling. And if my feeling and my heart match, then it's synonymous. It's a no-brainer. My feelings with Crawford, my heart's with Crawford, my brain's with Canelo. And 9 times out of 10, my brain always is right. So what does that tell you? So eventually my feelings every once in a while is going to get right, but it's far and few between. I think Canelo should open up as the favorite. I'll be probably rooting for Terrence. You know what I mean? Obviously, you know, that bias doesn't need to be hidden, you know. I'll definitely be rooting for Crawford because I don't have like a, you know, relationship with Canelo. But I think, you know, it'll be the first time Crawford will be the underdog, and it's a tall task to ask. And by all means, you know, Canelo's not going to sit and try to let this guy who's coming up from 154 box his way into a victory. He's going to go try to fight him. So Crawford's not trying to train with Mayweather. He's just trying to get under Canelo's skin. I think they just came for Shakur. Dead serious. I don't think there was no coming together for Canelo. I think it was just a timing thing. I think they both wanted to come. Well, Terrence was probably there for Shakur. Floyd probably rolled up for Shakur. So I saw Shakur and immediately fell asleep. You guys are terrible. Crawford's probably don't even like Mayweather. Nah. Mayweather's nah. They get along. Why everybody hating Shakur? I think he low key racist, but can't deny his talent. Dude is nice. He is good. He's good. I think it's just a little bit of like, you know, some people may not like his personality. Some people might be fans of his opponents. You know, you can't be liked by everybody. And some people may not like his style, you know. His defensive style might be a turnoff some people. Some people might like it, you know, the sweet science. Plus, Bud still knows where he came from, and I can't say I respect many other boxers, active, non-active like that, but honestly, I could say that. Yeah, he's just chill. Just a chill dude, man. You know? Real talk, Spence was drunk and there was a drug user. Bud don't get credit for that. Oh my god. Shakur's a runner. People are tired of slick boxing. Shakur's new name is Shakira, the running queen. No, you're tired of so-called runners. I hate fights for no defense. Yeah, it's a preference. You know what I mean? I actually enjoy watching Shakur fights. Edwin was not a fight I enjoyed, but I did enjoy the Artem fight, you know? Bro, listen to the punches that landed on Charles compared to the sound of punches landed on Spence. Oh, bro, Canelo's a beast, bro. Canelo's a beast, man. I'm trying to figure out how Crawford's gonna do it, if he does. Like, that's some wizardry shit, you know? If Crawford beats Canelo, man, you got, like, and not you or anyone in chat, but, like, you know, like the people who dislike Crawford, that's a fight that, like, even the haters would be like, fuck, man, I don't know what to say, man. That motherfucker is good. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's, like, every time a fighter wins, you move the goalpost. But if Crawford went up and beat Canelo, that goalpost is a touchdown. Like, it's literally stuck at that marker. You cannot say nothing about Crawford. So, defense is lame. Should be tanked like Benavidez. I hope Crawford beats Canelo, but Bud can't beat any of the top 5 fighters Canelo beat at 168. So what does that tell you? I mean, I can't sit and say a fighter can't do something. It is a tall task, and you know, Terrence is, if not one of those fighters in this generation, and if anyone can do it, maybe Terrence can. So, but you know, we'll have to see if it really happens. Then, you know, Terrence is definitely the underdog. For sure. Bud next pay-per-view will flop. Canelo will use it to ask for more money. That's if Bud fights in between. I don't know if Bud will. Slick boxing is dead. I think it's not about the style of fighting. I think it's the personality. You know, I think Floyd's personality was transcended beyond boxing. You know, he was an entertainer inside and outside the ring. And so it takes a lot of work to become that type of guy, and you have to sustain it. So people were very infatuated with Floyd, you know? So, and you have to be like that type of person that regardless if you were a style that people liked or not, they still found a way to like say, fuck it, I'm going to go watch. You know, Jake Paul kind of is like that. You're like, man, people are like, man, I can't stand Jake Paul, and I don't want to watch Jake Paul. You know, this fight's this, or people think he's rigged, or he's a terrible fighter, or he's fighting. Oh, people still watch him for some reason. So that's why I don't see him winning too much. It's a lot. It's a mismatch. On paper, it is a mismatch. On paper, it's a mismatch. You would have to say it's a mismatch. But, you know, if Crawford's up for it and Canelo's down for it, then we might see Canelo versus Terrence Crawford. A very unique fight because you got two guys that on the pound for pound list are probably, you know, next to each other in the top 5, but nowhere near the weight class. So do you take a, like, is it still an intriguing fight because you got a pound for pound versus a pound for pound? They tried that with Undisputed versus Undisputed, Charlo versus Canelo. 2 Undisputeds, right? And one started his career at 154. But I would favor Crawford over Charlo. But, you know, Charlo didn't look that great against Canelo. So, I don't know, you know. I remember I did talk to Crawford after the Canelo fight. And it was just like, did I talk? Yeah, I talked to Crawford, and it was after the Munguia fight and after the Charlo fight. And the Charlo fight was like, he just didn't come to fight. And the Munguia fight, Crawford thought Canelo was carrying him. So Crawford just wants a payday, and Turkey's the only one pushing the fight. He's not saving boxing. Me personally, I'd rather see David Benavidez versus Canelo. But, you know, I can't be mad at Crawford wanting to get a big payday. You know? These boxers better go toe-to-toe, if not pay-per-view. Them Central Asian boxers, brawlers, too. I'm cool with a big brawl. I appreciate both, you know? It just can't be a sloppy brawl. It has to be a technical brawl. I'm with you 100%, though. I want to see Bud pull off the win over Canelo, but I'm trying to figure it out. Yeah, I just haven't really figured out, like, does he box him? Is he able to box? Can he outbox Canelo for 12 rounds? And you know, them early rounds are going to be scary. And that's what Crawford takes his time. He's a slow starter. But, and dude, Canelo is nasty with the no, like, one punch that Canelo does is so nasty. It's like he somehow convinces fighters that he's going to go to the body, but it's actually a hook to the top. And the way he throws his hook, it kind of like sells that it's a body shot, but he goes, like, the way he dropped Edgar Berlanga, and it's so fast. He sells it like he kind of winds it where it looks like he's going to go to the body, but it's over to the head. And it's such a very devastating hook that he does. And if you make that mistake one time wrong, you know, it's over with. Amir Khan, Canelo, man. So Crawford's going to get the bag, but also get his ass kicked. Man, it's a tough fight. Tough fight for Crawford, man. The Spence fight, I always felt Crawford was going to beat Spence. I'm a little concerned about the Canelo fight, I'm not going to lie. I think the reason why Canelo don't take the Benavidez fight is because he, win or lose, is going to take a lot out of him, and he wants to fight for a few more years. It's a fucking fight. You know? That is a fight. It would. And you know, I wouldn't be hopefully strange to say this, that I think is a winnable fight for Canelo too. I think Canelo can win that fight. But he can make, like you said, the same money doing easier stuff. So Crawford next pay-per-view will flop. I don't think Crawford's going to go fight in between. How Crawford does get it back. He earned it. Low-key, Morrell has the personality of a superstar, kind of why I want him to win. He's funny as fuck. He can dance. I see him having a funny back-and-forth English that Canelo has eventually. Yeah, I mean, look, I favor Benavidez, but I wouldn't count Morrell out. So I'll read a couple more. I'm not really in the Chavez and Rodriguez fight. It's kind of like, eh. And then it's almost one where I'm at. So I'm going to speed read, and then I might go live tomorrow. I'm going to go live tomorrow. I don't know what the topic would be. But even if you ask for money grabs, when you're in boxing game that long, you can ask for that retirement fight. That's fair. Win or lose, this is his retirement fight. Charles said he hit too hard at the post-fight interview. I was at that fight. But, you know, every fighter's different, and every fighter fights differently. You know, I wouldn't really compare Charlo to Crawford, you know? So that's just my own opinion. Crawford beat a drunk with an eye damage. Oh my god. Nelson has a chin, went 12, gotta respect it. Yeah, I just wish he kind of did a little bit more, a little bit earlier. You know what I mean? But it's easier said than done. Maybe it was too hard. You know, Pacheco was landing those hooks and step back uppercuts clean. That's not saying much. I favor Spence over Charlo too against Canelo. Canelo versus Mbili would be a better fight. Like, people didn't expect Michael Stinks to go from light heavyweight to heavyweight to beat Larry Holmes. We can't never say anything in boxing. It's impossible. So Crawford still got to win for sure. And like Bernard Hopkins at the age of 41 went and beat Tony Tarver. You know, he went from middleweight to light heavyweight. So, you know, there's a lot of things that are possible. But even at those times, people were very concerned. And like, these are the type of fights where everyone's going to doubt it. And then when it happens, it happens. You know, people weren't really picking Michael Spinks to beat Larry Holmes. People weren't picking Bernard Hopkins to beat Tony Tarver after he sparked out Roy Jones Jr. People don't really pick these things until it officially happens. So until it does, it'll be one of those type of fights where people will continue to bring up when other fighters dare to do the same. But when they dare to do the same, it's still going to be like, I don't know. You know, even though history's shown it has been done, it's also been failed multiple times. Fighters that have done it recently in recent times have definitely not done a good job. And I know I'm not comparing Mikey Garcia to Crawford when it comes to, because Mikey Garcia's never been like the pound for pound guy, many people's eyes. But Mikey's tried it, it hasn't worked. Gilmore Rigondeaux tried to do it, didn't work. It's just one of those cases where it sounds good on paper because you may have one guy ranked higher, but it's a lot harder to execute. So, and sometimes those matches have been properly matched where one guy's style might be a little bit for it. Is Crawford's style that style for Canelo, Bro, Majimov was landing at will and butt, and he has 3 inches less than Canelo. It was a tough fight. But that's styles make fights. I thought that was a very close fight as well. I thought Bud edged it, but it was close, in my opinion. So, but he still shots all day too. He's going to get one from Canelo. Majimov going to beat Ortiz. I would favor Majimov against Ortiz. But if Ortiz does it, then Ortiz is the Eastern European Slayer for sure. So, I can't say Slayer. I thought he lost that in his last fight. So, Crawford needs a pay-per-view. Before he's a star. Might be the Canelo fight, especially if he wins. I saw Canelo make Berlinger's chin touch his shoulder with his left hook. Yeah. Canelo's a beast, man. That would be Canelo's last fight. What's upsetting is that they were going to try and sell the fight like Crawford's daring to be great and it's boxing, anything can happen because people are tired of that crap. Crawford is a better daring to be great story than Charlo when it comes to casuals. But I think hardcore fans probably felt Charlo was the better fight to do it. And even then, that's still too much. Moreau did the same hook you just described against Hot Rod in one of the only few fights he caught him wind up to the body and go to the head. Yeah, Moreau has a really sneaky disguising hook. He does. Yep, and it looks like Rodriguez won against Chavez. Crawford Lilly is not a star. He looks weird. Did anyone else find it odd that the 36-year-old Nelson managed to keep up all that movement for 12 rounds without getting tired? Do you know if there was testing for the fight? No, I actually don't. I don't know. But it's a sanctioned fight in a sanctioned body, I think. So they should do drug testing. But Steven Nelson is a guy that's been always in shape and hasn't been in wars, but yeah, I mean, you never know with boxing, man. I'm not gonna say like I know. Canelo even in retirement will forever be haunted by the boxing plot for his decision still not fighting Benavidez. Only if unless Benavidez loses to Morrell, Canelo wants $200 million. David wants gets $5 million. People are so strong in their conviction that Foreman would kill Ali, but Ali showed the world different. That's true. Mark my word, Eric Canelo will fight him, and it's just a loss to Benavidez. Will hurt him a lot right now. Even a win would hurt him longevity-wise, but he's too proud to retire without that fight. Dude, nobody cares about Crawford. He's little butt toast. Yo, what up, EMC? Burnt toast. Bud's a legend already. Yeah, Bud's a Hall of Famer. He's a 4-division champion. Not a lot of those. Benavidez is going to destroy Morrell, but I like how they're building it. I favor Benavidez, but I do feel that if Morrell does hurt him, I think he has a chance. Unfortunately, though, the longer the fight takes, the more it benefits David. Of course. But does David go down to 168? And the longer he stays at 175, it's also going to hurt him. So, but, bro, Turkey better be paying you. Why? Why should Turkey be paying me? Because everyone else is getting paid by Turkey? I don't know, man. I like having my own opinions and my own thoughts. So, Canelo destroys welterweight Crawford. I would favor Canelo. You slurping Crawford too much. No, I mean, look, this is my thing, Jose. I rather have Canelo versus Benavidez, personally. I rather. And I rather had Crawford versus Charlo before Charlo fought Canelo. Like, I rather had Charlo been undisputed, Crawford go to 154, fight him to be a 3-division champion. No one's done it. Inoue hasn't done it. Usyk is incapable of doing it because heavyweight's the limit, right? And, and as a female, I think Clarissa's the only female to be, right? And Katie Taylor. So, like, it separates them from, like, men and female, right? And I think that's a solid win, beating Charlo. And then, really, I think at that point, you're like, who else do you want Crawford to fight? That's how that legacy ends. Like, he's beat. Who else do you want him to fight? Canelo is like they say, daring to be great, like wishing on a star. And so, I'm not a fan of the idea of it, because if he does lose the Canelo fight, it just kind of like leaves kind of a stain a little bit. And what I mean a stain is like, financially he's going to make a lot of money, but it's like, it's just like you can go down as like an undefeated fighter that's like legitimate, like a legitimate undefeated fighter. Not because you were avoiding anybody or anything. Like I think he beats Boots, and I think he beats Charlo, But, at the end of the day, it's hard to turn down $100 million. You know what I mean? Like, having a one next to my name. If I lose, I lose. Whatever. I dare to be great. I fought Canelo. If I did, that's great. If not, got $100 million, So, but, no, I'd rather have Canelo versus David, Jose. And what I'm leaving is an optimistic, biased opinion because, I do know Crawford, and I do feel that, in hopes that he can probably do something. But if you ask for my boxing brain, I think I would have to favor Canelo. And I would have to favor Canelo significantly. But, it's only because the fact that history has shown, like, going up in weight, it's like that. It's tough. And especially a guy that's as seasoned as Canelo, a pound-for-pound fighter like yourself. So, one of the best boxing myths in boxing is that David Benavidez doesn't have defense. His defense is really good, in my opinion. I never see him get... I was saying this earlier. I think David Benavidez's defense is underrated. So, Crawford versus Fandor. I think Crawford beats Fandor. But, he's already said that ship has sailed. So, in your opinion, who's more difficult opponent, Ramirez versus or Rolly? I think Rolly has a puncher's chance against Ryan, and they've sparred each other before. And depends on what version Ryan comes. Ramirez just got completely outboxed by Arnold Barboza. So if Devin comes back healthy and unfazed by the Ryan Garcia fight, Devin's going to cruise by him. And so I guess, as weird as it sounds, I think Rolly has a better chance than Ramirez does. Jay says it's like advanced cherry picking. How come Gervonta C so irritated with everybody, Bud, Turkey, Shakur? Because he's like standing on like American pride. Where's your loyalty? Like, you guys are all going over there. I'm staying with Al. I want fights to be in America. Just homegrown, I sell where I'm from attitude. So, and, it's just kind of like, like how he feels, right? And I don't know how true this is, right? Because I don't know what people's making. But he probably, like, he's feeling like, I'm making money where I sell. And now you guys aren't able to, what he feels, sell, so you have to go elsewhere. And you're not really selling there either. You're just only making money there. And that's not like you can't, like, in his mind, like, act like you're the reason why you're making the money. Someone's funding it, kind of, But, it doesn't really matter to us, Benavidez literally only has a 16. Crawford is not getting 100 million, bro. You're drunk. I'm exaggerating, Jose. Like, I don't know what they're making. Like, I only say 100 million just because of, like, the analogy I was trying to put on. Like, I'm not a fan of it, but I'm not also knocking someone making a lot of money, right? I think Canelo's getting 120 and Crawford's. I mean, I don't know what they're making, Turkey has been throwing a lot of money. Like, I don't know what Crawford made for his Madrimov fight. It's not reported, Jose. So, can't really speak on these guys' purses and if they're not really, like, I don't have access to it, and it doesn't really matter to me, But I would just only use it as an analogy. Canelo's going to fight David too. Turkey will put up the bag after the Crawford fight. What's interesting is people were saying Canelo has a 3-fight deal. So if Crawford's the first fight, then that means Canelo's, like, they're looking past it. And, like, you know what I mean? I would like to see Mayweather officially come out of retirement and fight Crawford. He's too old. When I mean old, it's like inactive. He's not coming back out and fighting. He's done. Professional fights is over. If he found a way to make really good money doing exhibitions, he'll never have to fight again. You know how much he's getting paid for exhibitions to now come back to actually have a real fight? Crazy. Alvarez Benavidez is not an easy fight to make. Nope. It's more of a pride thing too. Like, Canelo's like, I don't have to make money with you, bitch. Fuck off. Like, that's how his attitude is. So you gotta actually, like, get Canelo to actually like you to fight. Crawford would probably beat Floyd. He's a terrible matchup for him. Plus Spence and Haney beat up Floyd in sparring. Bro, do not count out Floyd Mayweather. That is such a blasé statement. That is such a blasé statement. And, like, even then, we're talking, like, hypothetical. Because the stories was Floyd was just, like, kind of getting some rust off for, like, a Conor McGregor, right? If that's the case. And Spence is like when he came out of jail and he wasn't, like, preparing for a stop. Like, bro, a fight is a fight. Like, that sparring shit don't always matter. You know what I mean? I think you were also mentioning earlier about how sparring work. That shit don't matter. Shit don't matter. Floyd's Floyd, man. I'm not sure how Pitbull has any fans. Dude has done all kinds of smoke. Well, I did an interview with Pitbull and it got, like, no views. So, maybe he doesn't have fans anymore. It got no views. I was shocked. I believe Crawford will handle Canelo much more easily than what many people expect. We'll see, man, if they fight. Did Pitbull drop the ball by not taking the Ryan fight, that bag, or a good calculated? I don't know what he's doing. I don't know what he's doing. Who's he gonna fight then after? Venezuela versus Tank, who wins? I think Raya. Nah, Tank. No disrespect to Venezuela. I got Tank. Floyd wouldn't even let Crawford wear his MX gloves. It's part of the game. The pro games is different. Pro games are different. All that counts. Yeah, dude. I got no views off of Pitbull. Like, it did no views. And it was cut into 2 parts. None. Like, I think they both cracked together less than 5,000. I'm like, nobody's checking for Pitbull. Nobody cares about Pitbull in this fight. So, you know. Mayweather Jr. is an entertainer, but I don't think he was ever fulfilling to put on fights that fans can say that they got their money's worth except for against Corrales. Can't say that about... So the Canelo fight don't count? I mean, he fought Pacquiao. Pacquiao was younger than him. I really don't even want to spend energy on a whole Floyd thing tonight. I'm just going to read these next couple. I already know a whole bunch of responses. Let's just chill, Have a chill night. Pitbull got a name now. He can navigate based off his goals now. Yeah, but fans, saw him lose to Ryo. And then he said that Ryo was boring. That's why I didn't rematch him. So Crawford probably just wants to get the bag and take care of his kids. Nothing wrong with that. Do you think Morrell is a more difficult opponent for Benavidez than Canelo? Nope. Because Canelo is Canelo. As much as we say, like, oh, he lost to Bivol, it's still Canelo. Canelo's Canelo, man. Can never say Canelo is a less than or something. We got a guy who we don't know fighting next week, Benavidez, if he's, like, ready for Benavidez. When we got a guy like Canelo where we're begging to fight Benavidez. Because it's a good fight. It's a winnable fight. Like, and that's a dude who's smaller and very skilled. So, it's a bad matchup, man. Even Crawford's having to reach and being a southpaw is bad news for Floyd. Still Floyd. That's my only answer. And it's like, not even like me trying to, because I didn't get to cover Floyd and like in his era. So it's more like, Floyd's more like fandom. But I'm also a fan of Bud. I covered Bud. He's probably like the guy that I cover where like, I'm probably going to tell my kids, like, I cover Terrence Bud Crawford, like in my era. So I'm also a fan of Bud, I'm just saying, like, as much as you can't count Bud out in like a Canelo fight, you definitely can't count Floyd out against Bud. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's Floyd. Floyd already beat Canelo. You know what I mean? Like, that's Floyd. He already beat Pacquiao. That's Floyd. He already beat Corrales. That's Floyd. He's already been a 5-division world champion. That's Floyd. He's already like, you know what I mean? So, come on. Everyone says he struggles against southpaws, but he never lost to a southpaw. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, you can say that he struggles X, Y, and Z, but, it's Floyd. And it's a mythical match that doesn't really matter. So, he fought Pacquiao after he got KO'd, bro. He wanted to fight Pacquiao when he was on the street. Tim Bradley's the one that stepped up. And you know what? At the end of the day, I still think Floyd would have beat Pacquiao. Because Floyd was the bigger man. Floyd was the bigger man. And 9 times out of 10, the bigger man usually wins, right? Canelo, in this case, like Bud, he's the bigger man, so he's probably favored to win. So that's how I look at it. Floyd was the more skilled and the bigger man. I think Venezuela would beat Garcia with ease if that fight could ever be made, possibly. What's the last pay-per-view to do over 1 million pay-per-view buys? Like an actual boxing match, not like Floyd Logan Paul. They claim Tank and Ryan did, but I don't think it did because, those are just reported numbers. But if it's not Tank and Ryan and you don't count Floyd versus Logan because it's not like a boxer versus a boxer, then it's probably Canelo versus Triple G. Never saw the notification, Pitbull. I can show you. The numbers are rough. If you want to watch them, like it's FightHype, Pitbull. Yeah. Jeez. Numbers did so bad. Can't even YouTube search it. FightHype. Yeah, dude. It's there, man, but it's gonna take some work. Jeez, where are the interviews? Hold on. Pitbull. Yeah, let me. Pitbull goes off on Eastside Cruz. August. Pitbull. Maybe it's not underneath Pitbull. Maybe it's Isaac Cruz. possible. Yeah, I got it right here. So give me 1 second. I'm gonna show you. Boom, boom. All right, so was it screen sharing? Let me get my headphones on. Actually, there's some videos that are from the Nelson fight that we can watch too. Screen sharing. Okay. Perfect. Look. Isaac Cruz, this was a month ago. Isaac Cruz and Gervonta Davis retiring, possible rematch after Roach. 2,000 views. Isaac Cruz, this is Shakur fights as rival Venezuela born list. 3,000 views. Nobody cares about Pitbull. At least here. So I got sparring with Floyd, never sparred anyone to note when he did the stories or lost. He sparred Pernell Whitaker. What do you mean never sparred anyone to note? I don't know. It's up for debate, right? I'm not gonna knock your opinion. What are your thoughts on Samson Lukowicz? Seems like he was doing what Al Heyman wanted, not getting David the Canelo fight and having Fedor drop a belt. It was business. They were trying to do the Spence fight, didn't work out. Hey, talking shit, $2 super chat. What's up, my guy? What day is the presser next week for Benavidez? It will be. Did I get my emails for that? Hold on, bear with me. I gotta check my emails. Fight week. Press conference will be on Thursday. Press conference begins undercard 12 p.m. Pacific time. So that's when it'll go down. Do you think Tank will go down as the biggest hype job like Wilder? Nah, because I think Tank has more skill. Next time Pitbull says Shakur's born runs, why don't you bring up cutting up? You know, I brought up Shakur to Pitbull 3 times, and it's always the same. But why don't you just bring up cutting up the ring? Because it's always the same response. It's always the same. Oh, my camera does not want to turn on right now. All right, I'll let it rest. So while I have you guys here, you guys want to see some of the interviews that we got at the Steven Nelson event before I let you guys go? Because I got to watch these too. Let's peep them. Hold on. Is my headphones? Oh, okay. Let me put this on. Let's put on the volume. The volume's not up, right? So let me get the volume up. I've been notorious for leaving it. Where are my headphones? Hold on. I gotta put my Bluetooth in. Bluetooth settings. Alright. AirPods. There we go.
The Puerto Rican kid KG. This is FightHype.
Alright, perfect. Alright.
Y'all need to know. If y'all don't know who this is, then y'all tripping. But I got my man Shakur Stevenson with me. Shakur, let's get right into it. The other day you had not one, not two. You had all three. You had Eddie, Floyd, Bud. What did that feel like having them come watch you spar, man?
I don't know. I know I need an extra check for that shit, man. I be setting up plays and I don't be getting the credit that I deserve for that shit. But I put a nice little play together, had everybody pull up to the gym, and I appreciate them guys for showing up for me and supporting me, and I just try to take the knowledge and the stuff that they present to me.
Yeah, so I mean, look, it ain't the first time you've been around Floyd. It ain't the first time you've been around any of those guys. But, that day, especially with you having this fight, and, a lot of people saying that maybe Kid Austin isn't ready for you. What kind of talk? What was the conversation like in the gym that day?
Nah, it just was talking about, my boxing. It wasn't nothing about no Kid Austin, the fight that I got coming up. It was more so just, watching my sparring and, you know, detailed things that I could work on and I could get better at. And like I said, I appreciate them guys.
Yeah, and you know, like from what I've read or seen online, it seems like a focus of yours is really like putting an exclamation point on this fight with Kid Austin. Not just winning, but like really stealing the show and showing that, you know, you making a statement to start the year. So what are your thoughts on that? Like, how are you trying to finish this fight and what are you trying to do in the ring?
Like I said, I am trying to come steal a show. I'm focused, I'm ready, I've been working hard. I'm gonna be in tip-top shape come fight night, and you should see one of the best versions of me.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. Is Kid Austin ready for you? You know, I know as a fighter, you respect the other fighter. You know, there's obviously, you know, you don't want to doubt him, anything like that. But I mean, just when you think about it, is there anything that he has that makes you think twice?
Nah, he's a dangerous fighter. He's a young kid. I remember when I was that young, how hungry I was to become world champion, how hungry I was to prove to the world that I was the best. And I know he's hungry. I know he's gonna train his ass off. I just don't think this a level that he's ready for.
Got you. How does that fight end? What are you predicting? A decision,
I try
knockout?
Not to make them type of predictions. I try to just stay focused on the task and focus on what I got to do. However it go, I'm gonna come out victorious.
Got you. So we've heard the plan, right? It's Kid Austin, Cepeda, Tank. That's what Eddie's saying. It seems like that's exactly what you want. And, you know, we've seen that there's capability for Matchroom and PBC to work together. We got Jaron Ennis versus Stanionis coming up. Can we really see you versus Tank this year?
Yeah, you could definitely see that fight. Once again, though, I got Kid Austin I got to focus on. He got Lamont Roach he got to focus on. So we can't look past our opponents. One of us take a L to one of them guys, it won't be no big fight with me and Tank. So let's focus on the task at hand, and Kid Austin is my focus.
Say less. Is Undisputed a focus of yours?
Nah, not really. I mean, bro, I hate to like be so real, like, and how I really feel.
Please do be, bro. Let us know.
My truth is like, boxing is politics. It's politics, so anybody could be undisputed in the right fight. Anybody could be champion with the right person in front of them. So I just try to focus on myself. I ain't trying to. I used to want to accomplish that undisputed thing, but I realized how fake this whole game is, how fake everything is. And, I'm focused. I'm focused on myself and what I got to do. But truthfully, I don't really care about that shit.
What motivates you then? Because obviously, you know, if that's not it, then what is it? What do you want out of this game?
My passion is what motivates me the most. So my passion is the sport of boxing. I love boxing. So going in the ring and performing and winning and coming out victorious, that's the shit that motivates me. Other than that, I'm just doing what I love to do.
Say less. You know, there's a lot of talk about somebody you very close with, Bud Crawford fighting Canelo this year. I got to ask, the other day I was in the gym, was there any conversation around that at all?
Nah, even if it was, I don't even speak on, you know, what other people got going on, you know. I would love to fight. I've been saying that I thought Bud Crawford could beat Canelo, but truthfully, I just feel like that's his business.
Yeah. If they do fight, Cole, how do you see it going?
If they do fight, I told you I think that Bud outboxes him. I think he's going to use his leg, keep Canelo on the outside and make it an easy night.
Got you. Now, you know, Bud, Tank, what were your thoughts on the whole, like, back and forth with Bud and Tank? Any thoughts at all, especially because it got really personal?
See, that's another thing. I try not to get into nobody else's stuff, but like I said, Bud my brother, so I'm backing him with whatever. But I don't get into the back and forth of the internet arguing or the, you know, typing back and forth on. That shit don't really matter.
Got you. Turkey is making a lot of moves right now. It's, you know, obviously you on a big card, February 22nd. We spoke about that a little bit. You see a lot of other fighters, Ryan, Dev, all this stuff lining up. And it seems like boxing is, you know, coming back together. How do you feel about Turkey and just like everything that's going on in boxing, all these big fights getting made?
I think Turkey is saving boxing. I think that he's making the biggest and best fights happen. At the end of the day, what he's doing is these fighters got to drop their nuts. He's making guys going 50-50 fights to where they can lose or they can win. And I'm from the cloth, like, scared money don't make no money, so I feel like shit. Whoever he say he want me to fight, I'm down with that shit.
Say less. 2 last questions for you, and I appreciate your time, Core. If we get that rematch, Devin and Ryan, do you think there's any difference in the outcome?
I think it can be. It just depends how Devin mentality is. I feel as though they fought so many times in the amateurs, just like the pros. Now, if they fight again, Devin can make some adjustments, and if he do, it can be easier fight for him.
Yeah, got you. And then, like, you know, obviously Cepeda, Tank, and not looking past Kid Austin, but it's been like the plan for you this year. You still have interest in getting in the ring with like those guys, Devin Haney, Ryan Garcia? Is that still those fights you want?
I'll fight whoever, whenever, but them guys moving up to 147 pounds now, so I won't be at 147 no time soon.
140?
I mean, yeah, I'll go to 140 for the big fights, but if it ain't no big fight, I ain't going to 140.
Say less. Cool. I appreciate your time. This is FightHype. Kevin Garcia. We out.
Appreciate it.
That's just Kevin's thing. That's my boy's Kevin's thing. Let's see. So we did Shakur. We already saw that. This was kind of some not gonna play that because there's music. So nope. Forget that. Watch that on my time. This is music too, probably. Let's get Keyshawn, Andy Cruz.
Bose, what you think about the fight? You know, before you answer that, I probably should say I've been to all of Andy's pro fights. Right. And little by little, I've seen his progression.
Getting better and better.
Oh my God. Tonight was the first night. I mean, I could say I truly seen Andy commit 100% on the shot. He looked very powerful. Obviously, dude was tough.
Right.
Almost I see it on a walkover.
He would have been out. He would have been out if Andy had to follow through. You know, I mean, he hit him with good shots, and he paused sometimes. You see when he buckled him a couple times. He just looked, and then he went after him. Once you do that, you got to finish him off. You know what I mean? He takes his time, but he picking it up nice. I gave him an A.
You gave him an A today?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, I know you're a tough scorer.
He won it to me every round.
Yeah. Nah, he looked sharp in there. That's day one, Andy.
Then he fighting a puncher.
Yup.
Remember, that boy was a puncher.
Yup.
See what he did with D-Hop.
Yup. Day one, Andy. This Andy. How would you judge that difference? Like, is it a huge difference? You know, you see him coming along. He still got a lot to go.
Oh no, he progressing every time, man. He up there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Look, he's going to do what, 20-0? I mean, 20-1? I mean, you know, this boy with no slouch, and he could take a punch, and he can fight.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Andy's right there, man. I'll give him to the end of this year.
Shut up. Stick to the
Let's talk
jab
about
and
it,
get him
right?
out
He
of here.
had some of the champions and top contenders at 135 ringside. Shakur Stevenson was there.
Right.
Keyshawn Davis. I saw Andy go up to him, you know.
Yeah, that's my boy.
Yeah, he showed him love. You know, he's a gentleman,
You know, I
but
know him ever since they was little kids, so, you know what I mean? We cool, though. You know what I mean? But my Keyshawn said, yeah, Bo, you my man, but you with the ops now. I said, yeah, that's what I'm with. You know what I mean? You know? But they all good. They all good people, man. They all good people.
in a fight.
And they can fight.
No, for sure, they're great. In a fight, who would you favor? I mean, obviously favor Andy against all of them, but who would you like to see Andy against out of those guys? Like the Keyshawns, the Shakurs.
Listen, my favorite line is just whoever got the titles. Whoever got the titles, man. You know what I mean? You know, whoever got the titles.
I mean, imagine this Andy in a fight with Keyshawn. You know, obviously. ¿Cómo te sientes? Yeah, I asked Andy how he's feeling. He said, look, you know, objective completed and they're going to keep on to the top. Vi que tú le saludaste a Keyshawn y Shakur. Keyshawn un poquito más raro con saludarte, pero Shakur te saludó. Andy, I saw you say what up to Keyshawn and Shakur. Shakur's a little bit different, but...
Sí, siento que a lo mejor que mi hijo está molesto conmigo porque pasamos mucho tiempo separados.
What up, Corey Lee? What's up? We just watching some interviews that came up. That commentary was cold for saying Cruz hasn't learned English while Boots is talking to him in the corner. He definitely does. Or Bozy.
Up to Keyshawn and Shakur. He said, you know, they were acting a little weird, but at the end of the day, you know, he hasn't seen me in a long time. That's my son, Keyshawn, but he said what up, and Shakur said what up too. All right, Andy, gracias.
It's funny. Let's see what.
All right. It's Kevin Garcia, aka the Puerto Rican Kid KG. This is FightHype. I got my man Keon Davis. You know, 2 of. Hold on, I want to get it right. DB3, right?
Sure.
I bet. All right, so look, Keyshawn, I'm gonna start with you really quick. First and foremost, you're here tonight. Pacheco Nelson, what you think about Steve's performance, man?
Shit, I feel like Steven, you know, he showed out tonight, man. Everybody thought dudes or knock Steven out or do whatever he thought, but I feel like Steven, he fought a great fight in there, man. He fought all the way to the 12th round. He done hurt the kid and some more shit, so man, he definitely showed out tonight for sure, in my opinion.
Yeah, Steve did his thing. You know, unfortunately, he didn't get the dub, but I think we'll see Steven back in the big fight pretty
I
soon.
don't like them scorecards, though. I feel like Steven definitely got 5 rounds, for sure. They gave him 3, but it is what it is.
Yeah, say less. I gotta ask, because obviously we saw it, you know, Andy came, tried to give you the pound, you didn't seem too receptive. What did you think of that moment? Was you confused, like he was saying what up to you, or?
Can we leave now? I'm hungry.
Nah, y'all good. Y'all beautiful, too.
Thank you. Sorry. Keep training. Look at your body.
Thank you. Make sure you watch the next one.
I got you.
All right.
Any thoughts on that at all, Key?
What you was talking about again?
He said what up to you. It was weird, like, you know, he says things, Andy Cruz.
Who? I don't know what you talking about. Shit.
Got it. All right, moving along. Next month, you got a big fight. Your brother's on that card as well, as I understand. First and foremost, you know, how do you feel going into this fight? What does it mean to you? It's the title shot. Changes everything at 135 if you win.
I saw 4 rounds.
Win, I
match.
win.
Say less.
Nelson for that
Shit,
fight.
I feel great, honestly. I feel super strong. I done caught 2 bodies in camp with 2 different opponents. We got three sparring partners rotating in and out the ring when I spar. You know, 10 rounds straight, 4 minutes, man. I'm young, you know what I'm saying? I'm hungry. You know what I'm saying? I'm really here to take over, not 135, I'm here to take over the sport. You know, I'm very excited, you know? So that's what we're here to do, man. DB3.
Got you. And Keon, I know you on this card. What does it mean to you be fighting with your brother, especially on a night where he's going to become world champion?
Man, it's great, man. For me to fight on this card for the second time, and you know, the first time was the homecoming, and second time this is gonna be his world title fight. So this is great. You know, I get to perform again in front of a huge crowd, and I'm just ready to go.
And another thing about that is, like, you fight in the MSG in New York, you know what I'm saying? Like, our family, we from New York, for real. Like, me and Keon was born in Virginia, but, like, my brothers and my sisters was all born in New York. So, like, New York is our second home. So we gonna have a lot of family in that crowd, you know what I'm saying? So it's damn near gonna feel like another homecoming.
What borough your people's from in New York?
Rhode Island.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Rhode Island? You mean Long Island?
Long Island, I'm sorry.
Long Island. Okay. Shout out to Queens. Nah, you good. I wasn't gonna let you do that.
All right, facts. I ain't from, you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
before they get in the comments talking crazy, leave my man alone. He from VA, all right? He from VA.
Edit that out, so.
No. You good. It's love. All right, so, again, you got this big fight. Your brother's on the card. You're going to become champion. The world is your oyster, my friend. Look, we all heard you say it. How realistic is it you get a shot at Tank this year?
I mean, you gotta ask him those type questions. Like, at this point, like, y'all can't ask me those questions. I'm not in a position to send him a contract. I'm not in a position to be like, yo, I'm fighting him this year. I'm not in that position yet. You know what I'm saying? Like, stop asking me those questions. All respect, you know what I'm saying?
No, you good.
And for every interviewer that's gonna watch this, don't ask me that question no more. Ask him that question. When are we gonna fight?
You know, I'm going to see him here soon, and I definitely make it a point to do that, Keyshawn, so that we be fair and balanced. I'm going to be at his fight in Brooklyn. I ask him to see what he say. Sure. I don't think he's going to be a fan of it, but I don't care. I ask him because at the end of the day, it's a great fight. Look, if Tank don't step up to fight you, you know, because you're calling him out, so if he don't want to take that fight, who would you like to see if not Tank? Because 135 is you, your brother, Shakur, so we're not going to see that fight, right, obviously. And then Loma, and then we got Tank. So if it's not Tank, it's not Shakur. You want Loma? Top rank?
If Light Skin don't want to step up to fight me, then you know, I would love to fight Lomachenko, honestly. He with top rank, we in the same, you know what I'm saying, same side of the street. You know what I'm saying? He a great fighter, legendary fighter. You know, and he hot right now. Like, he just stopped Cambosis. You know what I'm saying? A person that never been stopped before. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like me and Lomachenko fight stylistically would be crazy. 2 Olympians, and we both got that mentality, like, we're not losing no matter what. You know what I'm saying? So I would love to fight Lomachenko, but at this stage of my life, career right now, like, I'm creating an own lane for myself. Like, a lot of these fans want to watch me because I'm just exciting, period.
I got Bud by I got Canelo. I mean, I got
No, we didn't. He didn't say that.
Bud, hey, facts. I got Bud by decision for sure. I got Bud boxing him. I feel like Canelo too slow. I feel like Canelo gonna rely on his power. and Bud's gonna be too fast and he got way better footwork than Canelo. And Bud got great IQ and he left-handed. You know, Canelo got problems. He be having problems with a lot of left-handers too. So I think Bud definitely by decision or shit. He fuck around, knock him out.
Facts. You get him running into something.
Exactly.
Of course, I got Bud, man. Not because I'm on the team with him, but I always go with the more pure boxer. Like Canelo, he's more of like a he's more of a fighter. Bud is a fighter too, but Bud can box the shit out you too.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like Bud last fight showed that he ain't going there trying to be reckless and try to actually fight that guy. He was being smart the entire time in boxing. You know what I'm saying? So I just feel like Bud got more. I feel like he got more attributes. He faster than Canelo. You know what I'm saying? He got better footwork, and I feel like he's just gonna show when they fight.
Say less. 2 questions and I'll let y'all go. These 2 questions are, it's funny because the same situation, right? You got Tank fight Lamont Roach. Some people say Lamont Roach is overmatched. That fight is not going to be competitive. And then you got Shakur versus Kid Austin. Same thing. Do either one of those guys, Kid Austin or Lamont Roach, have more of a chance than people are giving them?
I feel like stylistically, Lamont Roach definitely have more of a chance. You know, to this day, Lamont Roach is the best opponent that Tank fought, skillfully.
Man, I was, but then I forgot. Like, I gotta watch these interviews that we got up, and then I didn't want to like watch it without you guys, right? Because you guys are here, so it's like, why don't I just watch it? And then it's late, but I definitely need to watch these. So I'm watching them with y'all, right?
Gotcha.
He have a lot of experience too, so I feel like again that shit gonna show, but I still got Tank for sure.
Does Kid Austin have any chance?
I mean, everybody got a chance. Like everybody got 2 legs, 2 feet, 10 toes. You know what I'm saying? Like he got a chance. You know what I'm saying? But his name Kid for a reason.
Got it. Before I let y'all go, Keon, anything you want people to know? Where they should follow you? What they should
Be real busy this year. I'm gonna keep bringing the.
Okay. I can watch. Yeah, trust me, I'm tired, bro. I'm tired. You know, I'm not gonna watch all these. We watched the Shakur, we watched the Cruz, we watched the Keyshawn. Let's see. Shakur had to do some push-ups. Diego has a post. Yeah, I'll watch some of these later. But since it is late, and I figured a lot of you guys probably do want to watch some of the other videos. I think someone asked what I thought about Tito Mikado. Yeah, I mean, I think Tito is coming up fine. I just, you know, all these guys are going to have to see each other. So take a nap. Yeah, probably do a live tomorrow. So gearing up next week, I'll probably do a live for the whole entire fight week for the David Benavidez. And we'll see. David Benavidez and Morel. So there'll be a live fight chat for that. I'll probably have a couple fighters actually come up, maybe, to do some guest commentary with me. How do you think Trumpdom will affect the fight world? It shouldn't. He was a president for 4 years before. He didn't stop fights then. So he's a fight fan too. I think actually no, technically he helped. I think during COVID time, right? He was a president. He was pushing for fights and stuff to come back. So, but anyways, I appreciate you guys rocking with me. It's mad late. Shout out to Diego Pacheco. He won. Like I said, normally when I go with my heart, I'm wrong. So I went with my head today, and I was right. So Andy Cruz did his thing. Tito Mikado did his thing, and then Uncle Tito Mikado should have won, but that came out a draw. So that definitely needs to get done again. So other than that, you guys take care. Please, there's a lot more videos actually coming up on FightHype. They're just in the queue. You know, some Steve Nelson, some Bo Mac. So there's some more stuff that's going to be coming up. So please just go to FightHype, refresh, watch some of the videos that I didn't play. All right, Ron, have a good one. Yeah, and I appreciate you guys coming up, man. You know, and at the end of the day, like, I know that we can have like our difference of opinions at times, but I think we've been like really cool and really respectful, and I think we should have different opinions. I don't think we all should just align and agree. So I think, you know, with some of the insight I'm privy to, and then a lot of your guys' great intellects of boxing, either watching from interviews or just your own experiences, get that taper. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I mean, my girl was just like, man, so she just wanted me to just trim some shit up. So plus my head feels so much lighter. You don't even understand, dude. So it's like a fighting game. That's like my alternative costume, right? Costume one, costume. So, but yeah. But we'll get some guests coming up. I've been just kind of chilling a little bit. James been kind of a chill, slow month, but I'll be at Keyshawn's fight, Tank's fight, a couple fights coming up. So, you know, I'll probably go to maybe Boots and Stan Jonas. So we'll figure it out. But you guys have a good one. You guys take care. Thanks for always coming supporting me. There's a lot of channels out there, a lot of lives, but you guys chose to stay and rock with me, even up to this late. So I really appreciate it. You guys have a good one. And appreciate all the super chats, man. The super chats that came in today, man, it's definitely going to make traveling a little bit easier. So you guys are the best. Appreciate it, man.